Prologue. Fuck you, Young. Well, fuck you too. A solid punch landed on the corner of the mouth of the man who had just shouted, "Fuck you, Young." Akara, the owner of the nickname Young, stomped on the other again before dragging the bastard out of the bar they co-owned together. Cheating. Akara caught him again. How many times had it been now? Get the hell out of my bar. Is it just your bar? The other guy retaliated with a punch to the same spot. The booming music couldn't drown out the sound of their fight. Akara felt dazed, shaking his head to push away the pain from his split lip. Adrenaline surged through him, fueled by his rage. His rationality was hanging by a thread. Either he or that guy must die today. How could you bring him to sleep in my place, you bastard? This is exactly why I can't bring myself to fuck you, Young. What about it? Say it. Say it. Akara grabbed the collar of the man in front of him, his eyes burning red with rage. His damp hair clung to his perfectly shaped forehead, soaked with sweat. He didn't even care who was holding up their phone to record him or who was watching. You're not cute. Akara stayed silent, letting his gaze trail over the tattoos on his own arm. The deep-cut black tank top revealed the intricate designs starting from his shoulder down to his fingertips. His muscular build radiated strength, emphasizing the not cute comment, further accentuated by a small silver piercing on the left side of his nose. I want a small, cute boyfriend, not someone built like a goddamn troll like you. That's no excuse for cheating on me, Bomb. And another thing, 3 years ago, you didn't talk to me like this. You said you loved me for who I am. You just don't love me anymore, and that's why your filthy mouth is blurting out this crap. The words hit him so hard he felt weak. Akara let go of the other man's collar and shoved him backward. You can break up with me, but let me ask you this. What about the bar we built together from the ground up? What are you going to do about it? I'm pulling out my shares. You can run it on your own. Damn it, that was the last straw for the night. Akara didn't think of himself as someone fragile enough to sit and cry over being cheated on. He grabbed a beer bottle and smashed it against the wooden table, shattering it into jagged pieces. He was about to point the sharp end at both his ex and the lover who had shared his bed. He didn't actually plan to stab them. He just planned to scare them enough to never set foot in his bar again. But it seemed his ex, Bomb, was faster. He grabbed a chair and swung it at Akara with all his strength. The world went dark, and so ended their bar, the crowd bar. Young, how long are you going to sleep? I've got work to do. Ugh. Young, if you don't wake up and talk to me, I'll make you my hubby for real. Getting dumped by my hubby is shitty enough. If I have to get stuck with you too, I might as well kill myself. Truthfully, Akara had been awake since he heard the bedroom door open. The third floor of the bar had been set up as a bedroom, and the door was never locked. It was pretty open for friends, especially for Nerissa, who was now strutting in high heels. Without talking them off, for fuck's sake. I brought you some rice soup. Heard you got beaten up by your hubby so bad that the staff had to carry you upstairs. Look at your handsome face. It's all messed up now. Mind your own business. Who? You, obviously. Who else would I be talking to when it's just the two of us? Akara sat up. The cool air from the AC didn't bother his skin. He pulled the same black tank top he'd worn the night before over his head. His muscular build caught the other's gaze. Not because of lust, of course. It was probably because of the massive bruise on his lean, fat-free stomach. Should we report this to the police? Forget it. I hit him too. We're both at fault. So where's Bomb now? Nerissa sat down next to the bed, her finger poking at the bruise, making her bestie wince and hiss in pain. He's with his new wifey. Took all his stuff and left. He's pulling out his shares from the bar as well. Honestly, Knock, I'm stressed about the bar. I don't know what to do next. Why don't you close the bar for now? Take a break, go on a trip, maybe even go abroad. Don't wanna. You have to. The hell. Because I already booked your tickets and accommodations ever since I found out you finally cut ties with your shitty ex. Go. Taiwan. They say the temples there are sacred. Pray for a job, and you'll get one. Pray for a hubby, and you'll get one. Are you for real? He had to give her a skeptical look until his friend nodded enthusiastically. He knew Nerissa wouldn't go with him. She had to take care of her own boyfriend. For real. I got my boyfriend after praying there. Don't overthink it. Consider it the good luck you didn't fucking die gift from me. Breaking up was a good thing. Being with Bomb was like living in hell anyway. Now, after you pray, you'll get a new hubby. Pray for someone handsome, hot, and better endowed than Bomb. But make sure you're thorough. Get your money's worth for the plane ticket I paid for. Fine, fine. I'll pray like this. Heavenly Lord, please give me a new hubby. Tall, skilled in bed, big dick, with decent-sized balls, a face like the most wanted bachelor, educated, wealthy, a family man, gets along with my friends, doesn't come too quickly, and is hard-working. Perfect young. I welcome your new boyfriend in advance. Blessings to you. Before he knew it, he was in Taiwan. Like a dumbass. Like someone with no plan. Like someone clueless. Like someone with nowhere to go. Like someone with no purpose. Like someone lonely. Akara only knew that he had checked into his accommodation around 10 p.m. the night before. Exhausted from the journey and stressed from sleepless nights, the change of scenery knocked him out, and he woke up feeling refreshed at 7 in the morning. He showered and dressed up, pulling out outfits from the 2 suitcases he had packed. He started his first day as a Taipei boy in faded 3/4 jeans he had bought for 50 baht at a market. He paired it with a loose black Gucci t-shirt worth 13,000 baht, a market bought cap, and Nike sandals he had snagged on sale. He didn't carry a bag. The jeans had deep enough pockets for his passport and a small zip pouch with his daily allowance of a few thousand new Taiwan dollars. The rest was safely locked in the hotel safe. Akara was generally frugal and cautious, but his life was in chaos now. With no plan, he stood dumbly in front of a soy milk stall, buying a cup to replace breakfast. It was delicious, even though he struggled to communicate with the vendor. He wasn't great at English, and the map he had grabbed from the hotel was entirely in Chinese, which he couldn't read. Akara's thought, what do I do now? Should I search for reviews on what to do in Taiwan besides praying for a hubby? Akara stopped in his tracks to search for travel reviews on his phone. He sipped his soy milk again, the straw still in his mouth. He wanted a cigarette, but hadn't bought any yet, so he just bit the straw absent-mindedly. His sharp eyes scanned through the names of places that seemed like landmarks for this trip. Most of them were temples, restaurants, zoos, and shopping districts for teenagers. Same as back home. Honestly, the shrines in Thailand could grant wishes for partners and jobs, too. Akara's thought. But I'm in Taiwan now. I'll save the Erawan shrine for when I'm back in Thailand. After skimming through the reviews, he decided to follow the crowd wherever they were going. His height of 180 centimeters gave him an advantage in navigating. But just as he was about to cross the street, he turned back because he heard a familiar language. Yes, Mom. In has arrived in Taipei. Yes, on my way to the temple. Akara's thought. A Thai person. A Thai in flesh and blood. And he's going to the temple, too. I'll follow him. I'll follow him. I'll follow this tall guy. In is here alone. Okay. I'll bring back a daughter-in-law for you. Someone beautiful and cute, okay? Got it. Love you, Mom. That's it for now. I'm crossing the street. Akara's thought. Wow. Hia in. A cutie patootie with a cute name. Let In Young follow you, pretty please. The clean white sneakers came to a halt as they reached the other side of the street. The tall man Akara was following looked down at his phone, probably ending the call with his mom. Akara quickly memorized his features, taking in the side profile that. Akara's thought. Goddamn, I want him as my hubby. I'll offer myself for free. Hia In's face was Disney-level handsome, but his body was straight out of a Marvel movie. It was rare to find a guy taller and bullier than him, even if it was just slightly. But this guy was fair-skinned, like he ate mercury for breakfast. His thick, angled eyebrows slanted upward. His lashes were dark and long, making his eyes look sharp. His lips were naturally pink and full. The most striking feature was his straight, high-bridged nose. His cheeks were as smooth as a baby's ass. From his conversation with his mother, it wasn't hard to guess he was a rich kid. But his outfit didn't scream rich young master. Hia In wore high-waisted vintage pants. A pale blue short-sleeved shirt buttoned all the way up to his neck, had a bowl cut, and Akara's thought. An orange monk's bag? Is that a monk's bag? It's totally a monk's bag. Who the hell carries a monk's bag? What a weirdo. Akara followed as Hia In started walking again. Hia In put away his phone and walked briskly like someone who knew the way. Soon, Akara found himself on the subway. A single tap of the smart card was all it took, and he didn't have to worry about where the person he was following would get off. He just needed to keep his eyes on the guy and not lose sight of him. Akara's thought. He said that, but after tapping out at Longshan Temple Station, the man he had been following from a distance disappeared without a trace. Where did he go? He stood there, feeling lost and lonely again, though not overly worried, when he couldn't spot the orange monk's bag. Akara started looking for signs in English to figure out where to go next. But then, a tap on his shoulder from behind made him turn around. A precise English accent hit him like a wave. ABCDFG following me. HIJKLMNOPQRSDUVWXYZ. I know you're Thai. I'm begging you, just speak Thai. He clasped his hands together in a Y above his head after realizing that the person tapping him was the same guy he had been trailing since Taipei Station. The other guy was probably asking why he was following him. Akara caught bits and pieces about follow or something like that. Akara's thought. Effective English learning techniques. The teacher said to focus on catching the verbs. To be honest, what even is a verb? I still have no idea to this day. Oh, what did you just ask me? I didn't catch it. I asked why you were following me. Do we know each other? No, we don't. I thought so. Someone like you. I'd remember after seeing just once. The deep voice spoke calmly, and his sharp yet gentle eyes scanned over Akara's tattooed arms. At first, he thought the other guy might be some kind of mafia. But after seeing the why and hearing the explanation that he was Thai, he figured there must be another reason for the following. He had noticed him since Taipei Station, but became certain on the train. He kept peeking over at him, like some kind of creep. Sorry, Hia. I overheard you on the phone at Taipei Station, saying you were going to the temple, so I followed you. Akara confessed, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm here alone, no plans or anything. I'm really sorry. It's fine. The temple's that way. Come on, we can go together. I'm also here alone. Yes. Your name's In, right? Stop. Only my mom gets to call me that. Oh, like a cute nickname they use at home? I have one too. My dad calls me Big Boss, but my name's Young. I'm probably younger than you. I'm 24 this year. Intha. That your name? Akara tilted his head as he asked, walking along with a wide smile. Akara's thought. Lucky me, I've got a travel buddy now. Yes, Intha. You can just call me In. Got it, Hia. Hia, In it is. Chapter 1. Hey, Hia, let me ask you something, sir. That bag you're carrying, is it a real fucking monk's bag, or just for fashion? Akara stepped onto the escalator, positioning himself a step higher than Intha. He took off his cap for a moment, brushing his sweat-dampened hair back, before putting the cap back on as they reached exit 1. A wave of hot air hit them as they stepped outside, but the man with the bag didn't seem fazed by the scorching heat. Pick one, either being polite or vulgar. All right, polite it is. But if I slip the F word sometimes, you won't mind, right? Yeah, I don't. Whatever works. Forget that for now. Answer me. This bag, it's legit, right? When Intha didn't respond, Akara took the liberty of reaching out to touch it, but the latter quickly dodged, his previously soft and gentle eyes now turning serious. Don't touch it. This bag is the real deal, given to me by Luangpur. He pulled the bag away protectively and stepped aside. By now, both of their long strides had brought them to a stop at the crosswalk in front of the temple. Akara wasn't paying much attention to the temple itself, his eyes darting back and forth between the monk's bag and Intha's face. His expression was troubled, prompting the bag's owner to flip it over and show him the embroidery. It's real. I got it from a forest monastery in Kanchanaburi. See, the temple's name is stitched right here. Whoa, my friends all want one, but I'm not selling it. They've even tried to trade me other bags, but like hell I'd give in. Whoa. Akara could only repeat himself, trying to feign enthusiasm for Intha's pride in his monk's bag. He didn't shy away from the intense gaze that accompanied the story. The closer he looked, the more he noticed how Intha's beautiful eyes seemed to sparkle whenever he talked about the bag. Akara's thought, man, this guy's beyond help. A true devotee, deeply dedicated to the teachings of Buddhism. Intha, the temple boy. Do you visit temples often? Intha steered the conversation away from the bag, walking ahead slightly and instinctively grabbing Akara's arm to guide him across the street. But there was no reply to his question. The person being led was too stunned by the unexpected gesture. Young, what? Akara snapped out of his thoughts at the sound of his name. The temple boy's face betrayed his curiosity, wondering what was wrong. Akara still looked a bit dazed, so Intha reached into his bag. He pulled out a fan and began fanning Akara to cool him down. Are you about to faint? Nope, I'm good. Just surprised. You carry a fan. It's from Luangpur. It came with the bag. I didn't want to take it out. It's sacred. Well, good thing you didn't bring a ceremonial fan to wave at me. Who'd carry something like that around? That'd be goddamn ridiculous. Intha shook his head, laughing softly as he stopped fanning Akara. Yup, you're right. Nobody would carry something weird like that. You're absolutely right about everything. Akara's thought. But you still managed to bring a monk's bag overseas. If you have a ceremonial fan too, I wouldn't be surprised in the slightest. I just wouldn't walk with you. So what's up? You suddenly went quiet. I thought you were about to pass out. It's nothing. I was just a little dumbfounded. No one's ever helped me cross the street and stood on the side block in traffic for me. You're the first in my life. Actually, I wasn't dumbstruck, just surprised. Look at me here. Do I look like someone who needs taken care of? He sighed dramatically, shrugging as he spoke, then glanced at Intha, who'd returned to his tranquil and composed demeanor. His expression was neutral as he responded with a line similar to Akara's earlier words. I'm so used to taking care of others that it's second nature now. Would you mind if I overdo it? I wouldn't, but let's find some shade. It's hot. Yeah, I can tell. Your face and body are all red. I'm not used to the sun. In the mornings, I'm at the temple meditan. I only wake up at night to work. They stepped through the outer gate into the temple grounds. Akara squinted against the sunlight, trying to admire the long history of the architecture, but his feet carried him straight to the shade without hesitation. He wasn't sure if the blazing sun was heaven's way of preparing him for hell. You're at the temple? You really like going to temples, huh? Huh? Akara's voice rose in confusion. Was he and the temple boy even talking about the same thing? His meditating at the temple was just a metaphor for sleeping during the day, but it seemed like the other genuinely thought he spent his days at a temple. Akara's thought. Me? Staying in temples? Me, someone like me? MWA haha. What a joke. I'm Sabin. Most Thais who come to Taiwan visit temples to pray. You too, right? What are you praying for? Work or love? A new hubby. Intha fell silent. A new job. Realizing he'd let something slip, Akara hastily corrected himself. He'd never hidden the fact that he was gay, but for someone he'd just met, especially someone who seemed so devout, Akara's thought. The temple boy might be mortified to learn he was gay. Better keep it under wraps for now. But fate wasn't on his side, as an elderly woman, seemingly in a rush to make merits, bumped into him. Akara was jumpy. Akara got startled easily, and Akara yelled out his go-to phrase, loud and clear. Oh my gosh! Watch it, lady! He accidentally overreacted with a queenie flail. And just like that, the temple boy was now staring at him in shock. Intha fell silent. That was actin'. You know, showbiz. Showbiz. Akara cupped his cheeks, rubbed his face, and then covered his mouth with both hands. Let's just pretend you didn't hear anything, okay? Are you a femboy? Well, it's fine. You can tell me. I'm just surprised. Alright, yeah, I'm gay. Never would have guessed. At first, I thought you were some rough and tough guy. Nah, not rough. But don't worry. I've resigned to things like this. Be whoever you want to be. Akara's thought. Resigned. Intha used the word resigned so calmly. Akara felt a pang in his chest. It hurt more than being called a bullish sissy his whole life. Oh my gosh, it hurts. So, young, do you know how to pray for a boyfriend? No. Then follow me. I'll tell you. Akara stayed silent. Come on, I told you not to worry. We can hang out. I don't mind. I'm not worried about that. I just want you to slow down for a sec. Akara raised his hand in a stop gesture, emphasizing each word as he tried to halt Intha, who was urging him to follow through the dragon gate. Akara sighed. If Intha said it was fine, then he wouldn't hold back. But first, can I ask you to take a picture of me by the waterfall? Make it bright and sparkling. Sure. Just keep snapping. I'll change poses myself. Alright. Intha reached out to take Akara's phone, his eyes once again drawn to the tattoos on Akara's left arm. He really had thought Akara was some rough guy. But now, looking at his fair, plump face with its soft cheeks, and even a little double chin. Don't make me look fat. This is gonna be tough, Intha muttered under his breath, lifting the phone to start taking pictures even before Akara had struck a pose. He kept snapping as instructed, resulting in photos of Akara walking, giving instructions, squinting, and trying to strike a pose. Every single one was shit. Alright, that's enough. Let me see the pictures. Akara reached for the phone, but Intha held it up high, stretching his arm to its full length. He was used to dating petite girls who jumped to grab the phone, only to end up in his arms for a sneaky hug. But he forgot that today he was with Akara, who was just as tall as he was. Add to that the rugged tattoos running from his shoulders to his fingertips. With a firm grip, Akara easily pulled Intha's arm down and snatched the phone back. Sharp eyes glared at him after seeing the photos on the phone. Intha's thought, is he gonna punch me? How mad is he? I can explain. It's because you wouldn't stay still. I'm so bummed. None of these is nice. Intha's thought. He doesn't seem angry, just disappointed. All right, let's try again. Go stand over there by the waterfall. Intha pointed to the same spot in front of the temple's waterfall after seeing Akara's tough demeanor soften upon reviewing the photos. No, I'm done. Use my camera. It's faster at capturing shots. Intha reached into his authentic monk's bag, imported straight from the temple, and pulled out a compact camera. He removed the case and gestured for Akara to go back and pose. How will I get the pictures from your camera? Add me online. It's easy. In that case, I won't hold back here. Anything you want. Intha grinned widely, his white teeth showing. He watched as Akara strode back toward the waterfall. Through the camera's viewfinder, he observed Akara's tall frame. His poses were kind of funny. This one's good. And this one too. You can actually take decent pictures here, Akara said, raising an eyebrow as he reviewed the photos on Intha's compact camera. Before, it felt like you were messing with me on purpose. Who'd mess with you? You're imagining things. Now, give me your line ID so I can send you the pictures. Are you a skin for my line cause you're interested in me? Akara handed the camera back to Intha, pulling his phone out of his pocket. His quick tongue had spoken before he could think, and when he met Intha's soft, glistening eyes, it seemed like Intha was about to say something. But he didn't. His full lips snapped shut, and he scratched the back of his neck before pulling out his own phone to scan Akara's QR code and add him online. The crowd bar, is this it? Akara asked, hesitating slightly as he confirmed the contact request. A bar. The display picture was of a liquor store. Yup, it's a bar. My personal line and the bar's line are the same. So when you said you work at night, this is what you meant. Exactly. Akara chuckled softly before sending a high sticker to Intha. Where was your display picture taken? Great Britain. Was it really great? You'd have to try it to know. Wow. Quick with the comebacks too, Akara said, laughing until his eyes closed. Both of them then put their phones away as Intha led the way, explaining the steps for praying at the temple. Enter through this gate. It's called the Dragon Gate. Here, take some incense sticks. Give me 5. Intha gave him a high five. Whoa. You're witty with the jokes today, Hia. I'm asking for 5 sticks. Akara laughed again, taking the single incense stick from Intha after being told that one was enough. He was a bit taken aback by how sharp Intha was. Despite his devout demeanor, he'd already caught on to 2 of Akara's cheeky jokes. Akara's thought, all right, let's test him a bit more. Hey, Hia, why isn't there a pregnant Barbie doll? Because Ken came in another box. Intha shot back before Akara could even finish his sentence. He pulled Akara's tattooed arm aside, reached into his monk's bag, and pulled out a lighter to light both their incense sticks. That's such a lame joke. Stop it. The gates of hell are already opening for both of us. It's not lame. But fine, I'll stop. You're just as sinful as I am. I thought you were all about being devout. Next, we'll pray to the large Guanyin statue in the center. Then, we'll walk clockwise to the back and pray to you loud to ask for a soulmate. Intha said, changing the subject. If he let Akara keep talking, it seemed like they'd accumulate more sins than blessings today. Got it. By the way, I haven't asked. What are you praying for? Work. I quit my job last month. I'm unemployed now. My mom told me to come pray. Oh, I see. But I don't want to go back to the same kind of work. I'm tired of it. Always on the move, no time for anything. Is running a bar good money? Are you a skin cause you're thinking of stealing my job? Maybe, if the money's good. Drinking alcohol breaks the precepts, you know. Intha stopped walking just before they reached the Guanyin statue. He waited for Akara to catch up, then placed a hand on his shoulder, giving it a light pat before walking together again. You only live once, young. That's why you should both visit temples and drink alcohol. It's called life experience. If you're okay with drinking, then I'll invite you to my bar when we're back in Thailand. Drinks are on me. You said it. Akara nodded, glancing at Intha's profile. He smirked slightly before turning to face the guanine statue, closing his eyes to make a wish. Akara's thought, "May my life from now on be filled with good fortune." When he finished, Akara opened his eyes and looked at Intha, who still had his eyes closed. A gentle breeze carried the scent of Intha's cologne. When those soft, sweet eyes opened again, Akara couldn't help but ask, "Allure sport au extreme?" Yeah. You and I were the same cologne." "I know. I've been smelling it for a while now," Intha replied softly, grabbing Akara's arm again to lead him forward. The crowd was thick today, and he didn't want the younger man to get lost. "You're dragging me around like I'm small or something. There are a lot of people. You might get lost." "I won't. Besides, I'm tall, and so are you. It'd be easy to spot each other." "Is that so?" Intha didn't let go of Akara's arm, ambling while explaining. "We'll keep praying to the gods along the way. But if you want to ask for a soulmate, you need to pray to Lao at the very back. When you pray, you have to clearly state your name, where you're from, be detailed. Then, take the moon blocks and ask your question." "Moon blocks?" "Yeah, they're crescent-shaped red blocks. Just take one pair. Then, ask your question, ending it with yes or no." Intha and Akara stopped to pray to the various gods along the way before reaching Lao at the very back. Akara picked up a pair of moon blocks, following Intha's instructions. "Aren't you going to do it too?" "No. I believe that if a soulmate is meant to come, they'll come on their own. If it's meant to be, it'll be. I'd rather pray for money. Having a wifey but being broke is a dead end." "Oh, you're right. You can live without a partner, but you can't live without money." Akara nodded in agreement. He placed his incense stick in the burner and returned to stand beside Intha, listening to the temple boy who balanced both drinking and temple visits explain further. "After you ask, toss the blocks on the ground. If both land face up, it means uncertainty. Try again. If both land face down, it means no. One face up and one face down means yes." "Got it. If I hadn't come with you, I'd be so lost. You're so knowledgeable. I read it online. Why do you have to ruin the faith I have for you?" "Because lying breaks the precepts." "Sure thing, sir." Akara rolled his eyes at Intha. The temple boy, as he secretly called him, gave a small smile before stepping aside to wait in a less crowded area, leaving Akara to follow the steps on his own. Akara's thought, "Will the one who left come back? Both face down. Guess not." Akara's thought, "Has my soulmate already been born? One face up, one face down. All right. At least I won't be accused of robbing the cradle. A bit of relief, my soulmate's already born." Akara's thought, "Are they coming soon? Both face down. Son of a bitch, how long do I have to wait?" Akara's thought, "Will it take a long time? Both face down. What the hell, universe?" Akara's thought, "Finally, is my soulmate coming, yes or no? One face up, one face down. That means yes." Akara's thought, "Oh shit, my soulmate's coming. But who?" "Yeah, Lao says my soulmate's coming." "Ah, congrats." Intha was startled by Akara's loud exclamation. He'd been gazing at the sky, watching Akara toss the blocks repeatedly. He looked away for just a moment, and the next thing he knew, Akara had finished the inquiry and was already standing close to him. "But I don't know who it is. Someone you're seeing, maybe? I just broke up with my boyfriend a few days ago. I'm not seeing anyone. With such matters, believe it halfway. Being too superstitious isn't good. I'm not superstitious. I just want to see if it's legit. Let's test it. If it's real, let my soulmate appear right in front of me. Come on, I'm ready." Akara put his hands on his hips, turning and scanning the crowd dramatically for his soulmate. Before he could look further, his arm was grabbed, pulling him to face the temple boy. Intha let go of Akara's arm, fixing his wind-blown bangs back into place. He adjusted his collar and cleared his throat before speaking. "Ever heard the saying, 'Don't mock what you don't believe'? Come on, let's go ask for the red thread. The red thread helps with love. To ask for it, you have to toss the moon blocks and get one face up and one face down 3 times. Then, take the thread and circle it around the incense burner in front. It's like blessing a charm to make it more powerful." "Alrighty, my hubby's definitely coming. He's on his way. Yeah, I hope he comes soon. So what's your plan after this?" "No idea. Told you, I don't have a plan. What about you? Probably grab some food. Do you eat beef, young? Love it. Then let's go for mala hot pot. My treat." Not saying no. I'm starving. Pick a great place. One that feels like heaven with every bite. Akara picked up the moon blocks again, and this time, Intha did too. But before tossing them, Intha's calm voice broke the silence. Make sure to keep the red thread in your wallet. Got it. Whatever you say, Hia, I'll do it all. Perfect. That's a good boy. Chapter 2. Hia, my friend's Callan. Be right back, Akara said, frowning as his phone vibrated intensely in his pocket. Pulling it out to see who was calling online, he glanced at Intha and asked for permission since the restaurant was too noisy for a proper conversation. Outside would be better. Sure. Is there anything you can't eat? Intha asked kindly, sitting in front of the menu. Akara had barely sat down for a few minutes, and the hot pot stove hadn't even been turned on yet, given that the pot was still completely dry. It wouldn't be a problem if Akara stepped out for a bit to take the call. I can eat anything. How about vegetables? Sure, bring a lot. I love them. Akara noticed a slight squint from Intha's gentle eyes. The taller man sighed and nodded, signaling Akara to go ahead. He'd handle the rest. Just a moment. It's fine. If I'm hungry, I'll start eating without you. But if you take too long, I'll just take a nap right here. Hearing the casual "it's fine" followed by such an odd statement made Akara smirk. Akara's thought. Akara liked people like this. If they're hungry, they eat. If they're bored, they nap. So chill. Since the restaurant was on the second floor, Akara's long legs carried him down the narrow staircase to the ground floor. He answered the call from his close friend, Narisa, and leaned against a quiet corner near the restaurant, one hand on his hip. Sup? Bitch, where are you? In hell. It's scorching. Be serious. You're in Taiwan now, right? Yup. You're not just lying around in your room, are you? His friend's voice sounded overly concerned, making Akara roll his eyes. No, I've been up since morning. I even went to the temple to pray for a hubby. And, did you get one yet? Geez, how could it happen that fast? Anyway, why are you Callan? Is it urgent? Just checking if you made it through immigration. You always look like someone who's about to be a whore. Yup, I am. Already raised my price. You joke so much I'm starting to believe you're actually a whore. The truth is, I'm giving it away for free. Anyways, if there's nothing else, I'm going back to my meal now. Why are you in such a hurry? Welp. Akara hesitated, biting his lips slightly. He wasn't sure if he should tell Narisa about Intha, but eventually, he decided to share. This morning, I met this guy. He's Thai. I overheard him saying he was going to the temple, so I asked to tag along. After we finished at the temple, he invited me to eat. So now I'm waiting for the food he ordered. He invited you to eat? Is he hitting on you? Is he hot? Nah, he's not hitting on me. Akara paused, thinking about Intha's face, and chuckled before trying to explain. He's attractive, though. Really handsome. But like, organic handsome, you know? He looks clean, like pesticide-free, and he dresses sharp. Organic is good. Healthy. Just hope he's not fake organic, though. Are you suggesting I eat him? You're praising him so much. Are you into him or not? Nah, and I don't think he's into me either. And if he is? If he's not good at fucking me, I'm out. Akara joked, laughing loudly, which earned him a string of curses from Narisa on the other end. Fine. I hope you meet someone wild and skilled. I hope you get what you deserve. Deserve what? A dick down. You don't have to be that blunt. Talking to you is exhausting. I can't tell if I'm talking to a bar owner or a whore. Anyway, my boss is looking at me. Check your Facebook later. With that, Narisa hung up. Akara was about to open his Facebook app when a line notification from Intha popped up instead. Intha, the temple boy, had created a photo album titled Akara and the Color of Misfortune. Before Akara could open the album, a chart of auspicious shirt colors followed. Today is Thursday. Lucky color, blue. Unlucky color, black. Akara's thought. I'm wearing black. This dude's calling me unlucky. My friend is calling me a bitch. Life's just dope here in Taipei. And now, has the temple boy turned into a full-on spiritual guru? Send in lucky color charts and shit? Akara's slow steps turned into a jog up the stairs. Soon, he was back in his seat across from Intha, who was wearing a lucky blue shirt. The temple boy smiled once, broke apart a pair of chopsticks, and handed them to Akara. I have to hand it to you for nomming that photo album. Sure, my shirt's black, but it's authentic. 13,000 baht. 13,000 or not. If the color's ill-starred, You won't be prosperous. Are you for real, Hia? Seriously? Shirt colors. Akara's face still showed disbelief, but he reached out his tattooed hand to take the chopsticks without hesitation. His eyes scanned the beautifully arranged food on the table. His mouth watered. It was time for a feast. Looks delicious. I'm starving. Do you want to take a picture first? Are you telling me you set this up just for photos? Yeah. Or you can use the ones I already took. Intha confirmed by swiping his phone screen to show Akara the photos he'd taken, just as the pot began to bubble. The pot was divided into two sections, one with fiery red mala broth, and the other with a clear soup overflowing with vegetables. I'll use yours. Send them to me. Can I eat now? Put some veggies in the mala broth for me. No. Akara fell silent. I'm an environmentalist. I love trees. I don't eat veggies. Just separate pots. Intha pushed Akara's hand away as he tried to drop vegetables into the pot. Intha leaned in, staring into the other's eyes, and Akara leaned in to meet his gaze. It was like electricity crackled between their eyes. Neither blinked. Intha's eyes were tense, and so were Akara's. I'm only eating mala. With vegetables. Nope. Then why didn't you order 2 mala broths from the start? You didn't look like someone who eats spicy food, so I ordered 2 kinds. Don't judge a book by its cover. Your face looks like someone who loves organic vegetables. I said what I said. Hey, have you heard the theory that if you stare into someone's eyes for 8 seconds, you'll fall in love? Intha suddenly changed the subject, still not breaking eye contact. I've heard of it. Do you think it's true? What do you think? It's been way more than 8 seconds now. Akara retorted. Intha's eyes remained locked, but his hands clenched tightly. He was struggling. Finally, the temple boy said, Let's see. Whoever looks away first loses. All right. So what's your answer? True or not? Probably true. I give up. My eyes hurt. How do you not blink at all? Intha leaned back against the soft chair, blinking rapidly and rubbing his eyes. Akara stopped playing around and blinked, causing clear tears to roll down his cheeks. His eyes were red, and his vision blurred. Never doing that again. A tissue came to dab away the tears. Akara froze. The temple boy's touch was gentle, wiping away the tears from their silly game. His gaze was soft. They accidentally locked eyes again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Young. What? Akara jolted when the other man called him firmly. He rubbed his neck and looked away. What were you daydreaming about? Nothing. You can eat now. If you want to add vegetables, go ahead, but no more than 10 pieces. I won't add any. I'm just gonna eat from this pot. I lost the staring contest, so I should let you have your way. Intha raised a curious eyebrow, stopping Akara's hand as he tried to add a small piece of vegetable. I know I'm not the center of the universe. When eaten with others, I shouldn't be selfish. For losing the staring contest, just take me somewhere fun to make up for it. Fair enough. Intha gently pulled his hand away and gripped his chopsticks. Watch this. I'll teach you the proper way to eat hot pot. He smiled widely, glancing at Akara. His white teeth bit his lower lip as he demonstrated. He picked up a thin slice of meat. The broth temperature has to be just right, not too boiling, just hot enough. Then, you dip the meat and swirl it until it's cooked. Intha followed his own instructions, with Akara watching curiously. Soon, the bright red meat turned cooked. Intha placed it on Akara's plate. Try it. If I eat like this, I'll never get full. The younger complained, but still picked up the meat and ate it. He immediately exclaimed, Damn, this is unequivocally fucking bussin', right? And what were you doing just now? Art is art, but I'm starving. Let's eat like normal humans. Intha dumped several trays of meat into both sides of the pot equally. I just wanted to show you. That's all. Akara laughed, swirling a piece of meat and offering it back to Intha. Do you know you're a weirdo, Hia? I know, but you're charmant. And do you know you're also weird? How? Not telling. Akara shook his head, deciding not to press further. He watched Intha eat politely, but noticed he only took a few bites before standing up. What do you want to drink? I can get it myself. Heh. Intha shook his head, his bangs shifting slightly. He smiled again, showing his white teeth. I told you, I like taking care of people. Am I worth taking care of? Akara pointed at himself, smiling back sincerely. Yes, because you're dowdy. If I'm dowdy, doesn't that make you dorky? Dorky? It's called style. Now hurry up. What do you want to drink? Beer? It's bland, though. Sure, I'll give it a try. Thanks. Akara raised his thick eyebrows playfully at Intha, who was walking away. Left alone at the table, he suddenly remembered Narice's reminder to check his Facebook. Unlocking his phone, Akara quickly opened the app. His personal account didn't have many friends, so the notification from his ex stood out clearly. His tattooed hand clenched into a fist so tightly it hurt. Akara's face darkened with tension, catching the attention of Intha, who'd just returned to the table. He noticed Akara's sharp eyes glistening with unshed tears. They didn't fall, but the redness around his eyes was unmistakable. Can I tell you something, Hia? Yeah, go ahead. Intha sat back down across from him, casually taking Akara's phone from his hand and placing it face down on the table. He continued eating quietly, not pressuring the troubled man to speak. Once Akara steadied his emotions, he began. 3 years ago, my boyfriend and I decided to open a bar together. We started small. I poured everything into it, worked so hard I barely had time to rest. I worked until the bar became well known and gained more customers. Last month, I decided to expand the place. Then I found out he brought someone else to sleep in my bed. Then you should bring someone else to sleep in his bed, too. Ugh, we've already broken up. Akara's miserable expression lightened slightly as Intha shoved a piece of meat into his mouth. Chewing aggressively, Akara vented his frustration. After swallowing, he continued, I broke up with him. This time, it's final. He pulled his shares out of the bar. Today, he went and took down the bar's sign and posted an announcement that the crowd bar is moving to a new location. His bar, with his new wifey. What a dickhead. Yeah, that's a total dickhead. People always say, choose the wrong partner, and you'll regret it for life. Welp, good luck to him. Frankly, he has no idea what to do. I did all the work before. Just talking about it pisses me off. Don't cry here, or people will think I got you pregnant and won't take responsibility. Ugh, you're making my uterus hurt. You don't have a uterus. I do. I'm sensitive right now. It's my time of the month. So you're on the rag. Guess I'll have to spoil you a whole lot more. Let's be serious first. We can go buy tampons later. Akara tapped his finger on Intha's lips to refocus the conversation. Forget about the jerk-ass ex. What's stressing me out is the bar expansion. I need money, but I was a dumbass. I trusted him. I gave him all the cash because I cared about him. Now I don't know what to do. I don't even know if I'll get approved for a loan. Money, that's a tough one. Intha sighed deeply, stopping his attempts to cheer Akara up with more meat. He set down his chopsticks and spoon, pushing his bangs back with one hand. But I have money. Akara fell silent. Let me tell you something. Listen carefully. Intha was prepared to share his story, using his hands to gesture. Honestly, this story would be better told in a bar, not over a hot pot. Just tell me. I want to know. Don't leave me hanging. All right, so I was dating this woman for a while. It was serious, to the point where we were planning to get married. I knew her family didn't like me, but I tried to change everything about myself. I worked hard, saved up for the dowry they demanded, which was ridiculously high. But in the end, it all fell apart because she cheated on me. Do you know what she said? She said I worked so much I didn't have time for her, so she chose someone else. Shit, that's even more dramatic than my story. Akara said, picking up a piece of meat from the pot and offering it to Intha. His lips twitched at the absurdity of the tale, but Intha's expression remained stoic, with a brief flash of anger in his eyes. It wasn't even about me not having time. That was just an excuse. Her new guy? My boss. He's richer, has a higher position, and her family likes him more than they ever liked me. And what about Dick, who's bigger? Let me check real quick. Without missing a beat, Intha adjusted his posture and pretended to reach into his pants, all while maintaining eye contact with Akara. Hia, you're not some religious devotee anymore. You've ruined the vibe. I'm just not sure if I'm bigger, but I'd say I'm about an 8, maybe almost a 9-inch. Should be enough to leave an impression. Sinful. Completely sinful. Akara muttered, narrowing his eyes and shaking his head to cool the heat rising in his cheeks. Akara's thought. I'm shocked. The composed dude from the temple. Please give me back the good impression I had of you when we first met. The monk's bag has lost its sanctity. I know it. I see it. I've learned it. You're a sinner. So scary. I was just joking. Where was I just now? I totally forgot. Her fam. Right? After she broke up with me, she married him immediately. No idea how much the dowry was. As for me, I punched that old geezer in the face and got fired. Now I'm blacklisted. Finding a new job is going to be tough. I've got the perfect name for this trip. Two cuck dudes roaming confusedly and bumping into each other in Taipei. Sick name. Now all we miss is a cuck chair. I hate myself for immediately knowing what a cuck chair is. See? We're on the same wavelength. Anyway, about the money. I have 10 million baht. It was supposed to be for the dowry, but now I don't know what to do with it. Do people who have just met flex their financial status like this? Akara pointed at Intha, then pulled out a zippered pouch and placed it on the table, jokingly showing off his own money. Right now, I've got 3,000. But as soon as I get back to Thailand, I'll be in debt. My finances are in the red. I'm broke. He slumped forward, resting his forehead on the table, completely still, like a dead man. I'm not trying to flex. I'm just asking if I can take over your bar. I want to start a business. I'm not selling. Figured as much. But if you see the bar and are okay with being a partner, I'll draft a contract and send it to you to sign. All right, send it over. No rush to decide. I've seen the location and the reviews on your page. I think the bar has potential. It's worth investing in, and you're worth investing in, too. We'll talk about the bar when we're back in Thailand. No problem. I've already thought of a new name for the bar, Intha said with a smile, locking eyes with Akara as he slowly lifted his head. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 seconds. Worth it, and worth investing in. Chapter 3. Lunch ended around 3:30 p.m. As they walked out of the restaurant, Intha asked Akara where he'd prefer to go next, another temple or a stroll through a trendy shopping district for young people. Of course, Akara chose the latter. One temple was enough. It was hot. Not the weather kind of hot, but the kind of heat that comes from being a sinner. It burned. Intha didn't argue, though he did roll his eyes slightly at Akara's reasoning. Leading the way, he took Akara back to the subway. Ximending was the destination he had in mind. Can I ask you something? Which hotel are you staying at? Akara asked while standing in the subway car, holding onto the overhead rail. Intha, engrossed in his phone, barely looked up. XX Hotel. For real? Why would I lie to you? Intha raised an eyebrow slightly, finally looking up before tucking his phone back into his bag. I didn't say you were lying. I'm just surprised. We're staying at the same place. What floor? I'm on the 6th floor, room 652. What about you? 7th. In 7th heaven? Can you not drag me into your sex jokes for once? Intha said, raising his hand and placing it firmly on the back of Akara's neck. He applied a bit of pressure, as if to scold him, before massaging the nape of his neck with deliberate firmness. Akara must have understood the message because Intha noticed the fine hairs on Akara's arm standing on end, his light-colored arm hair sticking up. You okay? I'm just touching you lightly, and you're already getting goosebumps. Not so tough, huh? Stop. Don't touch me. Don't give me hope if you don't mean it. Here? I'm the type to get my hopes up. Humph. Intha released his grip easily, glancing up at Akara with a coquettish look. The latter's tattooed arm reached up to rub the back of his own neck, his eyes darting around awkwardly. Akara's thought. Akara hesitated, unsure of what Intha's actions meant. It's fine. Stay calm. My neck feels all warm now. Weak. Not weak. I'm ready. But why do you look annoyed? Something wrong? Akara asked, noticing the frown on Intha's face earlier while he was on his phone. It seemed like something was bothering him. Akara's thought. Could it be an ex? Just irritated. My friend asked me to bring back bottled milk tea from a convenience store. Every flavor, every scent, every color. Don't you think that's insane? If it's just one bottle of each, then no. Maybe your friend really loves tea. Akara offered his opinion. The subway car was getting more crowded, forcing the two tall men to stand closer together. Despite trying to imagine themselves as petite little things, it didn't help much. They want 2 bottles of each. And they're in Canada, with no plans to come back anytime soon. Probably staying until they get citizenship. My fridge runs on electricity, you know? Asking me to hold on to it indefinitely? That's grounds for a beating. Your friend's abroad, and you travel abroad often. What do you guys do for a living? You seem well off. I work in the skies. You're a bird. Sure thing. Intha said, closing his eyes briefly to suppress the urge to smack Akara. He opened them again as they neared their destination. I'm unemployed now. Forget about work. We're here. Time to get off. Grabbing Akara's wrist firmly, Intha pushed his way through the crowd toward the exit. Akara, being pulled along, walked comfortably as the larger man cleared a path for him. Are you a flight attendant? I used to want to be a flight attendant as well. Like this. Dear passengers, please be informed that we're now landing in hell. Stop. Just stick to selling alcohol. Trust me. And by the way, young, don't I look more like someone who used to be a pilot? You look like you work in a temple. Young. Intha tightened his grip on Akara's wrist, stopping abruptly to face him. Then he reached out with his large hand to pinch Akara's chubby cheeks, stretching them out. When he let go, Akara immediately cupped his face with his hands, his cheeks bright red. His lips moved as if muttering curses, his eyes glaring in annoyance. That hurt. Kim, you know what, it's a loco. All sentient beings abide by the law of karma. Akara fell silent. Just kidding, Intha said, sticking out his tongue when he saw Akara's stern expression. He didn't even understand why he was acting this way. Did it hurt? Sorry. Let me make it up to you. Akara shook his head, then grinned. All right, I'm not mad anymore. I want a cigarette now. Where can I buy one? I'll take you. I want one as well. Haven't smoked in a while. Me too, both smoking cigarettes and sucking men off. Young. Yes. You're too witty for your own good. What does that even mean? Figure it out yourself. They started walking again, this time without any physical contact. Their conversation continued intermittently, like an icebreaker between two people trying to get to know each other better. So, were you really a pilot? Do you have any pictures? I want to see. I do. After a moment of hesitation, Intha pulled out his phone as they exited the subway station and showed Akara a photo. Cool, right? Akara glanced back and forth between the screen and the man in front of him. The guy in the photo looked worlds apart from the casual Intha standing before him. Straight posture, broad shoulders, neatly styled hair, and a sharp face with a slight smile. The pilot uniform only added to his commanding presence. Akara's thought. Seeing casual Intha might make you want him as a hubby. But seeing pilot Intha? Damn, I want him to ravage me. You look handsome. That's probably the best I've ever looked in my life. And this guy in the photo with you, is he your friend? Yeah, I used to have a picture with my ex as my wallpaper, but after we broke up, I didn't know what to use, so I just put this one with my friend. When he pressed the home button, the photo disappeared, returning to the main screen. Intha locked his phone without elaborating on his friend. The guy with the eyebrow piercing is hot. You got sharp eyes. He looks a bit taller than you, right? Totally my type. Does he have a boyfriend? His boyfriend's about this tall, Intha said, gesturing to chin height with a blank expression. Akara's thought. What does Thon have that I don't? I wanted him so bad. Most of my friends are taken, but there's one single guy left. Want me to set you up with him as a placeholder? Who? Akara's eyes widened as he leaned closer to Intha's phone, which now displayed the lock screen again. This guy? Intha pointed to himself in the photo. Oh, this guy? I kinda want him too, but I'm afraid he's not interested. Akara glanced up with a challenging gaze. He was sure he wasn't imagining it. He caught a glimpse of Intha smirking, his eyes glinting mischievously, before shrugging and walking off in another direction. At first, Akara wasn't sure if the other was flirting or just teasing, but after that, Akara's thought. Intha was pretty straightforward. Fire and gasoline. This is gonna burn. Where are you going, Hia? Wait for me. Getting you cigarettes. Then I'll take you for bubble tea and fried chicken. If you don't try them, you can't say you've been to Taiwan. You're treating me? Yes. Akara's thought. Yes. When he says yes, it sounds so goddamn gentle. Standing in a designated smoking area, Akara looked around before his eyes landed on Intha, who was walking toward him. In one hand, he held a cup of bubble tea, and in the other, a box of fried chicken. With a height well over 180 centimeters, Intha stood out. His quirky outfit only added to his unique personality. It was captivatingly odd. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm hungry for bubble tea and chicken, Akara said, shaking his head to deny he was mentally sizing up the taller man. He reached out to take the bubble tea. I usually only drink liquor and beer. Let's see what this tea is all about. It's probably sweet. Akara took a sip. It's really sweet. Buy-in bubble tea today comes with a free case of diabetes. Delicious enough to lose a leg over. The younger man grimaced. and used to the sweetness. He stuck out his tongue to lick his lips, then took a drag from his cigarette to wash away the taste. I don't usually like sweet stuff either, Intha said. Seeing Akara's reaction, he leaned down to take a sip from the same straw. Same straw. Then he grabbed Akara's cigarette and took a drag to counter the sweetness. It was so sweet it burned his throat. Maybe sweet things just aren't for us, Akara remarked. Probably not. How many cups did you buy? Just one. If you don't like it, toss it. Intha kept the cigarette he'd taken, inhaling deeply and ignoring the bubble tea. Instead, he turned his attention to the bustling surroundings. The lights from tall buildings and shops illuminated the area as natural light faded. The streets were crowded, with people jostling each other on the narrow roads. Bubble tea's a no-go. Let me try the chicken, Akara said, taking the box of hot fried chicken since Intha's hands were occupied with the cigarette. Let me play food critic for a bit. I've had this before. It's not bad. I got the spicy version for you since I noticed you added a lot of chili to your shabu sauce. Figured you might like spicy food. Yup, I like it hot. Akara bit into a chicken wing with a loud crunch, chewing while glancing at Intha. His expression turned thoughtful as he swallowed and began his critique. This is decent. The spicy sweet flavor isn't too harsh, but it's a bit salty from reused oil. The cook seems confident in their sweet spicy glaze since there's no dipping sauce or extra condiments. Honestly, though, I miss hat yai fried chicken with sauce and crispy shallots. Sticky rice too? Definitely. Akara nodded enthusiastically, grabbing another piece of chicken. You've got quite the appetite. Totally. I get hungry often. Let me know when you're full, and I'll take you for a walk, Intha said, tossing his finished cigarette into the trash. He slung the strap of his bag over his neck, shifting it around as his shoulders started to ache. He swung merrily, as he often did, and when he noticed Akara watching, he quipped, "This is an amulet, monk's bag edition. It's not losing its sacredness cause of others. It's losing it cause of you. I'm just swinging it around. It's not going to lose its power that easily. Sure, after the walk, should we just head back to the hotel? I'm getting tired. We walked a lot at the temple this morning, then on the subway, not to mention wandering around like an idiot before I ran into you." Akara shifted his feet as his legs started to ache. He continued munching on his chicken with such enthusiasm that Intha couldn't resist grabbing a piece for himself. "I thought you'd want to hit a club next," Intha inquired curiously. "Nah, I'm over it. I'd rather wander around the convenience store near the hotel." Convenience store? Why not? When I'm stressed, I like walking around convenience stores. I went into one this morning and really liked it. I didn't even get to explore the whole place. Suit yourself. Are you full yet? Just one more piece. As for this bubble tea, I'll take a picture for Instagram and carry it around like it's cool. Intha didn't comment. He figured Akara was just stating what he wanted to do, not actually asking for his opinion. Sure enough, as soon as he finished speaking, Akara tossed the empty chicken box into the trash, wiped his hands on his pants, and pulled out his phone for a selfie. "Can I follow you on Instagram? It's the same name as my bar. My account's public. Your line is named after your bar and your Instagram, too." "Yup, that's how much I love my place. Think about it," Akara said with a wide grin, tucking his phone back into his pocket. He stepped closer to Intha and then started walking down the lit-up street, leading the way aimlessly. "You're going to get lost," Intha said, grabbing Akara's wrist. The taller man, standing at over 180 centimeters, suddenly seemed to shrink to 165 centimeters when the words, "You're going to get lost," left Intha's mouth. "I won't. No, I can't let you wander off. You're already dowdy enough." "What? I don't know." "Then don't let go. Hold on tight." Intha tightened his grip in response, not bothering to look back at Akara. He let the latter do as he pleased, following him into whichever shops caught his interest. By the time they returned to the area near the hotel, all the malls and stores had closed. They'd spent more time at Ximending than expected, leaving their legs feeling weak and tired. They ended up dragging themselves into a 24-hour convenience store to grab some food before heading back to rest. "I love late-night snacks. What do you want to eat?" "This lime-flavored Lay's is good," Intha suggested, dropping his favorite snack into the basket Akara was holding. "I'll pay. I'll cover yours, too. So stop giving me that look. I didn't even say anything. I was just looking at what you put in. So, which bubble tea flavor did your friend ask you to buy?" Is it tasty? I want to try it. It's all right. Not too sweet. The pink one's good. Intha pointed to the bottled bubble tea his friend had requested. He was dumbstruck when Akara started sweeping every flavor into the basket. They don't give out bags here. How are you going to carry all that back? I trust your monk's bag will fit it all. What? Monk's bag? It's a monk's bag, girly. If we keep a pure heart, a monk's bag is just an eco-friendly cloth bag. That's so sinful. What did you say? I didn't hear you. Nothing. I didn't say anything. Intha mumbled, unable to argue. Akara seemed too determined, and there was no point in trying to stop him. All Intha could do was stand there and watch. He watched as Akara grabbed more snacks, completely ignoring him as he stood awkwardly nearby. So, Intha wandered off to grab some condoms and lube. Just in case something unexpected happened. Paid for it. Tapped his smart card, and it was done. Oh crap, Akara turned around and saw. What did you buy? Gum. Intha blurted, quickly shoving the suspicious items into his monk's bag. Why didn't you pay for it with mine? I don't know. Are you tripping? Tripping my ass. Just pick whatever snacks you want. This one's good, too. Intha's thought. Fuck. My monk's bag. My monk's bag. Now holding a box of condoms. Intha glanced at the box of condoms lying at the bottom of the cloth bag, blinking intelligently as he tried to console himself. Intha's thought. If we keep a pure heart, a sacred monk's bag is just an eco-friendly cloth bag. Chapter 4. Akara pondered to himself as he used the hotel's soft towel to dry his damp hair in front of the bathroom mirror. He looked at his sharp face reflected back at him, already knowing there were faint bruises on his cheekbones. Even though they were barely visible now, just thinking about how they got there made him irritated. He had to thank Narice's concealer for that. It covered up the bruises perfectly whenever he had to go out and face the world. The arm with the tattoo grabbed the damp towel and hung it over the rack after noticing that the music playing during his shower had stopped and a line notification sounded in the background. He picked up his phone and saw it was Intha. The temple boy had sent a picture of the monk's bag, stuffed with several bottles of bubble tea, showing that Akara had forgotten it. So he texted back. The crowd bar's message. Someone gave you bubble tea as alms, huh? IMIN's message. My ass. Open the door and come get it. I'm outside your room. The crowd bar's message. 1SEC. I'm but naked hurry. After sending the message, he set his phone back on the sink and walked out to grab clothes from his suitcase. He picked a fitted black t-shirt and matching shorts for convenience. He dressed quickly, then headed for the door. His earlier gloom faded, and his face broke into a wide smile when he saw the familiar monk's bag held up high. The person behind the monk's bag had an unreadable face, looking a bit different after changing clothes, shorts, and a t-shirt, too. The bangs that usually covered his forehead were now pushed up by a small headband. Come in, come in. Did you just shower? Yup. I smell good now. Not gross anymore. He opened the door wide for Intha to come in first. Akara closed the door just as Intha finished taking off his shoes. What's that? Peach. I bought it yesterday and didn't finish it, so I brought it down in case you want to try. So it's leftovers. Akara sat at the foot of the bed, rubbing his hair dry with his hands instead of a towel, watching the temple boy turn to the table and start pulling bottles of bubble tea out of the monk's bag. The temple boy's back was broad, legs long and pale, and his butt was tight. Akara's thought. Nice. Fine, I'll eat it myself. I'm just joking. Give it here, I'll try it. So you don't eat veggies, but you eat fruit. My favorite, especially the sweet kind. This one's a soft peach, lots of juice, really moist. Wow, I know what you're thinking, something dirty. Intha said, bumping his back against the table and tossing a peach to Akara. The short distance made it easy to catch. This was their first real face-to-face moment. The bright room light hit Akara's chubby face. Intha frowned when he saw the bruise on the other's cheekbone. He hadn't noticed it during the day. Your face? What happened? Oh. Akara took a bite of peach and turned away to dodge the question. He touched the bruise, just as the bed dipped more when Intha sat down next to him. Oh what? My ex punched me. We fought when I caught him cheating. Intha fell silent. Forget it. The pink bubble tea is the one you said was good, right? Intha watched Akara's long legs walk to the shelf, pick up the pastel pink tea, and come back to sit beside him in the same spot. Open it for me. I'm a frail girly. Just say your hands are sticky and you can't open it. I hate guys who can read my mind. Akara glared, caught red-handed. Eating the juicy peach had left his fingers sticky, so he didn't want to open the tea bottle himself. He pushed it toward the temple boy for help. Soon, the tea bottle was back in his hands. The scent of milk and rose filled the air. Slurpa? He took a big gulp. Bussin, how long are you staying? You brought 2 bags. 3 days. Lucky number, like in the Buddhist scriptures. What's in those scriptures you're talking about? Bet you don't know. Let me master the 5 precepts first. Then we'll talk about the scriptures, Akara smirked, pulling one leg up on the bed and turning toward Intha. The other man glanced down, then sat cross-legged to face him, eyes locked and unblinking. Can't keep even 1 precept? Maybe not. This peach is so juicy, what a mess. I'm gonna wash my hands. Akara tossed the peach pit in the trash and started to get up, but his wrist was grabbed. He frowned at the person holding him. Intha's doe eyes looked up, and soon his tattooed fingers were licked clean by a warm tongue. Akara froze, biting his lower lip, breath catching. He let Intha lick his hand for a while, and when he stopped, Akara traced his own lips with his finger, almost daring him. You sure? Yeah, I'm sure. A whole new world, you know. Not my first time. With a guy? Why? Is that a problem? Nope. Akara pulled his finger from Intha's lips and gave a low laugh, rubbing his neck. The moment felt awkward and tense. So, is this a one-night thing? Just answer yes or no. That's all I need. You're ruthless, Hia. Akara pressed his lips together, looking at Intha a few more times before sighing. I want to see if it's really 8 inches. But, I don't have any condoms. They're in the bag. In the bag? Shit. Congrats. The gates of hell just opened for you. Hell is nice. I got plenty of friends down there. Go a little deeper, and you'll find me there. Yeah, I gotta confess, I've never had a one-night stand before. That's not a problem at all. Intha grinned, eyes shining, and yanked Akara's small, strong arm closer. The petite, not so petite body climbed back onto the bed. Akara felt smaller as Intha pushed him down flat on the wide bed. Then Intha got up to grab the box of condoms and the lube, came back, and lifted Akara's knees, sliding into the middle, pressing their heat together. Akara's pale face flushed pink, sweat beading at his temples. His hands gripped Intha's arms, feeling the hard bulge rubbing against him through their shorts. Akara's thought, he's rock hard. Hia, back up a sec. Intha fell silent. Take your clothes off. I'm ready. What's the rush? I don't know, just take them off. Off. Akara pushed Intha off the bed, then knelt up, stripping off his own shirt, then his shorts and underwear. He glanced over at Intha, who was already naked, too. Akara's thought, 8 inches for real. Damn, and him having such fair skin, its color is, not describing that. Young, he called, pushing Akara back down on the bed. Intha crawled on top, determined not to let him go anywhere this time. His eyes scanned Akara's bruises, asking even though he already guessed the answer. The bruise on your stomach, what happened? My ex beat me. Hit me with a chair. You're as big as a house. Why didn't you fight back? Intha tried to keep his cool, but his eyes blazed. He traced a finger over Akara's bruised ribs, making Akara wince in pain. I'm tiny. Intha fell silent. Can you pretend I'm small? Pretend I'm cute. All right. Intha nodded, and his grip, his touch, his hold all softened until they were gentle. He cupped Akara's cheek, stroking it, leaning in to press his nose to Akara's forehead, whispering sweetly, my little cupcake. It still hurts from being hit. Everything will be all right. If you're mine, I'll protect you. Akara nodded rapidly, relaxing his body and letting Intha take the lead. Everything happened so fast. In a heartbeat, the sweet taste of peach was swept away from his mouth. Lips pressed and sucked, tongues touched and tangled together. They licked and intertwined, getting used to each other. When Intha pulled back, a string of clear saliva clung to his tongue. The kiss was sweet, but below, their bodies were pressed so hard together it felt like they were burning up. Go until I beg for mercy. Young, don't challenge me. Warning, maybe the last warning. Intha reached over to turn off the lights, then pushed Akara up until his back hit the headboard. He grabbed both of Akara's wrists, pinning them above his head against the wall. Their breathing grew heavier and faster. Everything happened so fast, but of course, Both of them were still totally aware. Everything happened so fast. Hot tongues, soft lips, leaving rose-colored marks all over Akara's body. Intha bit and sucked especially hard on the tattooed areas, wanting to see if the red marks of passion would cover the intricate designs. He left marks all over Akara before releasing his grip and moving higher to give him a dizzyingly sweet kiss. One of Intha's hands slid lower, his fingernails trailing over hot, sweaty skin. Akara's shaky breaths sounded so melodic, soft in his throat, but the sound was full of fervor. Intha ran his hand along the deep groove between Akara's cheeks, his index and middle fingers moving by instinct, searching for the tightly closed entrance. He slipped them in shallowly and had to moan himself because it was so soft and gripping inside. His breath caught as he thought about when that spot would be wrapped around him. He couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to fuck Akara now. The younger man's strong arms wrapped around Intha's neck, his legs spreading wide as if he knew what to do. His hands played with Intha's soft hair, pulling off the headband and pressing his nose in to smell the faint scent of shampoo mixed with sweat. He couldn't hold back anymore. He wanted to be fucked so badly. He pushed away the thought that he'd just met Intha, letting the heat in his body take over. He didn't care who was holding him. All he knew was that this man's breath felt good. The smooth skin he touched felt good. He smelled nice. Long, playful fingers. Ugh. Hia, Akara gasped, hugging Intha tighter as those strong fingers pushed through the tightness. Intha leaned back to look at his face, his fingers still inside. Does it hurt, Muffin? Muffin, does it hurt? It doesn't hurt, but it's dry. It stings. It's tight. Intha nodded. He pulled his fingers out, pushed Akara's knees up high, putting him in a pretty embarrassing position, his lips swollen from all the kissing. Intha reached for the lube and a condom, squeezed some gel onto his fingers, and rubbed it on Akara's entrance, working his fingers in and out until it was slick. He was satisfied when Akara moaned, his body stretching out even without being touched directly. Then he put on the condom. This time, the lube was in Akara's hand. He squeezed some out and rubbed it all over Intha's hard shaft, making it even stiffer. Intha loved looking down and seeing Akara's tattooed hand wrapped around him. It was thrilling, the way the younger stroked him. Just right. Intha's thought. Good. Everything is good. The breathing, the scent. I like it. You're all sweaty here. You're making me hot. Intha answered, wiping sweat from his own forehead with the back of his hand. He slid down, letting Akara lie back, and lifted his legs so that his hips were off the bed. With the lights off, all they could see were each other's shadows. They had to use their hands to guide each other. When Intha found the right spot, he pressed his heat against it. He rubbed against it until a rough sound emerged, then pushed in expertly, right on target. Intha eased in slowly, biting his lip, while Akara let out a muffled sound in his throat. Their bodies joined tentatively, so tentatively that Akara thought Intha was teasing him on purpose, bit by bit, inch by inch. The slower it went, the more he could feel how thick and hot it was. Hia, is there a lot left? About halfway, I guess. Oh, it feels so uncomfortable. Akara winced as Intha kept pushing in. He was tight at the entrance, holding his breath, eyebrows almost touching, until Intha's hips pressed flush against his thighs. Only then did he finally sigh in relief. Akara's thought. All the way in. I took it all. The temple boy didn't let him rest, pulling out thanks to the slickness of the lube. Akara arched up and moaned, the pleasure shooting from his hips up his spine. It was dizzying and made him feel hazy. Intha leaned down, pushing even deeper. Akara clenched his hands together, lost in the trembling pleasure, moving his hips to meet Intha's thrusts. Their bodies slapped together, making loud, wet sounds as the lube overflowed, dripping milky, white down Akara's cheeks. Squelch. Akara moaned in his throat, not keening cutely or anything like that. Both hands pushed on Intha's thighs, trying to ease the force of the thrusts. He had to admit, sex with Intha felt amazing. He liked the way Intha would slam in, then pull out slowly as if he didn't want to. Hia, I'm coming, he cried out, surprised at himself. He hadn't even been touched there, but the pleasure was so intense it was building at the tip. Yeah, me too. You're so warm. Deeper. Young. His name sounded shaky, but Akara didn't care. He was at his limit. He closed his eyes, feeling the last 3 or 4 thrusts from Intha, each one harder and deeper. He shuddered and came at the same time, feeling relief as Intha's huge shaft pulled out. Eyes half closed, he tried to see Intha's shadow, watching the bigger man slip off the condom, tie it up, and toss it by the bed. There was no conversation. Akara reached for the box of condoms, grabbed a small silver packet, and shoved it into Intha's hand as Intha rolled him onto his side, a warning of what position was coming next. Muffin. Don't call me Muffin. Why not? I'm not that cute. You are to me. As soon as he said it, Intha slammed in all at once. Akara cursed loudly, smacking Intha's, but to get him to ease up. If you keep this up, ugh, I'm really gonna beg for mercy. Go ahead, I want to hear it. He said that, but then kissed Akara to muffle his cries. Intha moved his hips in circles, using every trick he had, sending the tattooed tough guy over the edge again and again. I told you not to challenge me. You're done for. Akara's thought. What the fuck is happening with my life? Let me think for a second. Okay, I remember now. My hubby dumped me. I flew to Taiwan to get a new boyfriend, and met this temple boy named Intha. We fucked last night. Akara sat up, messing up his already tangled hair even more after just waking up. There was no guy named Intha in his room. The light coming through the cream curtains told him it was morning. His first one-night stand, and when he woke up, the dude who'd wrecked him was gone, leaving only the marks of their night, a sore hole, and a backache. Akara's thought. He's gone. What am I supposed to expect? Whatever. He shook his head at the short, shallow relationship. At least all his stuff was still there. He was cleaned up and dressed in fresh clothes. Akara's thought. The guy was pretty decent, too. Good skills, a good top. Even made sure I was cleaned up before leaving. But he must really love his monk's bag, didn't even leave it behind as a keepsake. Thinking about it made Akara chuckle. He stretched, then slowly walked to the bathroom. Fresh clothes were already hung up and ready for him. There was a short note attached. Sorry for going through your bag. Got your clothes ready. Lucky color today is white. Geez. He laughed softly, turning to the mirror. The toothbrush was also set out. Akara rinsed his mouth and started brushing his teeth. He picked up his phone, left since last night, and turned it on. Line from IMIN. IMIN's message. Sorry I left first, but I tried to wake you and you wouldn't get up. IMIN's message. I was really happy last night. IMIN's message. I'm not a one-night guy. I'm serious. IMIN's message. I don't know if this is weird, since we just met, but I think I like you. IMIN's message. You're flying back Saturday, right? See you at the bar on Sunday. IMIN's message. I'm not just going to ghost you. I'll take responsibility. But today I have to help with the Cathan ceremony. IMIN's message. Don't forget to wear the lucky color shirt I left for you. Akara set the phone back down, leaning his shoulder against the bathroom wall for support. Akara's thought. Cathan ceremony. Cathan ceremony. Cathan ceremony. Fuck you. Chapter 5. A BMW X6 was parked beside a bright red Ford Ranger, its black front scoop adding an extra edge of toughness. Intha squinted against the afternoon sun, his gaze landing on a sticker at the back of the car that read, "This car is pink," alongside a kitty-framed sign dangling from the awning in the spacious parking lot. It read, Mr. Young's parking spot. Intha's thought. So, this is Young's car. The car's fierce vibe matches its owner. And why the hell isn't he replying to my messages? I even told him I'd be coming to the shop today. Shaking his head at the lack of response since morning, Intha thought about how, after finishing lunch with his family, he'd rushed straight here. He was slightly worried that his young might be sick or unwell. He pressed the accelerator as much as he could to get to this unfamiliar place ASAP. Akara's house, being a bar, wasn't hard to find. However, the usually lively area felt calm during the day. Intha didn't pay much attention to the surroundings. He reached for the food box he'd ordered to bring along, securely belted on the passenger seat to avoid any spills. Then, he rummaged for a What the My sticker. Initially, he only intended to bring food, but seeing the This Car is Pink sticker annoyed him. Intha's thought. A BMW disciple of What the My is better. This car is the senior disciple. Akara's car is the junior. It's a good deal. After concluding his self-made deal, he turned off the engine. One long leg stepped out first, and soon Intha was outside the car, scanning his surroundings. A large closed for renovation, indefinitely sign, handwritten in simple script, was posted at the front. Intha had noticed it even before turning into the parking lot. The sign for the crowd bar, as shown in the photos Akara had once shared, was gone. But with his good memory, he could tell where Akara's house was. It was across from the parking lot. The door was shut tight. Not exactly tight. He tried pushing it gently and found that the swing door at the front wasn't locked. Intha pushed it open and walked in uninvited. The place looked very different from the photos. At night, it seemed lively, but during the day, many chairs and tables were stacked in the shade outside the house, likely prepared for the outdoor zone. Walking further, he found the indoor zone, set up inside a classic 3-story brick house. The ground floor was surrounded by glass, with the door wide open. There was a stage with sound equipment and musical instruments. There was also a bar and kitchen area, with a few high tables and chairs scattered around. There weren't many tables inside, suggesting the shop focused more on the outdoor zone. Intha glanced at the beverage fridge before noticing 3 or 4 beer cans left behind the counter next to it. Some cans still had droplets of water clinging to them, suggesting Akara had recently opened them. Intha's thought, he's home, definitely home. Thinking that the owner's private room was likely upstairs, he didn't hesitate to move again. Intha made his way up the narrow stairs and found that Akara's shop was quite spacious. The second floor even had a cool pool table for playing. Intha's thought, so, the owner must be on the 3rd floor, the top floor. And as expected, he found a door with a kitty-framed sign that read, Mr. Young's room. Do not enter without permission. All right, the cultured temple boy stood still and knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Knock. Come on in. A muffled voice, likely just waking up, responded. Intha's thought, who's knock? Short for Nokia? I'm not getting up. I'm sleeping here. Who is it? Just come in. When Intha remained silent, Akara, the room's owner, started to complain. He's probably going to punch me. Intha muttered to himself before turning the doorknob. It's me. Hia? Oh, it's you. Right? You said you'd come on Sunday. Sorry, I thought it was one of the staff. Akara peeked out from under the blanket at the end of the bed, his eyes barely open, his hair sticking up in all directions. His tattooed arm searched for his phone, patting the soft bed. When he couldn't find it, he looked at Intha, his brain processing the past few days before remembering his appointment with the temple boy. It's Sunday, isn't it? What time is it, Hia? I don't know where my phone is. 1:30. Intha scanned the room for a place to put his things. Akara's bedroom was ordinary, not messy, quite clean. It had a bed, a wardrobe, a bathroom, a desk, and a few shelves. But the bed, with its many pillows and soft comforter, looked very inviting. Intha wanted to lie down, but Akara's large frame took up so much space that there was nowhere to lie down. Except on top of each other. It's only 1:30. I usually wake up at 3. Akara grumbled, rubbing his eyes. The cool air conditioning made him reluctant to leave the blanket. Sorry for waking you. What about the contract for partnership? Try to chillax. I just got back last night. Give me some time. So, no contract yet. Why do you sound so aggressive? Yes, I'm aggressive. No contract means you have to pay with your body. With that, Intha threw himself onto Akara, still wrapped in the blanket. Intha thought the other would struggle or push him off, but no. Akara buried his face into the bed and stayed still. Young, are you going back to sleep? No, I'm absorbing the merit from the body of someone who just went to a Cathan ceremony. Yeah, I brought merit for you. I was there for several days. Lots of merit, I guess, but the temple was far away, and there was no signal, so I couldn't contact you. But what I said, I meant it sincerely. How sincere doesn't matter. I just want to know why the Cathan ceremony is so important. It's important because my mom was the host. Do you know that the Cathan ceremony is a special merit-making event that can only be done once a year, within a 1-month period according to Buddhist rules? The merit is immense. I smell food. I'm hungry. Akara suddenly sat up, unable to endure Intha's Buddhist preaching. The large man lying on his back rolled off to the side. The blanket slipped off, revealing that Akara wasn't wearing a shirt, and the marks from their recent intimacy were visible. Hia, did you bring me something to eat? I did, but you're not wearing a shirt, your house door wasn't locked, and your room wasn't locked. Are you trying to seduce me? If I were, Knock would already be my hubby. Who's? Knock. Intha frowned in confusion, then slowly moved to lie on Akara's lap. The younger man scratched his belly near Intha's ear, showing off his toned abs. Just a friend. I'm hungry. Are you really hungry? Of course, I can smell the food clearly. What did you bring? My sixth sense tells me it's my breakfast. Red pork noodles. I had lunch with my family before coming here, so I brought some for you. Obviously, you're dressed so well. Akara glanced at the well-dressed Intha lying on his lap. Akara's thought, what the hell is this guy doing, lying on my lap? But it's okay. I'll let it slide cause today, the temple boy looks remarkably handsome. Intha's hair was styled to reveal his sharp facial features, his high-bridged nose catching the eye. His plump lips looked kissable. He wore a white inner shirt under a pastel pink suit, with matching pants. The white shirt tucked neatly into his pants, giving off a rich kid vibe. It matched perfectly with his clean white leather shoes. Here, let me lie here for 3 minutes. It's so comfy. Why didn't you take off your shoes before coming into my room? Intha fell silent. You even wore them onto my bed. Get off my bed right now. Thud. Young. Did you just push me off the bed? Welp, you didn't take off your shoes. When Intha raised his voice, Akara curled up on the wide bed, hugging his legs, looking at Intha's mock-angry face as he got up. Akara acted a bit scared. Why are you raising your voice? Why are you glaring? What are you going to do to me? I'm scared. I'm going to fuck you. Intha replied in a vicious tone, his eyebrows furrowed so tightly they almost touched. He didn't realize what he'd just said. When he did, he froze, then tried to cover it up with a blank expression. I was joking. Akara fell silent. Intha fell silent. I can't accept this. No, don't come closer. I'm scared. Please, have mercy on me. Akara's actions on the bed were a mix of resistance and invitation. He pulled the blanket over himself, wriggling, but his eyes were full of mischief aimed at the temple boy. Akara's thought. One could guess that Hia has lost his cool. His sinful side has emerged and oh, it's hilarious. LMAO. Intha sighed before changing the subject with a blank expression. Where can I take off my shoes? You're so good at changing the subject. Outside the room, there's a shoe rack. Okay. Can I open the noodles and eat them now? Yeah, there's a drink stall in front of the house. I'm a bit thirsty. I want something sweet. Do you want anything? Lemon tea, please. The uncle takes a while to make it, just so you know. Got it. I'll be back. Hia. What? Earlier, you meant to say hug, not fuck, right? There was no response to the teasing. Intha opened the door and closed it softly. Shortly after, Akara's line notification went off. He searched for his phone on the bed and found a message from Intha, who was standing outside the door, sending it. IMIN's message. Yeah, I said fuck. I didn't misspeak. Sinner. Akara shouted out of the room, only to freeze when Intha yelled back. I'm your hubby. By the time Akara got up, showered, and changed, Intha still hadn't come back upstairs. Akara wasn't too surprised since the drink stall Intha mentioned was run by an old man who took his sweet time to make drinks that you'd order in this lifetime and get in the next. Akara roughly towel-dried his damp hair, turned off the air conditioner, and dragged out an old fan to cool the room. He opened the curtains and slid the windows to let in the warm afternoon air. Then, he grabbed the bag of red pork noodles and sat on the floor near the balcony to eat. He started eating while gazing at the parking lot view in front of him. He noticed the luxurious BMW parked next to his car, undoubtedly Intha's. At the moment, the temple boy was sitting at the drink stall, looking like he was about to fall asleep, his hand propping up his chin, eyes closed. So, Akara got up, grabbed his phone, and sent a message while watching Intha, who opened his eyes and pulled out his phone to check. The crowd bar's message. Look up at me, babe. Intha's expressionless face tilted upward, meeting Akara's gaze. He waved his chopsticks in greeting, but Intha turned back to grab 2 drinks without acknowledging him. Akara's thought. What the hell? Hia. Akara yelled from the 3rd floor. Akara's thought. How dare he ignore me? What? Hurry up and come back up. We're going out. Intha didn't respond. The tall man in pastel clothes simply shoved his wallet into his pocket and walked back into the house. Akara watched him until he disappeared from view, then resumed eating his noodles, finishing them in record time. He was done before Intha even opened the door to come back into the room. Where are we going? The mall. I'll show you the contract first. I have an old one. If you want to make any changes, we can discuss it. Akara moved to sit at his desk and opened his computer, glancing at Intha, who dragged a chair to sit behind him and placed a drink nearby. Intha rested his arms on the back of Akara's chair, their faces just inches apart. What are you doing at the mall? Stocking up on food. While the bar's closed, I plan to stay in and watch movies. You can take the contract home to review if you want. I'll look at it here. I'm not in a rush and don't have any other plans. All right. Want a cigarette? Akara turned his head to ask, unfazed by the closeness. The proximity allowed him to catch a faint whiff of Intha's cologne. Akara opened a drawer, pulled out a pack of cigarettes, and tossed it onto the desk before turning back to search for the contract file. No, I don't feel like it. Here. Smoke curled from Akara's lips as he spun his chair to face Intha. He stared intently, making Intha feel a bit uneasy, his heart pounding audibly. Intha scooted his chair closer. What? Can I ask what our status is? Whatever status you want me to be in, that's what it is. Welp. I'm not ready to start over with anyone. Can you wait? Akara found the file he was looking for and hit print. While waiting for the document, he kept his gaze on Intha, looking deeply into his gentle eyes. I'm not in a hurry. We can just see each other for now. You won't scam me, right? Well, let's see. Then let's call it situationship stage. Okay. Whatever Akara said, Intha agreed. Nah. Let's call it something like a Thai 7-Eleven status instead. What are you talking about? Intha ruffled Akara's still damp hair, smiling at his confused expression. You know, like the slogan, whenever you're hungry, just drop by. To fuck you mean? Yeah, damn it. You're so blunt. I get hungry often, you know. Fine. I'm open 24/7. Akara laughed at his own joke, pulling the printed A4 paper from the printer and handing it to Intha. The sharply dressed man skimmed through it before placing it on his lap. There's something I want to ask. You're renting this house, right? Yup. I want this house. Is the owner selling it? Akara froze, glancing sideways. He'd been renting this house for years to run his bar. He'd once thought about buying it, but that plan fell apart when his money was swindled. And young. So, is the owner selling it? They are. They've been yearning to sell it for ages. The adjacent lot is for sale too, 'cause they're moving abroad permanently. I started the purchase process months ago when I planned to expand the bar, but now I'm broke. I'll have to talk to the owner again about returning the adjacent lot and just rent in this house and the parking lot like before. Go ahead with the expansion. I've got more money now. Akara fell silent. My brother wants the condo I bought. I was planning to sell it anyway. I originally intended to use it as a marital home, but now it just feels wrong to live there. If you buy the house, where will I live? Here, of course. I don't know how to run a bar. You handle it, and I'll just throw money at problems. Intha joked, making Akara take a deep drag of his cigarette. I'll talk to the owner. But if the house is under your name, we'll have to redo the contract. I've got a friend who's a lawyer. I'll hire him to draft it. You really do like solving problems with money. Akara started to smile as Intha shrugged. He tried to relax. Whatever happens, happens. It can't be worse than it already is. Want to go to ChermChey Market? Come with me, and then we'll hit the mall for your stuff. You're going to go in that outfit? I'll stop by my place to change first. Intha looked down at his clothes and realized they weren't suitable for strolling around ChermChey Market. Where's your place? Is it far? The temple boy asked. Nottakorn. Akara answered easily. Then just wear my clothes. My place is closer to ChermChey. We should be able to share clothes. Judging by their sizes, Akara figured they could. He frowned at the pastel pink suit before heading to his wardrobe. Today's lucky color is pink, I remember. I should have a pink shirt. Black pants will do. Black isn't unlucky today. Intha nodded, watching Akara's back as he wore a black crewneck t-shirt and cream-colored shorts. He liked Akara, had been drawn to his beaming smile and straightforward way of speaking since their first conversation. The more he got to know Akara, the more he liked him. He didn't know why. He just liked him. He was charming. Any color is fine. My underwear is already the lucky color. You mean pink? Yeah. Intha confirmed the auspiciousness by stripping off his old clothes, leaving only his underwear. He smiled as Akara handed him the new clothes. Akara's sharp eyes lingered on the front of Intha's underwear before meeting his gaze. Akara gave him a thumbs up, clicking his tongue playfully. You're really something, Hia. Wait downstairs. No need to lock the room. With that, Akara turned away, forcing his focus away from the 8 inches in the auspicious colored underwear. He gathered a few more essentials and left the room without looking back at Intha. Akara's thought. Pure sin. So this is what it feels like. Chapter 6. After changing into fresh clothes, Intha casually strolled downstairs. He didn't see Akara, but could hear his voice coming from outside, giving away his location. Intha's thought. Who's he talking to? Laughing so chirpily like that. When Intha pushed open the unlocked swinging door, he saw Akara crouched on the ground, playing with a small child. The child's tiny hand was holding onto his mother's, while Akara was pinching the boy's chubby cheeks playfully. Who's that, young? The soft whisper came from the small mouth of the woman, who was presumably the child's mother. Intha's thought. Whispering so quietly I can't hear a thing. He's my senior, the new business partner for the shop. Hey, Weenie, say hello to Uncle N. Uncle will give you money for snacks. Intha's thought. What kind of kid is named Weenie? And when did I ever say I'd give money for snacks? Young, my kid's name is Winnie, not Weenie. Weenie, come on, say hello to Uncle N now. The little child stood with his belly sticking out, twisting back and forth, glancing shyly at Uncle Intha. Intha crouched down next to Akara, his long fingers gently brushing the child's soft cheek, stroking it lightly. Intha's thought. So gentle. And Winnie, right? Can you say Uncle N's name? Handsome. The child didn't call Intha's name, but instead complimented him with innocent eyes. Akara clicked his tongue in annoyance, pulling the child into a loose hug, frowning with a determined look after the child praised Intha. Uncle N is handsome, but what about P. Young? Is he handsome too? Auntie Young is a lady boy. Akara lowered his head, staring at the ground, mouthing silent curses. He glanced up at Intha, who'd already stood up, his face red from holding back laughter. Alrighty. It's hot today. You should take your kid inside. Auntie Young is leaving now. Bye-bye. Akara kissed the child's cheeks a few more times without holding a grudge, then handed Winnie back to his mother. He watched the mother and child walk away before stepping closer to Intha, who was waiting nearby. Who was that? Just someone from the neighborhood. They live at the end of the alley. Probably came out to buy snacks at 7-Eleven. Akara explained, knowing exactly who Intha was asking about. His kind gaze followed the mother and child until they were out of sight, then turned back to focus on the tattooed man in front of him. Let's take my car. No, parking is a hassle. Let's take the subway. It's just at the end of the alley. Akara complained lengthily, grabbing Intha's arm to pull him along. I hate traffic the most. So Auntie Young hates traffic. Are you mocking me? No, not mocking. I like it. Uncle N and Auntie Young, it's cute. Should we name the bar that? No way. That sounds too much like a made-to-order restaurant. Others might think I copied their place name. Then how about Auntie Young is a lady boy? Like hell. Akara shouted, but his eyes and mouth were smiling widely. He slowed his pace slightly, waiting for Intha, who'd stopped to look at a utility pole, to catch up. What are you doing standing by the pole, here? Is the pole more interesting than me? Just taking a picture of a barbecue delivery number. Akara fell silent. How about barbecue for dinner? You want barbecue? Yeah. I don't like grilled food. How about shabu instead? Anything's fine. I just want meat. Meat, beef. Intha trailed off dreamily as they descended the escalator. His eyes scanned the surroundings before stopping to meet Akara's, who was shorter. If there's no beef, I'll just gnaw on your arm instead. Not just words. When they reached the bottom of the escalator, Intha grabbed Akara's tattooed arm, lifted it close to his mouth, and mirthfully bit it lightly with his white teeth. Honestly, I think it's not about the meat. You're just looking for an excuse to grope someone defenseless like me. Being such a belle like Auntie Young is tough, getting harassed by dudes. Akara pulled his arm away from Intha's mouth, but loosely held onto the older man's wrist. Well, you're delicious. Addicted, huh? So, when can I have more? Intha whispered huskily, intertwining his fingers with Akara's and gently tugging him closer. His perfectly arched brows above his sweet eyes raised slightly, waiting for an answer. Are we really going to walk around holding hands like this? Akara raised their clasped hands into the space between them, not answering the question. He'd already said, whenever you're hungry, just drop by. Akara's thought. 7-Eleven. Can't we? No, it's just, prison. No one's ever held my hand while walking. Aren't you embarrassed? What's there to be embarrassed about? Walking with me. Why should I be? The more Akara spoke, the tighter Intha held his hand. I'm not cute, not small. You're small now. Akara fell silent. Well, you're my little cupcake, aren't you? Akara's face flushed as he heard that. He pressed his forehead against Intha's shoulder, rubbing it to hide his embarrassment. Shit, I'm blushing. Yeah, I said it to make you blush. Have you ever felt your heart race because of me? I dunno. Not yet, maybe. Whatever. I told you I'm not in a rush. Let's get off at ChermChey Bar station. I like getting off there more than Chatuchak. Intha asked for Akara's opinion, but had already selected the destination at the ticket machine. It's closer. Same here. I prefer getting off at ChermChey Bar over Chatuchak. Akara looked up at the ticket machine, blushing even more when he realized they were the center of attention. Even though passers-by tried to be discreet, it was evident they were being gossiped about. Akara's thought. I'm so embarrassed. Fuck you, Hia. You bastard. Always making me blush. Akara wanted to throw himself into Intha's arms and playfully punch his chest, yelling in his small voice. You bastard. I'm blushing so much. But when Akara looked at the size of his own hands, he thought Intha might actually feel it if he punched him. Better not, young. Have mercy on the guy. So what's the plan for dinner? Intha ignored Akara's flustered expression and let go of his hand, handing him the subway token. Shabu. We can buy ingredients and cook at home. My place has a pot. But what about you? What are you doing at the market? Looking at amulets and antique shops. Where's that in Chatuchak? Do you actually believe me? Intha raised an eyebrow as they continued walking. Why? Is there something strange about it? I was kidding. I'm actually planning to buy scented sachets for the car. The shop's right by ChermChey Bar station. Do you want to walk around more? Or should we head to the mall for some air conditioning? Oh, I know the place. It smells really nice. Akara rubbed his neck, glancing at the train pulling into the platform. When the doors opened, Intha nudged him to step in first, using his larger frame to shield him. He really felt like Intha's little cupcake, just like being on the subway in Taiwan. You're the first person, young, to ask where it is instead of telling me not to go. Usually, when I say I'm going to look at amulets or antiques, people either stop me or call me weird. That's why you like me, right? Mary had a little lamb. Little lamb, little lamb. You're changing the subject again. Akara turned away, avoiding eye contact, before casually saying, let's go check out the antique shops. I know you like weird stuff. How do you know I like weird stuff? 'Cause you like me. Mary had a little lamb. Its fleece was white as snow. And everywhere that Mary went, Mary went, Mary went. Are we going or not? Let's go. Are you blushing? Akara teased, noticing the deep red spreading across Intha's fair cheeks, all the way to his ears. Intha didn't respond. Instead, he took Akara's hand and placed it over his left chest. Thump, 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 thump. My heart's racing for you like this. Hia, what? I was just going to say, Mary had a little lamb. Just so you know, I don't stop anyone. Especially if you're paying for this haul, I won't stop you at all. Intha's long legs and his worn sneakers stepped onto the supermarket floor. He and Akara were at the grocery store, shopping for fresh ingredients for dinner. The shopping cart was already running out of space. But we should think about the fact that we didn't bring a car, and we also bought ceramic mugs from Chatuchak. What if the mugs break while carrying all this stuff? Akara glanced at the mugs in their cardboard box. He'd wanted them when they passed the store, and Intha had offered to buy them. 2 mugs, 1 for each of them. Hia, are you even listening to me? You're carrying this stuff on your own. I can't handle it. I want some spicy Korean ramen, too, Intha said, hearing him but ignoring the complaint. The temple boy pulled the cart forward to find the ramen he wanted. I know I can help you carry it, but I'm lazy. Sometimes I just want to act delicate. Which ramen? Red or black pack? Black. It's a bit spicier. What else? I'll buy it for you. A case of dark beer would be nice. Just thinking about it makes my throat itch. You just said you couldn't carry anything. Who said that? Never mind. Intha shrugged, letting go of the cart so Akara could push it toward the beer aisle. The one who claimed to be delicate lifted 2 cases of 24 cans of beer, each with ease. His arm muscles didn't even flinch. Intha's thought. Like it wasn't heavy at all. Oh wow, my wifey is so strong. All right, let's head back before it gets too late. Watch out. Intha pushed the shopping cart to a stop just in time, preventing Akara from accidentally running into a young woman in a university uniform. The younger man had been rushing with the cart without paying attention to his surroundings. Luckily, Intha's sharp eyes caught it before an accident happened. "You're being dowdy again," he muttered. "Are you going to ask for her number, Hia? You were staring so hard your eyes were about to pop out." "I did no such thing." "Then come here and push the cart properly." "Young." Akara fell silent. "I wasn't looking at anyone." Intha was starting to panic as Akara stood there with a blank expression, arms crossed, lips pressed tightly together. "I didn't say anything." "How could I? I can't say anything to you." Akara's thought. "We aren't anything official, but I'm still just a little irritated." He really smiled with his eyes at her, though. "Didn't you say you liked me?" -10 points. "Hey, I've thought of a name for our bar," Intha said, hastily switching gears after sensing the tension. "You're going to love it. It's perfect for us." "What's the name?" "Cherm." Akara fell silent. "ChermChey. A bar named ChermChey? Are you for real?" Akara frowned, turning to stare at the taller man. Intha's doe eyes locked onto his, showing him that he was serious. "The name is catchy and easy to remember. How about we redecorate the place in a retro style? It shouldn't be too hard. When I walked past the antique shops in Chattachak, I got so many ideas. It'd match the name perfectly. We could even change the music. I like country songs, but the old partner liked EDM. I like country songs too. I can like them as well." No, you can't like them. You like me." "How is that related?" "It is now, but you'll have to cover the cost of redecorating first. I already told you I'm broke through and through. Then put yourself up as collateral." "Sure thing. I'll pull my pants down and wait." "You're so cheeky." Intha pushed Akara's head onto his shoulder and ruffled his already messy hair. He leaned in, inhaling the scent of the other's hair before whispering softly into his ear, "Young? What? I like you. I like you even more now." Intha let Akara go and pushed the cart toward the checkout counter. The young man followed behind, tossing in a few more snacks. Akara's thought, "Well, liking me more is a good thing." ChermChey. Off to a fantastic start. Chapter 7. We're Hamii. Akara shouted loudly inside the cramped pink taxi, where he and Intha were squeezed together in the back seat along with several shopping bags. As soon as the car came to a stop in front of the house, Akara, with his tattooed arm, grabbed the front seat and leaned forward to check the fare. 189 baht. Akara pulled out a 100 baht bill and handed it to Intha before grabbing several shopping bags and stepping out of the car. "Keep the change. I'll open the house door. Don't forget the beer crates in the trunk, Hia." "Got it," Intha replied, watching Akara hop out of the car. He slapped his own cheeks lightly to wake himself up. He dozed off and only woke up when Akara's loud voice announced their arrival. Intha didn't use the 100 baht bill Akara had given him to pay the fare. Instead, he held onto it and pulled out his own wallet to cover the entire taxi fare. After asking the driver to open the trunk, he gathered the remaining bags and carried the beer crates out of the car. He lugged 2 beer crates into the house, feeling a bit foolish, while Akara placed the bags on the glass table inside the bar area. The young man then nimbly jumped onto the stage, which was nearly a meter above the ground. Intha's thought, "That little cupcake. He sure can jump." "What are you doing?" Intha asked, setting the beer crates down in an empty spot. He then plopped onto the sofa, rummaging through a snack bag to find something to eat. His eyes stayed on Akara, who was plugging in cords, pulling out others, turning on some lights, and kicking a stray cable here and there. Soon, a sweet melody filled the air. "Loving you is easy 'cause you're beautiful. Making love with you is all I want to do. Loving you is more than just a dream come true. And everything that I do is out of loving you. La 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 la. Do 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 do. Playing some music," Akara said with a wide grin from the stage. The lighting was dim since he'd only turned on a few of the lights. "I thought you liked country music," Intha teased. "The playlist is already in the system. This is for early evenings, slow songs first. Later at night, we'll switch it up." Akara explained. "Too slow. I want something more of a Last Boss's theme song." "Bring it on." Akara laughed, flashing his bright white teeth. Despite Intha's words, when Akara turned to look, the so-called tough guy was sending him a mini heart with his fingers, winking and beckoning him with a playful finger wave. Young, come here for a sec. That tone is kinda scary. Come on, I've got something for you. Intha said, trying to sound convincing. What is it now? Akara was suspicious, but still hopped off the stage. He walked over to Intha and sat down beside him, watching as the older man reached into his pocket. A moment later, 100 baht bill was held out in front of Akara. Instinctively, he grabbed it. It's yours, Intha said. For the taxi fare? Akara asked. No, go buy some ice. Akara fell silent. Go on. And bring out the pot, too. I'll handle the veggies and meat here. Akara fell silent. Hurry up. I want cold drinks. I don't feel like going out again. Can't you go? I'm too small to carry ice. This time, it was Intha who fell silent. He glanced at Akara's muscular arms and blinked owlishly. Intha's thought. You got muscles the size of a kid's head, but can't carry ice? Can't carry ice. Pretty please. Fine. But who's going to prep everything here? I'm starving. They were so hungry that both of their stomachs growled in unison, a result of wasting time waiting for a pink taxi. It wasn't Intha's idea to wait for the bright pink taxi for good luck. It was Akara's challenge. If you're so confident, wait for a pink taxi for the sake of good luck. Intha's thought. Well, they waited. Good luck came with gastritis. I can do it. I'm great at cooking. If you didn't know, I'm telling you now. Besides, you don't even know where anything is. Let me handle the housework. I'm the perfect homemaker, okay? Fine. Be back, Intha replied, snatching the 100 baht bill back from Akara's hand. He stood up, stretched his legs, and shook off the stiffness. Take the motorbike. It's parked behind the bar. Wait, I'll grab the keys for you. You have a motorbike? Intha asked, surprised. Of course. It's for quick trips to the end of the alley. A car's no good, especially late at night when the alley gets jammed with traffic. Intha nodded and caught the keychain Akara tossed to him with perfect timing. The area did get more congested as the night went on, just as Akara had said. The alley was packed with clubs and bars, their lights and music competing to outshine the darkness of the night. The bright lights were almost blinding, and the faint music could already be heard in the early evening. Intha figured it'd only get louder as the night deepened. He walked closer to Akara, resting his chin on the younger's shoulder from behind, just as Akara turned to head into the kitchen to prepare the food. The tattooed man froze for a moment, startled, and turned slightly to glance at Intha. What's up with you, Hia? Don't be naughty while you're home alone. I'll be back soon. Just wait a bit. And how should I respond to that? Try saying, yes, Daddy. Intha whispered in a sultry tone near Akara's ear. The result? Akara shoved his head away and muttered a curse under his breath. That's so sinful. Akara grumbled. Twink boy and his daddy. Intha joked further. Just go buy the ice already. All right. And hurry back to the monk's quarter, temple boy. Don't wander around. A monk's quarter with free Wi-Fi? Yes. The temple food is delicious, but not as delicious as me. Geez, one more step, and the ground will swallow me straight to hell. Akara shook his head at their bizarre conversation. He watched Intha smile, so brightly his eyes disappeared, not moving an inch. Akara had to remind him again. The ice. I'm heading off now, Intha said, jogging in place for dramatic effect. He looked so tired, so out of breath, so fast. Young, look. No matter how much I run, I can't seem to get anywhere. Give me back the impression I had of you when we first met. Now you're just bats hit crazy. Ha. The guy only laughed as Akara walked into the kitchen, leaving him grinning like a fool at his successful teasing. Intha stopped his fake running and walked normally to the back of the bar to get the motorbike. He needed to buy ice, 2 packets of antacid, just in case they overate. No condoms today, because there was already a giant box in the car. The ice arrived before the shabu pot even started boiling. Intha watched Akara move the beer crates from the table to the floor. The tattooed man wiped the sweat from his brow, his shirt already removed, revealing his toned muscles and tattoos. Sweat glistened on his skin, so hot. Made in want to pounce. But Intha kept a straight face and uttered softly, the ice is here. Perfect. I'm so thirsty. A cold beer will be refreshing. Akara grinned, taking the ice bag from Intha. He tossed the unopened bag into the cooler and slammed the other on the ground to break up the ice chunks. Those muscles, so beefy. Poor ice, Intha commented. Do I look that rough? Akara asked. Not too much. You just dented the floor a little. Drama queen. Is it ready to eat yet? Almost. Here are your chopsticks. The broth tastes great, Akara said, handing over a pair of chopsticks. You mean your cooking is great, right? Intha clarified, sitting down at the table across from Akara with the shabu pot between them. He leaned forward to peek inside and saw the pot divided into two sections, one with vegetables and one without. Nope, I just added a whole pack of flavor enhancer. My wifey's cooking skills. Better start saving for a hair transplant course. What did you just call me? Nothing. I heard that, you know. Intha tapped his chopsticks on the edge of the pot. His face felt hot, unsure if it was from the steam or embarrassment. The white steam Intha blew toward Akara's face might have helped hide his reddening cheeks. Your hearing's too good. Take the steam on your side. Wow, bullying me now. I'm sulking, humph. My little buttercup, you're so cute when you're sulking. I could just eat you. Stop grinding your teeth while you talk. You're so fake. Be sincere, please, Akara chided, holding his chopsticks out across the pot like a microphone for Intha, who was adding meat to the pot. With a deadpan expression, Intha said, I want to eat you out. The chopsticks nearly slipped from Akara's hand as he hastily pulled them back. Akara's thought, I knew it. I fucking knew it. Does your mom know you're like this? Like what? Like how you're with me right now. My mom's been using the hashtag there is no one better than my child since I was 3. But she always writes there instead of there. No matter how much I correct her, she never changes. When I point it out, she just says, sorry, I forgot. That sounds kinda cute. No, I have a rule not to talk to people who use there incorrectly. I even blocked friends on Facebook for it. But in the end, it's my mom. I can't block her, so frustrating. I should just run away from home. Run away then. The abbot at the temple nearby is kind. He'll let you share a room in the monks' quarters. Nope, not good. No Wi-Fi. And Akara raised an eyebrow, taking a big gulp of beer from his can. Akara's thought, let's just say, it tasted like beer. I want to stay in a cozy monk's quarters with Wi-Fi. I want to stay here, Intha said, stirring the pork in the pot with his chopsticks while sneaking a coquettish glance at Akara. Just say you want to sleep with me tonight. No need to pretend you want a good monk's quarters with Wi-Fi. I can see right through you, sinner. Intha choked. Intha's thought, well, he's not wrong. But damn, Young knows too much. Chokin'? Is sin stuck in your throat? No, it's your beauty. Ew, cheesy. Akara wrinkled his nose, and the conversation quieted as they started eating. Intha picked up some pork for Akara, while the latter poured beer into the matching ceramic mugs they'd bought together. There was a loud clink as their glasses met, and bottoms up. Intha was the first to break the silence. So, can I stay over tonight? Intha began. Do you have a toothbrush? I bought one earlier at the mall. Wow, you're prepared, Akara said, unable to hold back his comment. You really planned this out, huh? I'll do the dishes later. No need. Just don't run off to host another Cathan ceremony. No, just a robe offering ceremony. Akara fell silent. I'm kidding. Intha lowered his head to eat a meatball from his bowl, pretending to act nonchalant toward Akara while secretly smiling to himself. Intha's thought, you're in for it. 10 rounds, no breaks. After finishing their meal, the two moved upstairs to the 3rd floor of the house. Akara carried 2 or 3 more cans of beer with him, insisting that Intha shower first because he was feeling too lazy to go himself. Akara sat on the balcony, sipping his beer. The familiar sounds of music surrounded him, along with the bright lights from the nearby bars and clubs. To be honest, at this time of night, he shouldn't have been sitting in a dark room drinking beer. He should have been downstairs, walking around the bar, managing things, and kicking out customers when it was closing time. Akara's thought, it's kinda sad. Nothing is the same anymore. Click. The presence of the person sharing this moment with him confirmed that everything had indeed changed. Rode down the highway. Broke the limit, we hit the town. Went through to Texas. Yeah, Texas. And we had some fun. Akara suddenly sang out loud. What? Intha asked, drying his damp hair with a towel. He looked at Akara, who'd randomly burst into song. The dim light from outside cast a shadow over Akara's face, which was flushed red from the alcohol. The room was completely dark, with all the lights turned off, an indie vibe with an energy-saving twist. Come to think of it, Akara had drunk quite a lot already. But judging by his conversation, he wasn't drunk. He seemed perfectly normal. Intha's thought, what a high tolerance. AC/DC, you know? probably coming from the bar across the street. Listening closely, Intha could indeed hear the song playing. He stepped outside, tucking the rock band printed tank top Akara had handed him for sleeping into his elastic waist sweatpants. He pulled the pants up high, almost to his chest, thinking it looked super cool. That's hilarious. I was about to get into a sad mood. Akara said, shaking his head. And who's stopping you from being sad? Intha raised an eyebrow, then plopped down to rest his head on Akara's lap as he sat on the floor. You are. Get up, you're heavy. What did I do? You dressed like a clown. I saw it, and I couldn't stop Logan. I can't even feel sad anymore. Akara pushed Intha's head and body away before standing up. The older one glared at him, annoyed, as Akara announced. I'm gonna shower first. I feel sticky. All right. Please take your shirt out of your pants, Hia. No, it's a style, Intha argued, sitting stubbornly on the floor with his arms crossed, his frown signaling that he wasn't going to change his mind. Akara pouted dramatically. Then pull your pants down. Do you have a problem with my pants? Because they're riding up. I can see your groin. It's this big. You're such a perv, Intha muttered, glancing down at his own crotch while sitting cross-legged. He scolded Akara, but his eyes sparkled mischievously as the other raised his own fist and said, this big. So Intha brought up his own fist as well. Whatever size it is, it's all yours. Akara shook his head, avoiding eye contact with the cheeky Intha as he walked into the bathroom. Akara's thought. Intha was definitely messing with him. Akara knew it. When they were out shopping earlier, the man had seemed normal, calm, even kind. Why is it that when he's with me, he's both bats hit and sinful? Seriously, is he possessed? Are you cursing me out in your head? None of your business. Akara shouted back, loud and clear. His tone sounded frustrated, but the reflection in the mirror showed a wide grin on his face. He had to clean himself up and get ready, just in case. He ended up letting Intha stay the night. Akara's thought. I'm eating well tonight. When Akara stepped out of the bathroom, smelling fresh and clean, he frowned. The moderately sized room was still pitch dark, even darker than before. Intha had closed the glass door and drawn the curtains, blocking out the light from outside. Hia, Akara called out, unable to see Intha. He cautiously moved around, wondering what kind of prank Intha was planning this time. Akara's thought. Is he trying to scare me? Bring it on. I'll jump on him and cling to him until his back breaks. But no matter how long he waited, Intha didn't respond. The only sound was the soft hum of the air conditioner. Akara decided to walk to the door and turn on the lights. Once the room was illuminated, his sharp eyes immediately spotted the person he'd been looking for. Intha hadn't run off to host a Cathan ceremony. Instead, he was meditating by the bed. Yup, his right leg over his left, hands resting on his lap, breathing in and out steadily. Put thou put. Hia. Akara yelled his lungs out. Akara's thought. Oh my god, I'm going crazy. Meditatin' in the middle of a bar district with loud music blaring, Barbie girl and live bands screaming, kiss me here, touch me there? Yes. Intha's thick lashes fluttered open. His demeanor was the complete opposite of Akara's, calm and serene. He seemed to radiate a soft, starry glow. Unbothered. Moisturized. Happy. In his lane. Focused. Flourishing. What are you doing? Akara asked, trying to calm himself. He knew the answer, but still asked. Was he drunk, or was he just seeing things? Why did Intha seem to be glowing? Akara's thought. Must be the merit. Meditating, can't I? It's not that you can't, but why didn't you answer when I called you? I was using AirPods, Intha said, brushing his bowl-cut bangs aside to reveal the AirPods in his ears. He pulled them out and showed them to Akara, shaking his head slightly, as if it were no big deal. I was listening to relaxing music. I feel better now. Something is both there in you? Akara exhaled through his nose, trying to calm himself as he quickly walked over to open the curtains. He preferred having some light from outside streaming in and only closed the curtains when it was time to sleep. There's something I want to ask, but I'm anxious, so I haven't said it. Ask me. Yeah, Intha said, playing with a strand of his soft hair. He bit his lip, hesitating, as he locked eyes with Akara, who'd turned to face him. The light from outside was beautiful. It made Akara look even more mysterious and intriguing. Just say it. What do you want to ask? Well, Akara fell silent. I want to challenge the stars a little. The hell are you babbling about? The more you talk, the more confused I get. Akara started to get a little annoyed. He leaned against the glass door, watching as Intha stood up to his full height. At least he'd taken his shirt out of his pants, and his dry hair no longer looked flat. Intha looked attractive in his own way. The more Akara stared at him, the more he got used to it. It wasn't as striking as when they first met. I want to try. When you're ready to talk, call me. I'll be waiting in bed. I want to try doing it on the balcony. Intha blurted out, finally completing his sentence. Akara froze, his face pale, his body stiff. His mind went blank for a moment after hearing those words. Akara's thought, oh my fucking god. He's not flashy when it comes to looks, but when it comes to sex, he's always full of surprises. Challenging the goddamn heavens and the stars. What do I do? What do I do? Fuck. If he dares to ask, I'll fucking give it to him. With that, Akara pulled off his fitted t-shirt and tossed it to the floor. He slid the glass door open with trembling hands. Turn off the lights first. Then come on, fuck me hard. Intha leaped with all his might. Chapter 8. I'm about to have sex with the temple boy on the balcony outside our room. The view is a narrow street, lit up by car headlights and bar signs, and the whole scene is made even hotter by the live band's wild music blasting from below. Damn, now they're playing Awake and Alive. I'm awake, I'm alive. Now I know what I believe inside. Now it's my time. I'll do what I want, 'cause this is my life. Here, right now. Stand my ground and never back down. I know what I believe inside. I'm awake and I'm alive. We bears. Fuck, Hia, you killed the mood. What? Akara leaned back against the balcony railing after Intha suddenly blurted that out. He glanced into the pitch-dark room and saw Intha bending down, searching for something in his canvas shoulder bag, the one he'd just brought up from the car after dinner. He suddenly mentioned bears. What the hell is he rambling about? Looking for my bear bag. Silence. There are condoms in there. So adorable. You keep condoms in a bear bag. Akara couldn't help but tease him. How could Intha be so adorable, using a wee bear's bag for condoms? He'd half expected him to keep them in a monk's offering bowl instead. Found it. After rummaging around, Intha finally found what he was looking for. He unzipped the bag, took out a silver condom wrapper, and tossed the rest onto the bed. One round outside is enough. The rest can happen on the bed like normal people. He stepped toward Akara with the condom and lube in hand. Akara glanced at what he was holding, then twisted around to turn his back. Akara braced his arms on the balcony railing, arching his slim hips back. His pale, toned waist made Intha's head spin. In an instant, Intha pressed up close. His heat ground against the crease of Akara's butt, even with their pants still on. After a few thrusts, he was already hard and swollen. A moan slipped from Akara's soft lips. Intha pressed his face to Akara's back. His young was panting, body trembling, grinding his hips to meet each gentle thrust. It was obvious he was turned on. Sex on the balcony just after 9 p.m. was more than a little exciting. Intha reached down to grab Akara's shaft, confirming what he suspected, hard and hot. He stroked and squeezed him through the fabric until Akara turned to snap at him. How long are you going to squeeze my balls? They're soft. You're a freak. Akara grumbled, but then bit his lip as Intha slipped his hand inside his pants and started stroking him. The insults quickly turned into muffled moans. This freak is your hubby. Akara didn't want to respond to that infuriating comeback, but he gripped the railing tighter as Intha stopped stroking and instead yanked down the back of his pants. One of the temple boy's fingers slid along the crease. Intha straightened up, squeezing a long line of lube onto his hand. The slick, sticky stuff was inside him now, pushed in by Intha's hot finger. Akara bit his lip, trembling as Intha curled his finger, brushing the soft inner walls. It felt like Intha was coating everything, getting him ready for the real thing that was coming soon. Akara couldn't take it anymore and twisted around to tug down Intha's elastic waistband. His big, hard cock sprang free since he wasn't wearing underwear. Even in the dark, it looked huge. Intha wasn't fazed by having his pants pulled down. He just raised an eyebrow at Akara, tore open the condom wrapper with his teeth, and rolled it on. Then he squeezed out a generous amount of scentless lube, coating the shiny, latex-covered shaft. The start was crucial. If it was slippery enough, it'd go in easily. If Akara didn't hurt too much, they could go for a long time. He pulled his finger out and lined up his hard cock with Akara's entrance. Intha pushed in just the tip, letting the other man do the rest. Akara leaned forward, pushing his hips back to take Intha in, inch by inch, until his ass smacked against Intha's thighs with a loud thud. Ow! Akara let out a groan, eyes brimming with tears. Akara's thought, gosh, it's so tight and full, I can barely breathe. Are you excited? Young, you're squeezing me so tight. Kiss me. Akara admitted, asking for a kiss. Intha dragged his tongue down Akara's spine, then nipped at Akara's lower lip. They could feel each other's hot breath on their faces. Akara's wet tongue tangled with his, a shaky moan escaping as Intha thrust in deep and fast. Intha leaned in from behind, gripping Akara's waist and pulling him back hard and fast. The sound of skin slapping echoed again and again. The temple boy showed no mercy, pounding in and out all the way. Akara's mind went blank, but his ears could still hear the heavy rock song blasting from the bar across the street. He knew the owner. Heartbreak. They usually got along, but tomorrow he was going to burn Heartbreak's bar down. Akara's thought, why the hell did you pick this song tonight, Heartbreak? Akara's thought, the music is so heavy it makes me want to die. Intha was thrusting in time with the music. I pledge myself to serve you, shooting down anyone in your way. Sending them to their deaths, my name will be famous. The first body down, then the second and third follow one by one. So proud of my mistakes, before I ended up here today. Slower, take it easy. Seriously, are you mad at me or just into the music? Got swayed by the song. I'm a gunman, firing away here. Intha wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand, pulled out, twisted Akara around to face him, then lifted one of Akara's legs up onto the balcony railing. He thrust back into that heat right away. The young man dug his nails into Intha's broad shoulders, face twisted, tears in his eyes. The first round over, then the second and third followed one by one, balcony, bed, stairs, before we ended up here today. Akara's thought, somebody help me. I'm dying. 11 a.m. The room was still pitch dark thanks to the heavy curtains and closed glass doors. It was silent except for the hum of the air conditioner. Two bodies were tangled together on the wide bed, but one of them was already awake. It was Akara, the owner of the badass tattoos. He stretched a little to work out the kinks, then reached up to the headboard to grab his phone. He checked the time, scrolled through a few things, then realized he'd picked up the wrong phone. He was holding Intha's phone, which was buzzing with a ton of new line messages. Where are you, Pin? Are you going out tonight? Are you coming to see me? I miss you. Why did you disappear? Want to meet up? I'm so lonely. All flirty messages. Bloody hell. Akara shoved Intha's arm off and rolled over to look at the temple boy, who was still sleeping. His breathing was slow and steady, definitely not awake yet. Even asleep, he was handsome. Long, thick lashes made his face look sweet. His nose was sharp and striking, his skin smooth and pale, his body fit and lean. No wonder people were after him. Akara's thought. The temple boy was great. He had impressive moves, but he seemed like a player. I screwed up. I totally got played. Hia, wake up. We need to talk. Yeah, my ass, wake up. I'm not okay. Akara shook Intha's arm as he rolled away, even though he'd answered. He must be a heavy sleeper, because it took a lot of shaking before he finally opened his eyes. Hia, you lied to me. Huh? Why are you like this, you piece of shit? As soon as Intha was awake, Akara sat up, grabbed his pants from the floor, pulled them on, and swung his legs over the side of the bed. He turned his back to Intha, but in a moment, he felt soft hair brush against his shoulder. What shit now? Intha wrapped his arms around Akara's waist, nuzzling and cuddling close. He couldn't help but find Akara's sulky attitude adorable, even with all those muscles. So what did I lie to you about? You're flirting with a bunch of people. I'm not okay with that. Get out of my room. Akara tossed the phone behind him. Intha caught it, seeing that it was still locked, but there were plenty of notifications from girls he'd hit on before. Intha's thought. Young is jealous. Oh, Intha just hummed. He unlocked the phone and draped his arm over Akara's shoulder, pulling his messy hair close so they could look at the screen together. He was fully awake now, ready to explain all those messages by scooting in behind Akara's small frame. I can explain. They were just people I talked to after breaking up with my ex, mostly one-night stands. And that's it. I never replied to any of them. Look, Young. Silence. There really weren't any replies. Akara's face stayed blank, but he was satisfied with the explanation. I pinned your line to the top. See? Here, have a Monday morning Buddha sticker. Intha sent a Buddhist Happy Monday sticker to him, but didn't reply to anyone else. He saw Akara glance at him, eyes showing he was pleased. When I say I'm serious, I mean it. Believe me, don't sulk. I'm not sulking. Then give me a morning kiss. No, I don't wanna. I'm going out to eat. I'm hungry. Akara said, scooting away just a little to play hard to get. Intha had to move closer, rubbing his head against him. I'll go too. I'm hungry as well. So, we're not mad at each other anymore, right? You have to block everyone first. Question mark. If you want to keep seeing me, you have to block everyone else. It was such a selfish demand. Akara thought the other wouldn't agree to it, but, alright. Block this one, block that one, and delete them too. Intha complied with the demand, blocking and deleting contacts right in front of him. Akara's demeanor changed immediately. He started to smile and finally made eye contact. I feel like eating samtam today. How about the place by the Nottakorn pier? It's near my house, and I can grab some stuff to stay here too. Huh? Why do you have to stay here? Because I'm afraid you won't trust me. If we're always together, you'll know I only have you. Turning a crisis into an opportunity. Intha's words left Akara momentarily stunned. Also, I want to oversee the bar renovation. I'm too lazy to drive back and forth. Staying here is more convenient. Suit yourself. Alright. From now on, we'll sleep in the same room every day. I want to be with you the most. Intha gave a thumbs up and clicked his tongue loudly. But when Akara retorted, his expression changed instantly. If you want to sleep with me, just say so. I told you. No need to beat around the bush with me. Fine. So, are we going to eat samtam at the pier or not? If we are, go shower and get dressed. Okie dokie. But before Akara could get up, Intha's phone vibrated violently. The possessive and jealous Akara immediately glared at him, his face turning fierce, ready to hit Intha hard. Because the name displayed on the screen read BF, NHAI, with a heart emoji, accompanied by a picture of a sunny, Thai Chinese guy flashing a peace sign at the camera. Who's that? I think I've got myself a jealous wifey. Intha muttered, just loud enough for himself to hear. BF stands for boyfriend, doesn't it? Best friend, no cap. That's Nai, my close friend. Silence. I'm going to talk to my friend on the balcony. Intha looked at Akara with an amused expression. Akara's clenched fists and annoyed demeanor made Intha stay put. Go ahead. Then, the young man spoke in a high-pitched voice. Look at that tone. Fine. I'll answer here and put it on speaker. Whatever. Akara's voice went even higher, and he glanced around. But his ears were perked up, ready to listen. Intha answered the call, putting it on speaker, and the loud voice from the other end almost hurt their ears. Nai's message. Hello, my good sir. Bestie, I'm in Bangkok now. You'll be shocked that I'm here, but you'll be even more shocked because Mystery Yars is here too. Uh-huh. And Intha replied to Nai, hooking his leg around Akara's waist to stop him from getting up to shower. Once Akara realized it was really a friend, he tried to escape. Nai's message. The Taiwanese tea you bought for me. Where is it? It's at my house. Nai's message. Bring it tomorrow. Let's meet at our usual spot at the usual time. I've gathered everyone. I'm only here for a week, so you have to come. Last time, you were busy flying, but now you're unemployed, so you have no excuse. You keep emphasizing that I'm unemployed. A sugar baby clinging to his partner shouldn't criticize others. Intha laughed at the comment. His strength allowed Akara to break free from his hold. Akara walked into the bathroom, intending to brush his teeth, while Intha followed closely, clinging to him. Nai's message. Speaking of partners, bring your new wifey along. Everyone's coming as couples. If you're lonely, go rent one quickly. Fuck you. As if someone like me needs to rent one. After retorting, Intha muted the call. He wanted to ask Akara something, but didn't want Nai to hear. Hey, my friend wants me to bring my wifey. Are you coming? I'm not your wifey. Akara crushed Intha's hopes, earning a hard pinch on his waist. Ouch, that hurts. Serves you right. If we're not together, why are you jealous? I'm not jealous. You're very jealous. So what if I'm jealous? Do you still want to be my boyfriend? It's a major flaw of mine, you know, being jealous. I'm aware of it. Akara said loudly while brushing his teeth. Not a boyfriend, a hubby. Silence. Just kidding. Yes, I do. Honestly, I also have flaws. I tend to cling to my partner a lot when we're close. It can be annoying. Like how you're clinging to me right now. Exactly. Is it annoying? Nah, not at all. Akara replied truthfully, because he didn't feel annoyed at all. Nai's message. Why are you so quiet? Are you meditating? Chennai's voice interrupted. Intha unmuted the call and resumed the conversation when his friend called out. Nai, what were you saying just now? Intha replied, still looking at Akara, his hands playfully poking and touching here and there. Nai's message. Bring your new partner to introduce to us. I don't have one right now. Can I bring a junior instead? Nai's message. Just bring someone, anyone. That's all. I'm calling Thon next. He said he won't bring Chan if you don't have someone with you. I'm worried about you being alone. But since you have someone, I'll tell him to bring Kanlati. This time, we must meet Kanlati. Alright, see you then. Intha hung up and tossed his phone onto the bathroom counter, too lazy to listen to Nai's complaints. He looked at Akara in the mirror, speaking softly. This time, I'll bring you. But when will I get to introduce someone named Young as my boyfriend to my friends? That depends on your behavior. Sigh. Well, okay. Intha sighed and slumped his shoulders. Akara thought the slightly taller man was upset by his rejection. Akara's thought. Should I encourage him a bit? Tell him. I'm okay with everything about you, but it might be too intense to use the term partner if we start dating. But it seemed he isn't upset about the status. The loud sigh might have just meant, being near you makes me turned on again. I'll wait outside and borrow your clothes again today. Akara paused his brushing, looking at Intha's back as he closed the bathroom door softly. Akara's thought. Why does someone as cute as me have to deal with such a scary dude? Akara's thought. I'm so scared that I pulled down my pants, damn it. Chapter 9. The auspicious color for today was green. The ever-reliable Intha chose a light green t-shirt to pair with black shorts. He looked like a lime peel, complete with a helmet on his head and leather shoes he'd worn with a dashing outfit the day before. Akara's thought. Am I supposed to get used to this weirdness? Akara's thought. I like rugged men, classy and sophisticated. Akara's thought. But this version of him, the one I've gotten to know, is way off my type. But then oops. Dropped my wallet. Intha's wallet fell open, and Akara glanced down at the cards spilling out. Among them was a platinum card, followed by a BMW car key that tumbled out right after. Alright, on a second thought, Intha is probably my type after all. Akara's thought. Who knows? Maybe my type correlates directly with the amount of money in their wallet. Why are you looking at me like that? Is there something on your mind, or do you want kids? Feeling the stare, Intha straightened up to his full height, locking eyes with Akara. The latter slowly shook his head. Nothing. He paused briefly. And I don't have a uterus. Don't be sad. If we get married, we don't need to have kids. Just the two of us. Uncle In and Auntie Young, growing old together is enough. He was serious, almost sentimental, but then, I want to eat tam sua. Hold on, I was talking about marriage. I'm hungry. I want spicy tam sua. Got it. Extra spicy. Alright. Lock the house up, then. Shaking his head at Akara's exaggeratedly weak and hungry act. Intha stood watching as the other man locked the door. Then, he started walking toward the car, letting the grumpy one follow behind. Soon, they were seated together in the car, the air conditioning cooling them down, drying the sweat that had started to form. I can't think straight 'cause I'm hungry. Oh, I'll drive fast then. It's okay, but can you stop by 7-Eleven and get me chicken sausage first? Ah, sure. He agreed reluctantly, not wanting to argue. Intha started the car, but as they drove a little, something caught his attention. Isn't your shirt collar a bit too wide? He commented, glancing at Akara's shirt collar. It dipped low enough to reveal his collarbones and even a hint of his firm chest. It's normal. I think this shirt is comfy. Pull it up a bit. Silence. Do you want that sausage or not? If you want me to go buy it, pull your shirt up. His tone grew firmer as Akara sat still, merely glancing down at his own chest. Akara's thought. My shirt's practically choking me to death. Akara's thought. No hickeys, no bite marks to be seen. Akara's thought. Or maybe, please, just cover up a bit. I'm possessive. Oh damn, I must be so gorgeous. Akara burst out laughing in the car when Intha said that. He turned to look at Intha, reaching out to pinch his cheek as the car pulled up in front of 7-Eleven. Look at me. Here. There's nothing to be possessive about. I'm not cute, not pretty. If I go out, I'm just asking for a beating. Whether you're cute or pretty depends on who's looking. If you don't pull your shirt up, you're staying here. What do you want again? Chicken sausage. Wait here, I'll get it for you. Intha patted Akara's cheek lightly as payback for the pinch, then opened the car door and stepped out. Left alone in the car was the sharp-featured man with frightening tattoos on his arms. Akara watched as Intha walked away with his long strides, then decided to roll the car window halfway down. He called out loudly, "Hia, you don't have to confess your love to me just because you're blushing." The one being called stopped in his tracks, turning slightly to glance at Akara, hands in his pockets, a faint smile at the corner of his lips. Akara's thought, did he think this pose is so cool? You don't have to pose like you're some kind of master thief. I wasn't about to confess. I just want to tell you to get me 2 boxes of Bear Brand milk, honey flavor. That's all. Akara rolled the window back up, rolling his eyes before pulling out his phone to take some selfies, post stories, and scroll aimlessly. Akara's thought, let's do something to kill time. Intha was taking forever. Heating up a sausage shouldn't take this long. He thought about calling, but the guy had left his phone in the car. Peeking into the 7-Eleven, Akara spotted the bowl-cut guy standing by the book section, gently flipping through a book in his hands. It looked like he picked up 2 books before heading to the counter to pay. Akara's thought, wanna bet? It's either a prayer book or an amulet magazine by amulet experts, amulet enthusiasts, renowned monks, and so forth. Akara thought to himself, pushing his tongue against the inside of his cheek. He crossed his arms and leaned back against the car seat, waiting silently. Finally, Intha emerged, opening the car door and getting in. Saw you at the bookshelf. What book did you buy? He asked. An amulet magazine. Akara's thought. I fucking knew it. He shouted internally but replied, oh, okay. Young, grab the scented sachet we bought yesterday. It's by your side of the car door. Intha settled into the driver's seat but didn't start the car yet. He pulled the amulet magazine out of the 7-Eleven bag and tossed it onto the back seat, then handed the rest of the bag's contents to Akara. They exchanged food for the scented sachet Akara retrieved. I'm just eating in the car. Do you really have to ask for a scented sachet? Of course not. I'm replacing the old one. It doesn't have any scent left. Akara ruffled his already messy hair before focusing on the plastic wrap around the box. Intha couldn't open it. He tried pulling and tearing, but the plastic wouldn't budge. Akara, who'd been watching, shoved an entire sausage into his mouth at once, freeing his hands to grab the item from Intha. With a loud rip, the plastic tore apart effortlessly. Pathetic, one attack to Intha. You're like a heavy-lifting ogre. Just a moment ago, you were acting like I was a cutie patootie. Fine, you're a cutie patootie. Intha sighed deeply, then hung the new scented sachet on the rearview mirror, replacing the old one. The pleasant scent mixed with the smell of food filled the car. The heavy-lifting, adorable ogre began sipping his Bear Brand milk, just as the car started moving. Akara thought he was lucky to have had a small snack before the main Tam Sua meal, because the temple boy had forgotten it was Monday. The Som Tam restaurant wasn't open today. In other words, this was a totally wasted trip. Intha turned to Akara with a dry smile and said, let's just eat at the place near my home, okay? They ended up at the Som Tam restaurant at the entrance of Intha's neighborhood. There were a few customers, and the menu had a decent selection. 1 Tam Sua. Intha wrote down the dish Akara had mentioned earlier on the order slip. His posture was neat, his bowl-cut bangs perfectly still, complementing his fair, symmetrical face. His high-bridged nose added to his distinctive features, making his face memorable even at a glance. So thoughtful, Akara said with a wide smile, pleased that Intha remembered. The tattooed man glanced at the vinyl sign hanging by the restaurant before turning back to Intha. What ingredients do they put in their tampa? Teak wood, rosewood, maca wood, deer antlered phalaenopsis, a bit of mint thin in there. Now you're just being a little shit. Shit. Oh, you mean it tastes like shit? I'll tell the cook so. Wait. You meant you're not done criticizing the food yet. Silent treatment. You must be thirsty. Let's add spicy pork cartilage soup too. You're too much of a little shit. My head hurts. Akara's thought. How could you misinterpret everything I said? Akara wanted to smack him hard enough to mess up his bangs. No pig's head, but we can start with grilled pork neck. Intha finished the order by waving over a waiter to take the slip. Then, he turned back with a sweet smile, looking bubbly, like he'd just made a donation to the temple. Be honest, are you this annoying with everyone? Nope, just with special people, Intha replied, slipping his hand into his pocket to pull out his phone. He smirked slightly as he scrolled through it. He wasn't paying attention to the sweet young, merely opened his Facebook, swiping through the timeline. Scrolling through pictures of lovely university girls in their pristine white blouses and short skirts. Your feed doesn't seem to have any guys at all. Whoa. The ever-adorable young had somehow slid into the seat beside Intha without him noticing. His eyes were locked onto his phone screen, leaving the temple boy with little room to explain himself. Intha hastily slid his phone under the table to hide it. Juniors. All of them are just my juniors. Sure, juniors. I guess that makes me your junior as well. So many juniors you have there. Intha mimicked Intha's high-pitched notes, grabbing his pale neck and massaging it harshly. Young, that hurts. Are you into the one you just liked that much? Hey, none of them compares to you. Be honest. I liked her. She's cute. Your hairstyle might resemble a helmet, but it can't shield you from my damn punches. Let's talk calmly. No violence, please. Intha grabbed the hand massaging his neck and buried his face into Akara's broad shoulder, nibbling and scraping his teeth along the shoulder line until Akara's frown turned into irritation. The younger man relented and changed the subject. Who's at your house right now? Probably my mom and my brother. Is your mom strict? She's the kindest, but she's terrible with grammar. At least she's not into some questionable cults. Intha chuckled as he answered, glancing at the food being served. Akara noticed that Intha had ordered tam pa for him, even though he'd only casually asked about it and never said he wanted to eat it. Or had he accidentally shown some hungry expression that gave him away? He wasn't sure, but the fact that Intha was so considerate, it wasn't surprising if his heart started fluttering a little. How many siblings do you have? 3. Aeon, in and all. All guys. What about you? Only child. My dad's super protective. Oh dear. I've already fornicated with his son. Am I going to get shot? Intha's innocent expression didn't show the slightest hint of fear. Seeing this demeanor, Akara felt like threatening him. My father has a shotgun, and he'll hear about this, Potter. Then I'll just put you in a taxi right here. Here, 500 should cover the fare. Intha pulled out a purple banknote and handed it to Akara, expecting to be cussed out or smacked so hard his face would slam into the table. But no, because Akara, going with the flow, pocketed the 500 baht, stood up, and grabbed a sticky rice packet. He rolled the rice into a ball, popped it into his mouth, followed by a piece of grilled pork dipped in nam jimja. Goodbye. I'm leaving. I live by the motto. If a man chases me away, then I won't stay. I was joking. Let's sit down and calm down first, okay? Intha pretended to dust off the chair and pulled Akara's arm to make him sit back down. He then saw Akara smirk and realized he'd been tricked. His 500 baht was already safely in Akara's pocket. My dear Cupcake, let me ask you seriously. Is your dad really that protective? If I were to court you, what would he say? I'd risk the shotgun if it meant having you by my side. Are you a man or an angel? Beautiful, lovely. No one in the entire district could compare to you. I don't even know what to say to that. Akara pulled his neck back like a turtle, ignoring Intha and focusing on his food instead. The man sitting next to him now was a sly one. In front of others, he acted like a saint, but with Akara, he was all mischievous glances and sly smiles. Bad-mouthing me in your mind. That's 10 rounds for you. Ugh. Akara rolled his eyes, his face showing utter exasperation. All right, I'll quit joking. But seriously, how protective is your dad? I need to prepare myself, maybe even get life insurance. If my dad were that protective, I wouldn't be the whore I am. Does he know, that I'm gay? Yeah, he knows everything. Who I date, who I don't. He adored that asshole bomb to death. Akara froze for a moment, realizing he'd accidentally mentioned his ex. He glanced at Intha to gauge his reaction, but all he saw was the temple boy casually chewing long beans from the samtam. Akara couldn't help but ask, didn't you say you don't eat vegetables? It's bitter. Hearing about your ex makes it so bitter that I don't even notice the bitterness of these beans. What about papaya? It's a vegetable. Why can you eat that? Isn't it bitter? No, papaya is a fruit. Oh, I see. Akara tried to steer the conversation away, but then fell silent. He felt a little guilty for bringing up his ex honestly. He shouldn't have. He worried that Intha might overthink it, but aside from wincing from the spiciness and spitting out the long beans into a tissue, Intha didn't say anything else. His expression remained neutral, revealing nothing. Are you overthinking? About your ex? Yup, sorry. I won't bring it up again. Akara licked his lips and nudged Intha's knee with his own. Intha smiled softly, in his usual calm manner, and lightly pushed Akara's head with the back of his hand, signaling him not to worry. I don't care what you did before you met me. But if you're mine now, then you're mine. Lekepla. What? That's the name of my ex-girlfriend. Whack. As soon as Intha revealed his ex's name, Akara's head jerked forward. When he looked up, his bangs were all messed up. Intha glared at him, rubbing his head where it hurt. Tell me, was that your hand, or just a strong gust of wind? My fucking hand. I'm going to cry. You hit me on the head. I know it's unfair. You're not mad, but I'm angry about your ex. Don't bring her up again. Fine. Eat your tam sua. I'm not eating anymore. I'm sulking. There, poor baby. Don't sulk. I only slapped lightly. Keep your insincere apology to yourself. All right, I'll give you 500 baht. That's my money. Then I'll let you fuck me 10 times. Deal. Akara's frown turned into a beaming smile. Intha pinched his waist and even gave him a kiss on the head. 10 times. Silence. 10 rounds. 10 rounds. 10 rounds. 10 rounds. Ugh, you're so annoying. After the meal, Intha drove Akara to his house. The luxury car turned into a gated community and soon parked in front of a large house. The taller man got out first, not forgetting to grab the used clothes and trash to throw away. Akara politely surveyed the surroundings before following Intha, who waited at the front. He let his thoughts wander, comparing how none of his exes had ever taken him to their homes, yet Intha confidently led him through the living room straight to the kitchen. Mom, Inin is back. I brought someone with me. Akara's heart raced as he imagined what Intha's mom would be like. His curiosity was soon satisfied when a middle-aged woman, not very tall, slightly plump, and very fair-skinned, walked out of the kitchen wearing an apron. Akara's thought, that must be Hia's mom. They looked so alike. Akara clasped his hands in a respectful Y. Intha's mom smiled gently and returned the gesture. You must be young, just like Inin described. Akara's thought, this dude sold me out to his mom. He could only give a dry smile, thinking, I'll deal with him later. Didn't get any packages? They're in the living room, honey. Have you eaten yet? I tried making brownies today. Help me taste them. Inin will go grab his package. Mom, let Young try the brownies first. By the way, where's Noam? Upstairs. Every time I bake, he runs to his room. She sounded slightly irritated but placed a hand on Akara's arm, smiling sweetly when Intha defended his brother. He doesn't like sweets. It's not strange he'd hide in his room. But Young loves them, right, Young? Really? Getting dragged into the fray like that, Akara could only nod and smile at Intha's mom. The woman's dewy hand resting on his tattooed arm gently tugged him toward the kitchen. Come on, let's try them. Akara exchanged a glance with Intha, whose bowl-cut hair swayed as he walked away, leaving his mother to bring out the tray of brownies from the oven. It was a big tray. Feeling energetic, Akara offered to help carry it. Mom, let me help. Such big arms, you must be strong. Akara shivered as she patted his biceps, quickly stepping away toward the oven. The sweet aroma in the air grew stronger as he opened the oven door. He pulled out the tray of dark brownies, still steaming. They looked quite appetizing. He placed the tray on the kitchen counter as instructed, watching as Intha's mom cut them into bite-sized pieces. Inin said you like to do ballet, is that true? Like this? Akara asked, puzzled, before raising both hands above his head and spinning gently. It was pretty difficult since his head nearly hit the range hood. Intha's kitchen ceiling seemed a bit low, but he could dance. Akara, the dancing queen, former faculty cheerleader, had performed at both ordination and wedding ceremonies. Akara's thought, how did he even know I like dancing? Is he psychic or just making stuff up? Good. Just like that. I like it. Every time I make Aeon, Inin, or Ong dance, they just play dumb. No fun at all. I'd love to see Hia and dance. That's tough. Did you know Inin was the university's heartthrob back in the day, sweetie? Here, try the brownies while we chat. I'll have someone make tea and bring it to the living room. Come, follow me. I have something to tell you. Akara took a bite of the brownie, furrowing his brows slightly before nodding in approval. Honestly, he'd planned to act manly, but hearing about Intha made him unconsciously point his toes and purse his lips after swallowing the overly sweet brownie. It was as if Intha's mom owned a sugar factory. But he's handsome, Mom. It makes sense he was famous. You think Intha's handsome too, huh? But he always insists on keeping that hairstyle. No matter how much I tell him to change it, he won't. It's fashion, Mom. Call it fashion. It's his gimmick. He has his own style. More like stubborn, sweetie. Really? But he's very accommodating with me. Akara followed Intha's mom, chatting animatedly, their conversation flowing naturally like two women gossiping. Every move didn't escape Intha's notice. The tall man leaned against the kitchen doorframe, watching Akara's back as he walked to the living room with his mom. Intha's thought, they seem to get along well. Intha's thought, if you don't believe me, ask Ong to be a witness. So, what do you think of your future sister-in-law? I don't know. Move. You're in the way, asshole. I'm getting a drink. I don't like meddling in couple stuff. Fine, go ahead. Intha stepped aside for his grumpy younger brother, then smiled brightly as he thought of Akara. Intha's thought, my young is amazing. He gets along with Mom so well. Chapter 10. The sound of a jingling bell reached Akara's ears as he sat chatting with Intha's kind-hearted mother. He'd barely settled into his seat for 3 minutes when a round, fluffy creature with short ears and big, bright eyes leapt onto his lap. Every time it moved, a soft jingling sound came from the collar around its neck. Akara's thought, a cat. Mom. In threw Nong's cat down the stairs. Isara screamed. I didn't throw it. Intha yelled back. The sound of bickering followed the cat, which was now snuggling on Akara's lap. He furrowed his brows, while Intha's mother simply smiled and turned toward the source of the commotion. 2 tall figures appeared, snarling at each other. One of them he recognized as Intha, while the other, who called himself Nong, bore a striking resemblance to him but had slightly darker skin. Akara's thought, welp, Intha did look like he ate mercury for breakfast, unnaturally pale for a human. You two are arguing like children, their mother said with a sigh. Akara's thought, bravo. Akara wanted to stand up and applaud her for calling them out. They were about to get into a fight. Akara's thought, they were this close to throwing hands. And didn't throw it. Intha insisted, turning to his mom and ignoring his younger brother, who was crawling out after him. Intha glanced at the cat on Akara's lap, but Nong Isara was quicker. In a split second, he was next to Akara, reclaiming the Scottish fold kitten. The soft fur that had been snuggling against him was gone. Akara looked up at Isara, who froze and stared at him intently. Akara's thought. Maybe Isara was stunned by his beauty. Hi there, handsome. Oh, Akara's thought. What the heck? Isara let out a soft hum in his throat, then set the cat down on the floor. He leaned on the sofa with one hand, bringing his face close to Akara's. The tip of Isara's nose was barely an inch away from Akara's, and it might have gotten even closer if Intha hadn't yanked Isara back by the collar. Intha gave a menacing smile, speaking through gritted teeth so only the 3 of them could hear. His mother wasn't included in this. Oh, this one's mine. Akara's thought. Oh crap. I feel beautiful again. Akara straightened up and cleared his throat softly. He was beautiful, gorgeous even. Yeah, I know. But wow, great facial features. No wonder you like him, bro. Now back off from my man, Intha said, his tone sweetening as he pulled his younger brother away. He then plopped down next to Akara, leaving Isara to pick up the cat and sit down a little farther away. What are you boys whispering about? Nothing, Mom. Nong was just saying he wants grilled prawns for dinner. Intha replied, his face softening as he looked at Isara. The younger brother, in turn, nodded innocently at their mom, agreeing with his older brother. Inin, are you staying for dinner? Nong will be so happy. Isara began. It's been a while since Inin had dinner with Mom and you. Intha continued smoothly. One person in the room couldn't help but roll his eyes at the overly sweet sibling interaction. Inin. No. They were perfect as siblings, both experts at putting on a show. After enduring the sugary display between Nong and Inin for a while, Intha eventually dragged Akara upstairs to his private bedroom on the 2nd floor. Isara followed them, prompting Intha to turn and speak to his brother in a stern tone once they were out of earshot of their mom. Why are you following us? I want to look at Young. Isara used Akara's nickname casually since they were the same age. He kept staring at Akara, forcing Intha to push the former's face away to maintain some distance. I really like you, Young. Don't ever get plastic surgery, okay? You're perfect for attracting wealth. So, you're saying I'm beautiful, right? No, not beautiful, but you have great features based on Min Xiang. Akara's thought. Not beautiful. Akara side-eyed Isara before rolling his eyes upward. Here, throw your brother out. What? Why? Isara looked bewildered. Intha grinned eagerly and grabbed his brother's arm, dragging him toward the door. Consider it done, gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous. You're as pretty as a picture. Isara hastily echoed Intha's words as he was being dragged out. But as he looked back at Akara the Great Beauty, he saw his tattooed arm waving him off. See you at dinner. Or are you kicking me out so you can get freaky with it? Silence. Akara's jaw dropped. As for Intha, exactly. So hurry up and leave, he said with a grin, slamming the door shut and locking it with a click. The meddlesome younger brother was gone, leaving Intha and Akara alone in private. Intha took slow, deliberate steps toward Akara, growling softly in his throat. He pushed the young man's tattooed shoulder down onto the bed, pinning him beneath him. Before Akara could protest, they were interrupted by a loud kick at the door, followed by Isara's voice shouting, "Have some respect for the Buddha altar." Hearing the warning, Akara kicked Intha off the bed. He glanced at the large Buddha altar and couldn't help but exclaim like Isara. You're so strong. Intha muttered, sitting up on the floor after being kicked off. He ran a hand through his disheveled bangs, fixing them, and followed Akara's gaze to the large altar and the collection of amulets displayed there. Are all of these yours, Hia? Yeah. Silence. They're collectibles. Why? Intha replied, climbing back onto the bed and sitting behind Akara. He rested his chin on the younger's shoulder, his hands slipping under Akara's thin t-shirt from the front. His hands began to wander higher, teasing and inviting intimacy. But he grabbed Intha's hand firmly, stopping him. Not here. Why not? I'm not ready. There are too many amulets. It felt weird. Don't you want to canoodle with me anymore? Intha asked imploringly, planting kisses along Akara's broad shoulder. Akara's thought, does this guy really not realize what he's doing? And Akara hated himself for being so sensitive to it. He was already covered in goosebumps. Not now, Hia? Young. No. Akara screamed and bolted off the bed. Intha burst out laughing, pulling Akara back toward him. I was just joking. Let's pack up now. Are you taking the amulets with you? No. I'll leave them here, for the kids. The kids? What kids? The come in thongs. As soon as he said that, Akara's arm hair stood on end. A chill ran down his spine, freezing him to the bone. You have come in thongs? Yeah, someone gave them to me. But I've never seen them. I've tried everything to see ghosts, but nothing's worked so far, Intha said, swinging his legs off the bed and placing his arms at his sides, looking serious as he spoke. But Paon once told me a story. He was sleeping here at the house, and while he was half asleep, he heard a sweet, small voice whispering in his ear. Can I have the phone unlock code? My brother, half asleep, just gave it to them. Holy shit, that's terrifying. Akara clutched his chest, visibly shaken, and instinctively moved closer to Intha. Yeah, it was almost deadly. That's seriously creepy. More like scary, Intha corrected, pausing to give Akara a sweet, suggestive look before continuing. Because the voice asking for the code was actually Paon's girlfriend. She had a hunch my brother was cheating. He wasn't, but Paon loves flirting with girls. There was plenty of evidence in the chat. He'd almost really died. God damn it. I've been listening to this bullshit for so long. Akara shook his head in exasperation. He sighed, then suddenly remembered something. His long legs quickly carried him to grab Intha's phone, which was sitting on a package box. He mimicked Paon's girlfriend's sweet voice, playfully threatening. Babe, give me the iPhone unlock code. Here. I already showed you my line messages this morning. I really blocked everyone. Intha's voice rose unnecessarily high, sounding suspicious. Akara narrowed his eyes even more, determined not to let any doubts about Intha's interactions with other girls slip away. Young, you have to trust me. No. Fine. Then let's exchange codes. Let's just pretend I didn't ask for anything. You're acting suspicious too. How? Akara's tone was even more suspicious than Intha's. He turned to leave the room, thinking it might be better to hang out with Intha's mom in the kitchen downstairs. But Intha wasn't about to let him go. He grabbed both of Akara's arms, pinning them behind his back, and pushed him face down onto the bed. His hands patted Akara's pants pockets until, soon enough, the other's phone was in his grasp. This guy was devious. He even forced Akara to unlock the phone with his fingerprint. Akara's thought, Kaya, wow, your phone is full of pictures of dudes. And they're all explicit. Don't delete them, please. So you like explicit stuff? Should have told me, Intha teased, releasing Akara and using his own hands to tug down the waistband of his pants. He slid his phone into his pants. Click. There you go. An explicit picture of me. Keep it to yourself, okay? Don't let anyone else see. My pink mushroom is just for you. Akara choked on his words, too stunned to take his phone back from Intha. He curled up on the bed, closing his eyes and silently chanting a mantra to cleanse his sins. Once again, it was Intha who nudged him lightly, handing him his phone back. 112358. That's my code, Muffin. No. Come on. Take an explicit picture for me too. Silence. Don't be shy. Mom, I'm gonna help you cook right now. Akara shot up from the bed, kicking Intha in the stomach to push him away. His face flushed red as he stormed out, embarrassed by what had just happened. Akara's thought. Explicit pictures? What the heck? Sinner EW. Akara's thought. But, welp, since it's already here, might as well take a look. Oh my, that pinkish hue is kinda cute. Akara's thought. Wait, is this really the time to be admiring that? Hey, you kicked me so hard. That hurt, you know. Serves you right. I can't stay here anymore. There's a sinner, a pervert here, God. You can't escape me, young. I'll make you look at 10 more of my explicit pictures. You really want to go there? Akara froze in his tracks at the door, turning back to face Intha, who was sitting on the floor with his legs spread wide. Yeah, fine. Then take 20 more pictures. I'll look at them. Every angle, every corner. Akara extended his phone forward, rolling up his sleeves all the way to his shoulders. Akara's thought. I'm ready. Take them. How about we go help Mom cook instead? No, I want explicit pictures. If you don't take 20 more, I'll delete the old one. Silence. Silence. The room fell into an awkward silence. Slowly, Intha scooted forward to take the phone from Akara's hand, looking sheepish even as he remained seated on the floor. He deleted the picture, then handed the phone back. Now I know my wifey is an assertive one, Intha said with a grin. Humph. Akara brushed the hair that had fallen over his face back up, looking at Intha before asking, So what now? Packing or helping your mom? Sleeping. Come on, let's nap together. Right here. Intha jumped onto the bed, dusting it off theatrically before lying on his side and patting the mattress, beckoning Akara to join him. The tall figure at the door finally moved, giving in to the drowsiness that was creeping over him as well. He lay down beside Intha. Intha snuggled closer, draping one leg over Akara. He picked up Akara's phone again, whispering for the unlock code, which the younger man gave without hesitation. What are you even looking for? There's nothing interesting in there. I work all day, Akara murmured, closing his eyes and letting Intha hug him from behind. The mischievous man wouldn't stop, his warm lips nibbling at Akara's earlobe. I'm not looking for anything. I'm changing your page name, your Instagram name, and your line name. Time to change them into ChermChey. Oh, Akara acknowledged, his hand absent-mindedly stroking Intha's fingers. And about the house, what's the plan? I've already talked to the owner. The transfer is set for this Saturday. Intha had sent Akara the contact details for the house owner, but Akara hadn't expected him to handle everything so quickly. Why in such a rush? If I take my time, I'll get lazy and make excuses. Better to get it done ASAP. The sooner, the better. And what about the bar renovations? You said you'd contact the contractor. They're presenting the design tomorrow at 10 in the morning. It's the same contractor who worked on the bar before. They know the structure well. I told them not to mess with the house itself too much, just focus on the exterior. You're pretty quick with work too. When it comes to money, there's no time to waste. Keeping the bar closed for too long isn't beneficial. Plus, we're rebranding. It's like starting from scratch. I believe everything will turn out fine. Yup, let's hope so. 10 in the morning, right? I'll call my friends to meet in the evening. Yeah, Akara said, closing his eyes as sleep overtook him in Intha's embrace. But when evening came, it was Intha who woke up alone in the room. He patted the space beside him, searching for Akara, but he wasn't there. Akara wasn't exactly small enough to miss in the room, so Intha figured he must have gone downstairs. He got up, showered, changed clothes, and packed only the essentials and a few clothes into a bag. Intha didn't forget to grab an unopened package before dragging his bag out of the bedroom. The late afternoon sun cast a warm glow as he caught the scent of grilled prawns mixed with the rhythmic sound of a mortar and pestle. The pounding came in an oddly syncopated rhythm. Intha heard his brother laughing, loud music playing, and his mother giggling as he descended the stairs. Intha's thought, "Is this Young's doing?" Intha's thought, "Yeah, it is. What's going on?" Intha scratched his neck as he walked out to the garden. They were grilling prawns there, with Akara sitting on a mat, pounding away at the mortar and pestle. His muscular arms flexed with each motion, the pounding sound echoing. Thud, thud, thud. "Hia, don't come over yet. Change the song for me first," Akara called out. Intha spun around and spotted Asara's iPad, the source of the loud music. Looking for the iPad's owner, he saw his brother sitting close to Akara. He could immediately tell Asara had been won over by Akara. "Sit farther away, you dimwit." "Huh, why are you calling your brother dimwit? That's not polite, honey." He'd completely forgotten his mother was there and got scolded for addressing Asara so rudely. Jealousy had clouded his judgment. He quickly forced a sheepish smile and changed the subject. Young, what song do you want?" Several species of small furry animals gathered together in a cave and grooving with a picked by Pink Floyd. "Big fan. What kind of a song title is that?" Intha muttered under his breath, making sure his mom couldn't hear. He typed the song title into the search bar, and after a few taps, the song blared through the speakers, thanks to Asara connecting them with his iPad beforehand. While he'd been asleep, those two had clearly bonded over something. This wouldn't do. He needed to assert his dominance as the hubby. He glanced at Akara just as the music started. Ong laughed at Akara's playful head bobbing to the weird song. Damn it. Even his mother was laughing along. "DJ Akara Hari. Let's vibe. Whatever you say, cupcake." Intha shook his head and decided to ignore Akara, focusing instead on the self-proclaimed DJ. He pulled up a chair to look at the weird song title again. One song ended, another began, and they cycled through Pink Floyd's playlist twice before the sun set. Asara nudged him, saying the dinner table was ready. Intha got up, still a bit dazed, and watched Asara select softer music for dinner. Normally, the dining table was quiet, even when the whole family was present. But tonight, with Akara there, the meal was lively. Akara was in high spirits, giddily spinning around to place a plate of grilled prawns on the table and even peeling 2 prawns for his mother. She looked delighted, smiling warmly as Intha sat down next to the young man. "Young is so sweet," his mom complimented. Intha just nodded. He hadn't officially told his family about his relationship with Akara, only mentioning that they were business partners. But he suspected his mother knew, given how fond she was of his wifey. "The seafood sauce was made by me. Try it, Hia. Ong, get some water for your brother. In, what do you want to drink?" "Coke. You're so gonna get arrested," Akara whispered to Intha, handing him a peeled prawn. "Should I explain to Mom what Coke is?" "Don't. I need to keep my reputation intact." Intha just smirked, sitting upright and picking up his utensils with the poise of someone well-trained in etiquette. But before he could take a bite, he started humming the lyrics he'd memorized, intending to sing them to Akara. Then he burst out, "SKRRT, ZZZZ. Come back, I mean. SKRRT, ZZZZ. Come back, I mean. Silence. SKRRT, ZZZZ. CC come back and be my boyfriend." Uffed. Asara choked on his drink, while their mom, sitting at the head of the table, just smiled. Akara's thought. Off-key, weird lyrics, but gotta give him an A for appreciation. I don't remember they sing the last part. No, they don't. I added it, 'cause I'm asking Young to be my boyfriend. What? Akara gave a wry smile, glancing at Asara and their mom. Both of them raised their eyebrows and turned to look at Intha. "I thought you said he was my sister-in-law." "Asara, you're not dating yet?" "Mom, Young doesn't give in a chance." Intha, silence. And the one who fell into a dead silence was Akara himself. Akara's thought. Fuck, my hands are shaking. "Can we date yet?" Intha asked with an encouraging smile. The atmosphere around the table felt heavy with anticipation for Akara's answer. It wasn't that Intha's family wouldn't accept him. They seemed more than happy to welcome him as part of the family. So his answer was, let me think about it a bit more. The moment he said it, Intha just smiled tenderly at him from across the table. But under the table, Intha's foot nudged his leg repeatedly, mouthing the infamous line. If you don't agree, you're getting 10 rounds anyway. Akara's thought. My ass has already racked up several dozen rounds. Chapter 11. When Akara left Intha's house, he noticed how chilly the evening had become. He also realized they were heading back a bit late, given the traffic conditions. Twisting his large black wristwatch slightly, he checked the time. It was just past 9 at night, yet the traffic was still crawling, barely moving at all. They were stuck on the road together, so Intha leaned back toward the rear seat and grabbed a mysterious package, placing it on his lap. Akara glanced at it from the corner of his eye, blinking curiously. His gaze didn't waver until the flap of the box was opened. Akara was genuinely astonished to find that the contents weren't some sacred amulet, but rather an adorable A5 notebook and a collection of decorative scrapbooking supplies. Isn't it adorable? The temple boy grinned as he asked, holding up the items from the box for Akara to see. Akara reached out to take them, quickly picking up the cute items from the box. It's so cute. I knew you'd like it. Intha ruffled Akara's already messy hair, making it even more disheveled. When Akara turned to glare at him with a look of annoyance, Intha let go and offered a sheepish smile. He leaned his head on Akara's shoulder for a moment before sitting back upright, then leaned his head on Akara's shoulder again before sitting back upright, and once more, leaning his head on Akara's shoulder before sitting back upright, and leaning his head on Akara's shoulder again. Enough. The light's green, the cars are moving. At the young man's exasperated reminder that the traffic ahead had started to move, Intha immediately straightened up again. He smiled slightly as he slowly drove forward, glancing at Akara, who was stroking the soft, fluffy cover of the rainbow-colored Smiggle notebook. It was a perfect solution to the issue of auspicious colors. Intha's thought. I ordered a rainbow-colored one. No need to worry about auspicious colors. With all the colors in one, if this isn't auspicious, then I don't know what is. Here, did you buy this notebook for me? No. Oh, then whose is it? Which shop did you get it from? I want one too. I'm gonna order it myself. This notebook is ours, Intha said, rubbing his nose with his finger, his cheeks turning slightly red from embarrassment. Usually, if he wasn't being stoic, he was being cheeky. Saying something this amorous wasn't really his style. Huh. It's for recording the moments we share together. Like the places we go, the meals we eat at the same table, the dates we start dating, things like that. Oh, that actually sounds kinda romantic. After Intha explained, Akara immediately turned his face away to glance at the car next to them. He shifted slightly in his seat, exhaling to cool the heat rising to his cheeks. The car fell silent for a moment before Intha broke the quiet. Do you still have the plane ticket from when we went to Taiwan? I haven't thrown it away. It should still be in my suitcase. Find it. Let's stick it in the notebook as a record of our first meeting. Sure. What about yours? I already have it. It's in my wallet, along with the receipt from the Shabu Shabu restaurant. That'll be our record of the first meal we had together. Then let's work on the notebook tonight. I'll write about how I went to your house today, how sweet your mom is, and how Ong is a bit of a little shit, but still a nice guy. Okay. The one who'd suggested the idea of documenting their memories responded softly, reaching out to place his hand over Akara's. He was determined that tonight they'd create a smiggle of memories, one that would include both Intha and Akara. And this first notebook would surely give birth to many more smiggles in the future. Just wait and see. The belongings Intha brought from his house weren't too much for him to carry on his own, though it did make him look a bit overloaded. With his eyes sparkling, he glanced at Akara, who stood by the car, watching him carry his things. The younger man puffed his cheeks, refusing to help carry anything. The only thing he held close to his chest was the Smiggle notebook, teasing Intha by handing him the house keys. You're the one opening the door. My back hurts. I'm not bending down. Fine, fine. Whatever you ask, I'm happy and willing to oblige. If you want me to open the door, I'll open it. Even if my hands are full, even if I trip and fall, even if I get hit by a car and lose a leg, I'll still do it. Silence. Because I love you, that's why. Moi? Akara puckered his lips and blew a loud kiss. One look was enough to tell that he was purposely being a little shit. Not only are you clingy, but you're also annoying, Intha grumbled, watching Akara make a mini heart gesture and wink after his exaggerated kiss. Akara decided to snatch the house keys back and also grabbed the backpack slung over Intha's shoulder. Then he crossed the street, with Intha running alongside him, staying on his left, the side where the cars were coming. He never lacked care and attention. Akara's thought. Oh no, he's impressed me again. This is so heavy. Did you pack the whole house in here? Intha complained as they stopped in front of the house. He crouched down to unlock the door, but kept talking dramatically. I'm just a little cupcake. How could you make me carry something this heavy? What do you mean by little? How small are we talking? Muscles the size of a kid's head or a coconut? About E-cup. Silence. Intha stayed silent, wanting so badly to argue that it was bullshit. But when he saw the other man's intimidating tattoos, he decided it was better to keep quiet. Do you like it? Oh, yay. Do you like it? I lovin' it. Seeing it makes me want to give you 10. If you're gonna say 10 rounds, then go to bed. 3 from the other night were already too much for my delicate self. Get inside already. I want a shower. I feel so sticky. Akara gestured toward the door, signaling Intha to go in first so he could lock up. Intha walked past Akara but stopped to wait until Akara had finished securing everything. The sounds of the night were as loud as the previous evening. Intha had to move closer to Akara so they could talk. They were very close. Or perhaps it was just an excuse. His face brushed against Akara's, his sharp nose nudging Akara's chin, before Intha quickly pressed his lips to him in a kiss. It was a sudden, ambush move, but Akara didn't resist. Instead, he placed both hands on Intha's waist, returning the fiery kiss with equal intensity before pulling away when they were both out of breath. Their eyes met, and it was like electricity was sparking between them. Akara's body was pushed further into the house, their belongings scattering onto the floor. The sofa became their landing spot, their large bodies pressed together. Heavy breaths echoed near Akara's ear, and his neck was left wet with Intha's kisses. The younger man spread his legs slightly, but Intha, who was straddling him, froze when an interrupting sound broke the moment. Young, you cunt. They both jolted. Out of shock, Intha pushed Akara away. Akara sat up on the sofa, hurriedly straightening his rumpled clothes, and looked toward the source of the voice. Even though the house lights were off, the glow from outside revealed the silhouette of someone. Boom. When Intha realized who it was, his fists clenched, his eyes darting between the two men. Young, tell me, who's this twink? Mind your own goddamn business. The figure in the shadows stepped forward, revealing a sharp, rugged face. His demeanor was that of a streetwise thug, a stark contrast to Intha. It wasn't unpredictable that he referred to Intha as twink. Akara moved closer to Intha, his hand trembling as it reached out to hold Intha's. He wasn't sure what emotion was causing it. A new boyfriend? What are you doing here again? This was what Akara wondered about, and he didn't hesitate to ask. I saw you change the bar's name on the page, so I thought I'd drop by. You lock your doors now, huh? Just leave, Akara said, standing up to face Baum, meeting his gaze directly. Don't make me feel worse about you than I already do. Let's go our separate ways. I've moved on, Baum. Are you sure you've moved on? I don't believe it. Young, tell me, have you slept with this guy yet? But out. Come with me. Baum reached out to grab Akara's arm, seemingly ignoring Intha, who was quietly trying to keep his composure. But he underestimated the so-called twink. The moment his fingers touched Akara, a heavy punch landed on his face, followed by a kick to his chest that sent him sprawling. Here. Akara's voice was the only one that rang out as the other two men began brawling on the floor. It was a battle for love, and the hero was bound to win. The fight ended with Intha dragging Baum's battered body out of the bar and then pulling Akara upstairs to their room. Akara's thought, gosh, I feel beautiful again, 2 men fighting over me. Here, you're not going back to him, Intha declared, slamming Akara's back against the cold bathroom wall. He'd thrown Akara in with such force, his eyes blazing with unresolved anger from the earlier incident. Go clean up your wounds first, Akara said, noticing the bruises on Intha's face. He tried to stay calm and urged Intha to tend to his injuries, but Intha shook his head, trapping Akara in his arms. The once gentle eyes now scanned Akara from head to toe, unblinking, unyielding. He didn't seem like the same person Akara knew. Here, don't be like this. Just take a shower. I'll wait outside. And we can shower together, Akara said, using Intha's cute nickname, tugging at his shirt to keep him from leaving, refusing to let him escape to the other side of the door. Silence. I know you're feeling uneasy, and I knew something like this would happen. This mightn't even be the last time. Bomb might come back to antagonize us again. Silence. Would it be selfish of me to ask you to endure it and stay with me? Answer me first. If he comes back begging, pleading for you to return to him, will you go? I swear fucking right here, no? I'm not that much of an idiot. Akara shifted his stance slightly, planting his feet firmly to steady himself. He bore the weight of Intha's head resting on his shoulder. The mix of sweat and cologne became more noticeable in the cramped space of the bathroom. Would it be exaggerating if I said I feel really good about you? You're attentive, you indulge me, and it makes me feel incredibly lucky to have met you. You don't hide from anyone that you're courting me. You make me feel important, special. Akara paused, pressing his forehead against Intha's head again. But everything is happening too fast. Too fast for me to be certain I won't be dumped again. Young, can I trust you? Can I take a risk with you? I swear, if you're hesitating, Young. Silence. Akara bit his lip, waiting intently for the next words. I'll tell you this, you'd be making a huge mistake. No one's going to treat you as well as I do. Intha's hardened gaze softened as he looked up at Akara's conflicted expression. He began to smile after hearing Akara's heartfelt words. He pressed Akara closer to the wall, gripping his waist and slipping his hand under Akara's shirt. But there are plenty of people better than you, aren't there? I'm hesitating 'cause your head is all about screwing me. Well, you were the one who invited me to shower just now. Your memory's too sharp. Of course. I also recall planning to give you 10 rounds, Young. Silence. My little cupcake. Akara couldn't help but smile, wrapping his arms around the other's neck. He grinned widely, his white teeth showing, as he pressed his forehead against Intha's. He let Intha adjust their faces to align perfectly for a kiss that was both sweet and fiery. Akara's thought. The old Intha was back. Water from the shower rained down from above, just like in the movies. It was his own doing, adding a bit of atmosphere. Akara's thought. Maybe it's okay to take a risk with this man. Akara's thought. Maybe it's okay to give everything to this new love, like someone unafraid of getting hurt. Akara's thought. Those who give their all to love deserve to receive kind love in return, don't they? Young, can you take off your pants yourself? They're too tight. I can't get them off properly. Akara's thought. For fuck's sake, can't we stay romantic for even half a minute? Akara sighed and let go of Intha's neck, pulling his lightweight t-shirt over his head. The orange light in the bathroom revealed his well-defined muscles and the deep, dark tattoos on his shoulders and arms, fully visible to Intha. The taller man leaned in for a frenzied kiss, his hands roaming to urge Akara to remove his pants. It was a bit of a struggle since they were wet, but soon enough, the cutie patootie Young was completely naked. Intha's face flushed as he hastily stripped off his own clothes as well. A pink mushroom popped up, catching Akara's eye. He glanced at it and couldn't help but chuckle softly, only to be pushed against the wall, his face meeting the cold surface. Looking at my dick? You naughty boy. Intha said with an impish grin, smacking Akara's firm backside several times, the sound echoing loudly. He smirked wickedly as he saw the red handprints on Akara's skin. Ignoring Akara's protests, he spat into his hand, spreading it along the crevice, preparing the soft entrance for what was to come. Take it easy, Akara groaned. Spread your legs a bit wider. The mushroom's about to enter the cave, Intha teased. Thanks for coming into my life. If we hadn't met, I wouldn't know what sin feels like. Glad to hear that. Welcome to hell, babe. Please just shut your damn mouth. Too bad, because I'm good at using my tongue. Fine. I give up. Come on in. Akara was too tired to argue with the pure sinner further. He placed his hands on the wall, spreading his legs as instructed, arching his hips slightly. He felt kisses trailing down his back, a hot tongue leaving a trail that sent shivers through his body. When the wet sensation disappeared, a warm pressure took its place, teasing the entrance before pushing in. Oh, in, Intha. Yes. What is it, Mr. Akara? Go all the way in deeper. Intha obliged, fulfilling the request. 1 round in the bathroom first, then the remaining 9, an auspicious number, could wait for the bed. On a night when the starlight was faint, Akara ended up showering twice. The first time was with Intha, and the second was after he'd rested on the bed for a while. He got up to shower again. The clock read 4 a.m. The surrounding music had nearly faded away. The young man used a towel to dry his damp hair as he walked over to sit across from Intha, who was focused on cutting and pasting paper into the Smiggle notebook. The taller man, with his bangs tied up, looked up and smiled at him. His lips and the corners of his eyes were bruised, but it didn't seem too serious. Intha had already showered, and his earlier attempt to get Akara to shower had involved chanting mock prayers into his ear. But Akara was too exhausted to argue, simply kicking Intha off the bed instead. Intha had thrown a hissy fit, but didn't retaliate. After sitting down, Akara handed over the plane ticket he'd just retrieved to Intha. It had been trimmed slightly and was now pasted next to another ticket. Different airlines, different dates and times. Perhaps fate had brought them together. It's done. Look, I even drew a picture of you. Why do I look so ugly? Akara frowned at the stick figure drawing, but noticed the colored details Intha had added to match the clothes he'd worn when they first met. Akara's thought. See? So attentive to details. But this is the best drawing I've ever done, Intha said, holding up the notebook to show Akara, clearly proud. The latter nodded rapidly, conceding that it was, indeed, picturesque. Fine, it's beautiful. Are you going to sleep now? I'm exhausted. I was about to, but I was waiting for you to finish showering. Then let's go to bed. Akara stood up shortly after sitting down. He extended a hand to help Intha up. Once Intha was on his feet, Akara walked over and flopped onto the bed with a loud thud, calling out loudly even though they were the only two in the room. Here, turn off the lights. He pulled the blanket up to his chin, his sharp eyes following Intha's broad back as he walked over to turn off the lights. Once the room was dark, the glow from Intha's phone lit up briefly. The taller man climbed into bed next to Akara, draping an arm and a leg over him, causing the younger to protest loudly from the discomfort. Intha teased Akara a bit more before finally letting him sleep peacefully. He placed the Smiggle notebook in the bedside drawer. When he lay down again, Akara adjusted the blanket over him. Under the blanket, their hands found each other and intertwined. Intha kissed Akara's forehead, nuzzled his cheek, kissed his lips, and pressed their cheeks together. Good night, young. Night to you too. In. Intha let out a soft laugh, and before falling asleep, he held Akara's hand even tighter. Chapter 12. A damp sensation on his cheek. Yes, he was being sucked on, sucked, nibbled, and licked. What the hell? The fuck is this? Well, I tried waking you up, but you wouldn't budge. So you decided to suck on my face? It's called a kiss on the cheek. EW, your skanky spit is all over my face. Akara grumbled as he sat up in bed, touching his saliva-dampened cheek. His face was puffy from just waking up, and his sleepy eyes barely opened, but he could still make out Intha sitting on the floor. The so-called skanky part probably wasn't true, considering Intha had already showered and changed clothes. I've already showered and brushed my teeth. You're the one drooling in your sleep. I tried waking you up so many times, but you wouldn't move. I wasn't sure if you were sleeping or dead. Silence. It's already 9:30. Go shower. Don't you have an appointment to review the designs? Ignoring him, Akara lifted the front of his shirt to scratch his stomach and lay back down. It was only 9:30, after all. Just 5 more minutes. No. Why are you like this? It's already late, young. Intha climbed back onto the bed after recovering from being kicked off earlier. He grabbed the blanket and rolled Akara up in it like a giant maki roll. He intended to carry Akara in a fabulous, romantic way and toss him into the bathroom. But Akara was too heavy, and the plan instantly shifted from a romantic Korean drama scene to something more like a murder mystery. Instead, Intha grabbed Akara's ankles, which were sticking out of the blanket, and dragged him off the bed. Thud! Akara's tailbone hit the floor, and he grabbed a pillow, yelling in protest. That hurt. Well, I was trying to get you to shower. Intha's thought. But I can't princess carry you, so I have to drag you instead. Intha thought to himself, too afraid to say it out loud for Akara to hear. He flipped his bangs back into place, sweat forming on his temples from the effort of dragging Akara off the bed. How could you treat the princess of the industry like this? Intha's thought. Princess of the industry? Intha's thought. What industry? Intha's thought. Whatever. The princess is adorable when he whines. Fine, you're so gonna regret this. Even your threats sound endearing. Don't mock me. Move. I'm in a bad mood and need to shower. Get out of my way. Akara huffed, standing up to his full height and grabbing a towel. He bumped Intha's shoulder as he stormed off. Intha puffed out his cheeks in mock annoyance and followed him, prompting Akara to stop at the bathroom door and turn around. Why are you following me? I was just yapping. I'm not actually mad. I know you're not mad. Silence. I just wanted to tell you that today's lucky color is black. But since you never do laundry, there aren't any black shirts left in your closet. And so, just wear one of mine. Intha gestured toward the outfit he'd prepared. It was obviously a plan to match outfits. The black t-shirt with the word fucking and an alien face printed on it was identical to the one Intha was wearing. The faded jeans were also a similar shade. Intha, ever the fashionista, had tucked his shirt into his high-waisted jeans and rolled up the sleeves slightly for added flair. If you wanted us to match, you could have just said so, yeah. Who in their right mind even buys two of the same shirt? Heh, got busted again. And aren't you supposed to dress nicely when meeting friends? From what I've heard, they all seem pretty well off. If we're discussing the bar design, I'm not coming back to change outfits. It'll probably take a while, and I don't want to risk running out of time. This outfit's fine. The place we're going isn't fancy or anything. It's just a casual hangout. Nye just wants to eat his favorite. Don't forget to bring the bubble tea for your buddy. Akara reminded him, recalling that Intha had gone out of his way to buy bubble tea for his bestie. If he didn't deliver it, it might end up in Akara's stomach by tomorrow. Almost forgot. Thanks for reminding me. You're the best. Here, let me give you a kiss as a reward. No, go get your stuff ready. Akara pushed Intha back with his tattooed arm, stopping him mid-lean. The thought of another slobbery kiss was too much to bear. Akara's thought. Being a princess with bad breath isn't ideal. Better brush my teeth first. You're so mean. It's called being modest, Akara retorted, slamming the bathroom door shut in Intha's face. He quickly stripped off his clothes, stretched to relieve his stiffness, and decided to do a quick 5-minute weight training session. Akara's thought. What a bright and sunny way to start the day. Throughout their discussion about the bar's design at a nearby cafe, Akara noticed that Intha seemed like a completely different person compared to when they were alone. The usually jovial and impish Intha was now quiet, sweet, and well-mannered, just like when they first met in Taiwan. It was probably the persona Intha used around people he wasn't close to. But once he got comfortable, Akara's thought. What the hell? He's playing footsie with me under the table. Akara's thought. Hee. Two can play that game. Let me ask you something. Which one do you like better, this design or this one? Akara showed Intha 2 bar designs. Although the designer had created more options, Intha had narrowed it down to these 2 retro-style designs. One focused on leather, while the other emphasized woodwork. I like the leather one, but it doesn't really match the building. Exactly what I was thinking. So, we'll go with this one. Do you want to make any changes? Intha was about to respond when the designer sitting across from them excused himself to use the restroom. Both Akara and Intha nodded in acknowledgement. Once they were alone, the former focused on the designs, while Intha immediately found a way to bother him. Your shirt's all untucked. Tuck it in like this, Intha said, poking Akara to get his attention. He demonstrated by tucking his own shirt into his jeans. They were dressed almost identically, same shirt, similar jeans, same shoes, but gave off entirely different vibes. One looked like a nerd heading to a tutoring session with a canvas bag, while the other resembled a streetwise delinquent with piercings and tattoos. No way. Tucking it in feels uncomfortable. You're just not doing it right. Here, let me help. The fake good boy dragged Akara's chair closer with his foot. Without waiting for permission, he grabbed the hem of Akara's shirt and started tucking it into his jeans. His hand accidentally brushed against something sensitive. Akara immediately caught Intha's hand, narrowing his sharp eyes in warning. Intha laughed nervously and withdrew his hand at once. Intha's thought. I'm just playing around for a bit, and it looks like he's about to punch me. Bad boy, I was just trying to help you dress. I can do it myself. Akara replied firmly. He eventually tucked his shirt in, mimicking Intha's style, but this time without any assistance. He then returned his attention to the bar designs until the designer came back, and they resumed discussing adjustments. Akara handled everything professionally, but when it came to contracts and deposits, he immediately passed the responsibility to Intha. Intha couldn't help but think that their relationship was the epitome of the homemaker and the breadwinner. By the afternoon, Intha and Akara had relocated from the cafe to a nearby shopping mall. The mall was close to a prestigious university that Intha proudly mentioned he'd graduated from. Akara was impressed, letting out a wow in the car, knowing how difficult it was to get into such a renowned school. His admiration quickly turned into outrage when Intha accidentally grabbed the wrong place. Akara's crotch instead of the gear shift. Akara's thought, what a nasty boy, equals. Akara's thought, if I grab him back and squeeze, let's see how he likes it. We're here, Intha announced cheerfully, unaffected by Akara's scolding. After parking the car, he stepped out and retrieved some items from the back seat. The others should already be here. Which restaurant are we heading to? Just follow me, and you'll find out, Intha replied, locking the car after Akara got out. He walked ahead, typing on his phone to let his friends know they'd arrived. Then, he grabbed Akara's wrist, checking for oncoming traffic before crossing the street to the mall entrance. Are we seriously holding hands while walking? Does it bother you? Silence. Akara didn't answer. It didn't bother him, it was actually Akara's thought. Cute. I can let go if you're embarrassed. Well, I'm not that embarrassed. Though he felt a pang of disappointment when Intha let go, Akara didn't reach out to hold his hand again. Instead, he slid his hands into his pockets, scanning the surroundings as he followed Intha. Hia, are we almost there? There it is. KFC? Yeah, my friend is addicted to spicy wings. Every time he comes back to Thailand, he has to eat here. He says the ones abroad don't taste right. So this is our go-to spot. Cool, right? Not bad. They've got both savory and sweet options, and there's no time limit. But it's crowded. Still better than a bar, Akara said as they entered the famous fried chicken chain. They didn't need to look around for long. As soon as Intha stepped inside, someone stood up and called out, still holding a spicy wing in hand. Buddyin's here. Take a seat. We saved you a spot. Intha raised his eyebrows at his friend while glancing at the two empty chairs left. They were on opposite sides. One was next to Nai, and the other, next to Thon. I'm gonna sit there. I love rough guys. Young. Akara hissed through gritted teeth as he darted to sit next to Thonhan with lightning speed. He almost lunged to pull Akara away, but the sweet smile from Kanlati stopped him in his tracks. He forced a polite smile in return, suppressing his urge to cause a scene and standing still to calm himself. Intha's thought. You're so dead. Intha's thought. You're absolutely dead today. Sit down already. Or are you planning to walk laps around the table first? Jeonai teased, tugging his friend's arm to make him sit beside him. As he got a good look at Intha, his brows furrowed. What happened to your face? Did you mess with some gangster's girl and get beaten up? At Jeonai's comment, everyone at the table turned their attention to the bruise on Intha's face. Feeling the stares, Intha waved them off, signaling for everyone to sit back down. Got beaten up by my wifey. Are you for real, Hia? Nai's message. Didn't you say you didn't have a wifey? Thonhan's message. Being a henpecked hubby again. ER's message. Did you wish for all living beings to be free from hatred while getting beaten up? Jeonai's message. Can't take his words seriously. Akara wanted to give a thumbs up to the guy sitting next to his hubby. He nodded at Jeonai in agreement, noticing the slight smirk on his face before he turned to ask Intha. Is that Young? Yeah, that's Young. Young, this is Nay. Intha said, realizing he should introduce his friends to Akara. He pointed to each one, starting with the closest. Akara, ever polite, greeted them with a Y and flashed a princess-like smile at everyone. And where's Plit? Intha asked, noticing Jeonai's partner wasn't there. Working, but he'll pick me up later, Jeonai replied. Nodding in understanding, Intha continued the introductions. The hot guy over there is Yars, the group's young millionaire. And the one gnawing on spicy wings is Chin Nai. They're a couple. Nai isn't a millionaire, but judging by how much he eats, he's on his way to weighing 1,000,000 kilos. Asshole. Nai shot back, wiping his hands on his pants before extending one to Akara for a handshake. Akara shook it politely, then turned his attention to the sweet and well-mannered guy sitting next to Chennai. He looked familiar, like someone famous. His name was Chan Kanlati. This is Chan Kanlati. He's Thon's boyfriend. They're madly in love. Like, really madly in love, Intha emphasized, kicking Akara under the table to snap him out of his daze. It was infuriating how Akara seemed to like Thonhan more than him, staring at Kanlati without looking away. Intha's thought, are you sizing up the competition? Damn it. Kick. Kick again. Another kick. And a stomp. Intha's thought. Still, no reaction. Excuse me, Fawn. I feel like I've seen you before. Are you a YouTuber, or do you run a travel page or something? The one with the unicorn plushie? Akara inquired, pulling his legs back as Thanhan, sitting between him and Kanlati, shifted his leg and unintentionally bumped him. Thanhan turned and nodded apologetically. His tough demeanor seemed irritated, but Akara paid him no mind, focusing instead on the smaller guy who nodded in response. I do have a channel, but I rarely post. It depends on whether Than has time to take me traveling, Kanlati explained. I've watched it before. I love that unicorn plushie. And you're so cute in real life. Sis, Akara said, leaning closer to Kanlati, though it seemed more like he was leaning toward Thanhan. Intha, unable to take it anymore, kicked hard again, glaring at Akara, who still didn't pay him any attention. Thud. Ouch. Except it was Thanhan who yelped. His long legs scraped his chair loudly as he moved it out of kicking range. His stern face, adorned with just one piece of jewelry, a brow piercing, turned to Intha. He bent slightly to rub his shin. Enough, In. Stop kicking and stomping. My shoes are expensive. Nai's message. Why are you kicking Than, man? Thanhan's message. Damn right. Why are you kicking me? Intha's message. I was aiming for Young. Young's message. Why are you trying to kick me? Intha turned his head away, his serene demeanor slightly cracking. Because I'm jealous. The entire table fell silent. Nai's spicy wing dropped onto the table with a thud. The chaotic conversation came to a halt before Jonai burst into laughter, standing up from his chair. His sharp mind pieced everything together faster than anyone else, and he decided to do something to lighten the mood. Come on, Young, switch seats with me. Sorry, my good sir. I didn't know you two were, you know. If I'd known. Jonai trailed off, standing up and forcing Akara to take his seat. Nai's message. Great, now we're a fully gay gang. From now on, anyone with a girlfriend is out. ER's message. I knew it. Nai, want more spicy wings. Kanlati's message. Pin, calm down. Don't fight. Love your neighbor as you love yourself. Thanhan's message. So you two are boyfriends? Nai's message. Yep, everyone else already knew. You're the last to figure it out. Thanhan's message. Young's gay? Never would have guessed. Jonai's message. You didn't even know Kanlati was gay. Don't expect to figure out anyone else. Thanhan's message. True. I didn't even think you'd have a hubby. Jonai's message. You had absolutely no idea he courted me through you. Akara watched the group's banter, then nudged Intha, who was sitting quietly beside him. Here, pass me the tuna salad. Intha deflected, changing the subject. It has veggies. You don't eat veggies, do you? Akara asked sweetly, sensing Intha's irritation. Akara's thought. I didn't even do anything wrong. Akara's thought. Justice for Nung, please. The result? No, it's not veggies. It's tuna. Intha snapped at Akara, something he rarely did, before snatching the tuna corn salad and eating it to calm his frustration. Whatever you say. Can I have a bite, pretty please? Silence. I'll give you 20 rounds. Silence. Make it 30. Silence. Silence. Are you seriously angry? Don't bother me. If you want it so bad, take it all, Intha said, placing the salad in front of Akara. He then grabbed a spicy wing from Nai, placing one piece on Akara's plate and eating the other himself. Akara's thought. Akara figured, maybe he isn't that mad. Maybe. But the temple boy didn't talk to him at all after they left the group. He just dragged Akara to buy groceries, then back to the car, and seemed ready to head home. Not used to this side of Intha, Akara decided to walk around to the driver's side and knock on the window instead of getting in the car. Intha rolled down the window, brushing his bangs back to reveal his perfectly shaped forehead. Are you really not going to talk to me? Silence. Fine, I'll walk home then. Fine, I'll talk. Why do you like Than? When did I ever say I liked Than? Since Taiwan. I don't even remember, Akara said, leaning slightly against the window. He couldn't recall ever saying he liked Than, but maybe he had. After all, tough guys were his type. But I don't like him now. I swear. Whatever. Get in the car. Let's go home. Wait. Look at me first. Akara wasn't getting in the car as the other instructed. He called for Intha to meet his gaze, offering a soft smile that seemed to melt Intha's tough exterior. What? What's today's date? Silence. Write it down. Today, this month, this year, I'm asking you to be my boyfriend. Silence. Be my boyfriend. I don't like anyone else because, right now, I like you a whole lot. Akara confessed. As soon as he finished, Intha pulled him into a kiss, likely as an answer. When their lips parted, Intha spoke again. Get in the car. Let's go home. I'm going to wreck you, young. Like Wrecking Ball by Miley Cyrus? No. I'm going to fuck you until you're begging for your life. Intha put on a tough, intimidating face before breaking into a wicked smirk. Chapter 13. But Hia has to wait first. 'Cause I'm hungry. A few pieces of KFC at Hia's old friend's reunion were digested in no time. The result? I nudged my boyfriend. Yeah, he's my boyfriend now, to pull over in front of a 7-Eleven to buy grilled meatballs from my usual vendor. The usual uncle. Akara shouted his order as soon as he stepped out of the car. The heat hit his skin, and his pale cheeks began to flush under the dim light in front of the 7-Eleven. So Akara walked over, hands on his hips, after placing his order. He turned to look at Intha, who stood behind him, casually interested in the rows of meatballs on display. What are you getting, young? For pork tendons and 2 of those red ones that look like dog balls. You want anything? 4 of the red balls. The red ones. I have just 2, and they're not red, you know. Got it, princess. Intha looked up at Akara, and even Uncle, the meatball vendor, glanced at him. Then Uncle asked, Is this your new boyfriend, Mr. Young? Akara rolled his eyes. He was just about to share a heartfelt gaze with the temple boy, and Uncle had to interrupt. Seriously, the dimly lit 7-Eleven was giving off romantic vibes, complete with a chubby brown dog as the local witness to their love. Yup, Uncle, this is my new boyfriend. He's handsome, this one. And rich as well. Uncle, you can charge him for the meatballs. He side-eyed Intha, who only smiled softly and added cheese sausage and crab sticks to the grill. Akara's thought. He sure could eat. Is Hia and fueling up for something? Wow, lucky you, getting a handsome and rich boyfriend. Akara's thought. Akara wanted to add who excellently fucks to the old man's comment, but he held his tongue because a kid, no older than 10, walked out of the 7-Eleven sucking on an ice cream. Akara's thought. There are kids here. Stay composed, Akara. So how did you two meet? Uncle asked while grilling the meatballs, striking up a conversation. He was familiar with Akara, who frequented his stall enough to be considered a regular. We just bumped into each other. I winked at him once, and he followed me, Akara said. Really? The old man asked, clearly in doubt. Intha nodded, even though Akara's story was far from the truth. But he himself did fall for him, so that part was accurate. When you cross paths with the princess of the industry, it's only natural to fall for him, he added, glancing at his beloved wifey, who was brushing a stray lock of hair from his face. Akara's thought. Princess my ass. Inin wants to file a complaint with the Consumer Protection Board. Uncle, I'll come back for it, okay? I'm just popping into the 7-Eleven for a bit. Mix the sauce for me. Make it as spicy as I am. The old man raised an eyebrow in acknowledgement. Once the deal was set, Akara grabbed Intha's wrist and pulled him into the 7-Eleven. He noticed a few people glancing their way, maybe because they were dressed similarly, or because Intha had wrapped his arm around Akara's slim waist in public. They ended up standing in front of the ice cream freezer. Seeing the kid enjoying his treat made Akara crave one too. You want one, Hia? Akara asked Intha again. He picked out a Magnum Macadamia Salted Caramel, new flavor, reading the label but not saying it out loud. No thanks. I'm not that hungry. Then I'll take this one. Magnum Macadamia Salted Caramel, new flavor. Why do some foods have such long names? I don't get it. What I don't get is why you put so much feeling into reading it. Akara didn't know how to respond, so he shrugged, spreading his hands out to the sides while watching the temple boy open the freezer and grab a Magnum Macadamia Salted Caramel, new flavor. Do you want anything else besides ice cream? Let me think. Eat too much, and you'll get chonky. Am I chonky? Chonky. Intha leaned in close to Akara's sharp face, amused by the worried look in the eyes of someone who was far from fat. With his toned muscles, what could possibly make him chubby? Welp, you're the one who keeps inviting me to eat. Akara grumbled, patting his own chubby cheeks. He turned to the glass wall, twisting left and right to check his stomach. I need to lose weight now? Then you're not eating the ice cream? No, I'm still eating it. I'll start dieting tomorrow. Let's just call it a cheat day today. So many excuses. How are you going to lose weight? Intha didn't believe it. Tomorrow, Akara would eat just as much as today. Intha tapped the wrapped Magnum Macadamia Salted Caramel, new flavor, against his hand, making a popping sound. His brows furrowed as Akara continued to check himself out in the glass. Intha's thought, what a joke. I'll eat healthily. There's an easier way. How? If you're scared of getting fat, just ride me tonight. You'll burn a ton of calories, Intha said with a sly smile before turning to the cashier to pay for the single Magnum Macadamia salted caramel, new flavor. Intha didn't take a plastic bag, doing his part to save the planet. The eco-friendly guy unwrapped the ice cream and handed it to Akara, as attentive as ever. Right how? Akara asked, dragging Intha into an inappropriate conversation they'd left unfinished. Forgetting his worries about getting fat, he took a big bite of the ice cream. Akara's thought, I'm not saying macadamia or anything else because it's too damn long, fuck it. Like bottoming from the top. Intha spun his hips teasingly in front of Akara outside the 7-Eleven. The chubby brown dog transformed into an honorary audience. Akara's thought, bottoming from the top. You truly belong in the deepest pit of hell, Akara said that, but he spun his hips along as well. And so, the sight of two grown-ass men spinning their hips in front of a 7-Eleven unfolded. Spin, right round, as if they had invisible hula hoops around their waists. They only stopped when Uncle called out to them. Here, can you pay for the meatballs for me? I'll pay you back at home. Fine, I'll treat you. I've been meaning to ask, why don't you carry a wallet? Intha asked, walking ahead but still within earshot. He pulled out money from his pocket to pay for the large bag of meatballs. He was genuinely curious why Akara never carried a wallet. Since Taiwan, Akara had been carrying cash in envelopes for trips. At home, he only took a few hundred baht when going out. Here's the thing. I'm the type who spends whatever I have. If I have 100, I spend 100. If I have 10,000, I spend 10,000. Get it here? So I don't carry a wallet. I just take 100 or 2 at a time, Akara explained. Intha paid, but the bag of meatballs ended up in Akara's hands. Don't ask where the ice cream went. It was probably in his large intestine by now, gone after 2 spins. Ah, I see. If I buy too much, you can stop me. Don't spoil me. That's not happening. I told you, I'm the indulging type. Sure, Akara drawled, snatching Intha's crab stick and eating it without hesitation. He figured a spoiling type wouldn't mind sharing food. In other households, the wifey manages the hubby's money. But in mine, the hubby manages it. If you're my hubby, you have to be good with money. I get tickled by the words hubby and wifey. The spoiling type took the remaining half of the crab stick to eat. Akara watched as Intha took a small bite and handed it back. Akara's thought, wow, he's considerate even when it comes to crab sticks. Akara's thought, when you like someone, you let things slide. Akara's thought, as Buddha had taught us, do good unto others, and good will come to you. Akara's thought, tonight, there's no way I'm not getting some action. I've got my sights set. So are you my hubby? If you say so, bring out the marriage certificate. What about the dowry? Here it is, the meatball money. Wow, now I'm sad. My worth is only 120 baht. Akara held up the bag and spun it with his fingers to count the sticks inside. He knew the temple boy was just jesting, but he couldn't resist pretending to be serious. Even on the car ride, he kept up the sulking act. Though the pork tendons were delicious, his face still looked downcast. All an act. Your love is so cheap, Hia. If you want it expensive, I'll give it to you all night long. Then I want high-end level. I'll add morning, noon, and evening too. Can you handle it? Bloody hell. I need to put a sticker on the back of the car to warn others now. I already have one. What the my? Intha pulled into the parking lot across from their house. The 7-Eleven and Akara's bar weren't far apart. A short walk that wouldn't even break a sweat. No, it has to say, no one under 20 allowed in the car. I'm not talking nonsense. Intha shook his head as he turned off the engine and stepped out. You're the one who started it. Get out. I'm locking the car. Now that we're dating, your tone has changed. Men, when they're courting, it's all sweet and gentle. But once they've fucked you, they turn cold. Silence. Go ahead. You don't love me anymore, do you? I've never been romantic, except when banging. Hia, can I pretend to be dramatic like in a Thai drama for 30 seconds? You don't have to be that blunt. Why? I'm just straightforward. Wow, my heart is in agony from your straightforwardness, Hia. Go open the house door, my lady. There's no maid here to do it for you. You'll have to clean the house yourself, cook for yourself. Don't be cruel to me, Master Akara. Don't hurt me. Just ask nicely, and I'll let you have me. Don't force me. Akara put on an act as if he deserved an award. But this time, Intha stood still and let out a big sigh. Look, I'm 28 now. I want to indulge you and play along sometimes. But could you spare me this one thing? You're the one who started it. It's all on you, Hia. Akara turned to face him, ready to complain. But when he saw the soft smile and gentle eyes accompanied by a light ruffle of his hair, he lost. Utterly defeated. Akara's thought. He's so gentle. Open the door already. I'm dying to cuddle with my boyfriend. Want to bet that you're not just going to cuddle with me? Letting the temple boy shower first had become the norm for Akara, because the bigger guy needed to chant prayers and meditate before bed. Of course, even though he and Intha had decided to date, the thought of joining his beloved in chanting and meditating until his legs went numb had never once crossed Akara's mind. So letting Intha shower first was a good option. While Akara was in the shower, Intha could finish his prayers and alleviate his karma. But honestly, the guy would probably have to pray into the next life to wash away all his sins. What kind of lunatic was this? Akara sometimes thought his boyfriend was a werewolf, except instead of changing under the full moon, his boyfriend transformed the moment they hit the bed. His hands would start wandering, grabbing, and playing with whatever he pleased. Young, you done in there? Knocking on the door probably meant the prayers were done. Sit tight, I'm washing my hair. Give me 5 more minutes. Okay, where's the hairdryer? I'll dry your hair for you. In the closet, I think. Footsteps soon faded away from the bathroom door. Akara hurried up his shower, secretly prepping himself for what was about to happen. He applied lube, kept on the counter, making sure everything was ready and slick, then got dressed and walked out of the bathroom, towel drying his hair. Intha was sitting cross-legged on the edge of the bed. His bangs had grown long enough to poke into his eyes, so he had to sweep them aside. His pajamas were just a t-shirt and shorts. Akara glanced at the auspicious color chart taped to the wall and noticed it wasn't today's lucky color. Akara's thought, "Welp, you can skip it when you sleep. You don't have to be lucky all the time. Come here." Akara walked over when Intha beckoned. He sat on the floor, leaning his back against the bed and tilting his head for Intha. The hairdryer started up, its whooshing sound drowning out the faint music leaking into the room. Is the AC too cold? Nah, it's just right. Once your hair's dry, I'm going to settle the score for today. Silence. Don't go liking anyone else that's not me. Silence. Let's do your hair in a dog bun, young. Try barking for me. Intha teased, but, Hia, do you think my feet are pretty? Akara stretched his legs out, wiggling his toes. I want to kick someone in the mouth. Let's rewind back to the romantic part. Too late. Your hair's almost dry, cupcake. Intha hastily changed the subject, focusing on the soft hair he was drying. He wasn't sure if Akara was serious about wanting to kick him, so it was safer not to challenge him, especially since Intha wasn't the type to fight back against his wifey. He didn't want to get hurt. I've never showered and gone to bed this early, you know? When I was working at the bar, I'd always sleep at dawn. So you're not sleepy, right? Nope, not sleepy at all. You have pretty feet, Intha said, turning off the dryer and running his hand through Akara's hair to make sure it was really dry. Want your mouth to get smacked by them? Akara pushed himself up onto the bed with Intha, but Intha pushed his head toward the foot of the bed. The temple boy moved to straddle Akara's body, lifting one of Akara's legs up high, and kissed the top of his foot. Sounds good to me, Intha said, then stuck out his tongue and licked Akara's toe. Akara squeezed his eyes shut, hissing through his teeth, his hands clutching the sheets as a jolt of pleasure shot from his toes straight up his spine. He opened his eyes again, half-lidded, and met the temple boy's smoldering gaze. It was like Intha was having fun caressing his toes, sometimes sucking, sometimes licking, not the least bit grossed out. Akara started sweating at his temples. His free foot rested on Intha's thigh as Intha knelt there. Hia, that's enough. A guy who sucks his partner's toes is totally whipped, you know. You idiot. Akara grumbled, but his face was burning hot. It was time for him to pull his foot away. When have I ever not been whipped for you? Intha protested sweetly, straddling Akara's body. He used his knees to spread Akara's legs apart, grinding his hips and rubbing his arousal against Akara's abs. His mouth alternated between biting Akara's lips and nipping at his nose, teasing but never giving a real, deep kiss. Nah, I don't see you being whipped at all. It's always me giving in to you, Akara complained, lifting his head to nibble at the temple boy's lips. His hands, which had been gripping the sheets, slid to Intha's hips. The more Intha refused to give him a real kiss, the more frustrated Akara got, so he smacked Intha's but hard, the sound echoing around the room. Intha jumped. "You're so mean. Welp, you won't get on with it. Go get the lube." "No need. I'm already good to go." Akara turned his face away, hiding his embarrassment. The lights were still on, and he felt a little awkward under Intha's gaze. Intha's soft eyes clearly showed how pleased he was. He slid down Akara's elastic waistband and took them off. His hot fingers trailed over Akara's slick entrance, checking to make sure he was really ready. Young, you're so cute. You have to use a condom." "Already got it right here," Intha said. His shorts had pockets, and the condom was hidden inside. Clothes came off. He stripped down, stroking himself until he was hard. The teasing nips turned into a real kiss. The wet, embarrassing sounds drowned out the crinkle of the condom wrapper being torn open. Don't even ask who was more ready for battle. They both were. "The bar next door is playing such a sad song tonight," Intha said, listening as he put on protection. He looked down at Akara's stomach, rising and falling with each breath, his cheeks flushed deep red, his eyes filled with pure ardor. "We're probably just like a dog barking at an airplane. Barking until we die, never getting to see it up close. I won't bother you, and if you don't love me, it's fine. Just thinking about you is enough. Oh, my heart, I'm so happy. It's a sad song, but I know you're gonna fuck me good anyway. Yes. Here we go." He lined himself up at Akara's entrance. Akara bit his lip, face twisting as the tip pressed in, staying there, as if Intha was teasing him. "If you're gonna use just the tip, don't bother calling yourself my hubby. You're asking for it." Thrust. Akara flinched, letting out a moan as Intha pushed in all the way, base to tip, not a single part left out. Intha started moving, pulling out and slamming back in without holding back. Guess he's the hubby now, Akara thought to himself. Once their bodies got used to each other and things started to slide smoothly, Intha flipped the younger man onto his stomach, slid his hands under to prop him up, grabbed his round butt and kneaded it until red marks appeared, then pressed his face into Akara's tattoo, biting down hard enough to make Akara shiver and tear up. He couldn't take it. Intha was going way too hard on him. "Achia, slow down, I can't take it. I'm gonna come." Akara begged, but the pounding didn't let up, so he just had to let it happen. For dozens of minutes, Akara was powerless to stop him. All he could do was bury his face in the bed, which seemed to make his hips lift even higher, giving Intha even more room to torment him. He was pounded until his mind went blank, his moans turning hoarse, his whole numb, his legs shaking after coming 3 times in a row. "Hia, have mercy on me. Princess, this is just the beginning." Intha grinned wickedly, changing positions. He turned Akara onto his side, lifted the latter's leg onto his shoulder, sat angled behind him, and traced his fingers over the swollen, red entrance. "At least give me 5 minutes to rest. But this spot is already clenching, calling for me," Intha said. The tight hole was twitching, the lube from earlier nearly gone. Intha spat, and pushed himself back in right away. "Hia? It's too much," Akara whimpered, lips trembling, tears staining the sheets and blanket. The bed was a wreck from their lovemaking. This was the first time Akara had seen the temple boy actually do what he said he would. He said he'd fuck Akara until he was begging for his life. And yeah, he was doing just as he said. Chapter 14. I know you're tired, both in your body and your soul, right? Right? Silence. But I know you're strong and you can handle it, right? Right? Not right. The one lying face down, totally spent, turned his face to look at the one spooning him from behind. Akara let out a moan as the hardness that had been inside him finally softened and slipped out. His half-lidded eyes wandered around the room. Everything looked the same, except the bed was a total wreck. The pillow was soaked with tears. Maybe this was the scene of Princess Young's assassination. One more round. You're trying to kill me? Enough. Hia, I'm begging you. My ass hurts so bad. He gathered his last bit of strength to push Intha to the side and rolled onto his back to face him. Everything around him looked yellow and blue. His body was sticky with sweat and love stains. He really wanted a shower. He was so tired he felt like he was about to die, but the temple boy still looked super energetic. I know you're strong and you can handle it. Young isn't responding to this, right? Right? He sang along to the same tune Intha had just sung, clapping in time. Right? 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 Right. Enough already. Next time, don't go looking for trouble. That's just an excuse you use to ravish me. Akara shot back, knowing full well that the angry face and harsh words weren't real. He'd seen Intha really mad before, like when he fought Bomb. When Intha was truly angry, he wouldn't say a word. So this tough act, the threats, the serious face right now, totally fake. You're so annoying for seeing right through me. Yeah, it's an excuse. It's because you're so cute, I can't control myself. I just want to fuck you again and again. Once he was caught, Intha dropped the tough act and flopped down on Akara, nuzzling his nose into the sweet-smelling crook of Akara's neck, then kissing his cheek, his lips, and his forehead. It was a good thing Akara was so exhausted, or he'd have gotten up and kicked him by now. Sod off. I'm all sticky. Okay, I'll stop. He switched from being a pest to just cuddling, wrapping his arms around Akara's waist and throwing a leg over him. I want a shower. You can shower in the morning. I stink. You won't sleep well. No, you still smell good. Really? The repair guys are coming to work on the bar tomorrow morning, Akara said, trying to pry Intha's arms off so he could get up and shower. But he was held tight, and he definitely didn't have the strength to fight the temple boy anymore. Having sex with this guy was like running 20 kilometers. If he says I smell good, then I guess I do. I'll believe him. It's almost morning anyway. I'm not going to be able to wake up when the workers come. I'll go deal with them. For now, just sleep, princess. Yeah. What? Because Akara turned to face him, Intha furrowed his brows together. It was clear the princess was totally wiped out, mumbling with his eyes barely open. Looking at Akara's sharp features, he actually looked pretty cute, like a cat, when they cuddled together. Just like a little princess. Snow White, Rapunzel, Elsa, they couldn't compare. Hia, don't leave me, please. He dropped that soft line and started to fall asleep. Intha just shook his head and reached over to turn off the bedside lamp. Once the whole room was pitch dark, a whisper sounded close to Akara's white ear. Even though there was still music playing outside, it wasn't loud enough for Akara to hear. I'm not leaving you. I'm settled in this deep. I'm telling you, I'm not here to fool around. Bang, bang, thud, thud, bang, bang. Son of a bitch. What the fuck is that noise? Arg. Akara grabbed a pillow to cover his ears and face. He wasn't fully awake, but he couldn't go back to sleep because of the banging and thudding echoing through the house. Poor Akara had no choice but to wake up. He got up on all fours, hands covering his ears, whining. The room was still dark when he opened his eyes, but he could tell it was late because bright sunlight was streaming in under the curtains. At that moment, Intha wasn't beside him. That's when Akara realized the banging and shaking must be from the workers downstairs renovating the shop, just like they'd planned. It's already 11? Guess I'd better get up. He mustered his energy to sit up, shaking his head. Akara stretched out, then reached down beside the bed to grab his sleep shorts. He couldn't find his shirt, but whatever. He just wouldn't wear one. He slipped on his slippers, which he rarely used, then opened the bedroom door and headed out. He shuffled downstairs and heard Intha laughing, along with some unfamiliar shouting. Are those the workers? Didn't sound like it. Hia, who are you talking to? He asked as soon as his feet hit the last step. Still half asleep, he looked around. The workers were bringing in new furniture, and the house was a mess. But what caught his attention was the special guests who'd suddenly shown up. Thanhan and Kamlati. How did they get here? Whoa, you're wrecked. Don't look. Intha snapped at his friend, grabbing Thanhan in a headlock and forcing him to turn around. He looked over at Akara, who was standing there scratching his cheek. Intha nearly fainted seeing his beloved wifey come downstairs looking like this. Young didn't even check the mirror, did he? Didn't notice all the hickeys and bite marks? I tried to keep them where clothes would cover, but nope. My sweet buttercup just waltzed down in nothing but sleep shorts. Be right back. Gotta deal with my wifey for a sec. We've been friends for 10 years, and I'm just now realizing how wild you are. Shut the fuck up, Than. Intha snapped, letting go of his friend's neck. He strode over to Akara, grabbed his arm, and dragged him back upstairs. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Thanhan get smacked by Kamlati's little hand before the big guy was warned not to tease anymore. Huh, got a lecture from the mafia princess, Thanhan. And as for me, I'm about to lecture the princess of the tattoo industry a little myself. Intha slammed the door shut and tossed Akara onto the edge of the bed, dazed. Next time, If you're not dressed properly, don't leave the room. No low-cut tops. No shorts shorter than 2 handspans. Know this, know that, and no. He trailed off, running out of things to say, especially as Akara stared back at him, eyes now clear and blinking fast, looking confused. Head tilted in perplexity. Damn, so cute. Don't blink at me like that when I'm lecturing you. Silence. And don't. Okay, I'll do whatever you want. All right then, just make sure you're dressed properly before going downstairs. Once Akara agreed, the lecture was over. Can I even call that a lecture? It was so short. Sorry. If I'd known your friends were coming, I'd have dressed better. Akara scratched his cheek and sighed in relief. I thought you'd be mad and we'd end up fighting. What? Intha didn't get it, frowning as he sat down next to Akara. I don't know. Maybe I was just startled from being dragged up here. I thought you were going to hit me. Silence. Can I get a hug? I got a little scared. The hug came instantly. Intha pulled the one who said he was scared into his arms, his heart dropping when he saw Akara's expression. Did something bad happen to you before? I'm sorry. No, don't apologize. I'd never hit you. I'm scared you'd hit me back and I'd die. I want to live a long life. I'm this small, with a heart this soft. How could I hit you hard enough to kill you? Akara argued heatedly, pulling away and glaring at Intha, ready to fight. Yes, my little muffin with a heart this soft needs lots of cuddles. Intha hugged him even tighter and kissed his forehead. But now, young, go shower so we can go check on the bar downstairs. Alrighty. Akara finally let go and walked into the bathroom, still dazed, with Intha's voice following him. Shower quickly. I'll get your clothes ready. Make sure they're proper and in an auspicious color. You really are a good person. Akara smiled at the corner of his mouth and gently closed the door. He turned to the mirror, and his eyes went wide at what he saw. Is that a person or a gecko? Shit. I'm covered in hickeys. And I just went downstairs looking like this. Fuck. Hia. What? Is there a cockroach? No, but look at all these hickeys. Were you starving or something? Well, why'd you have to be so cute? That's not an excuse. Of course it is. It's perfectly logical. Silence. In the end, Akara couldn't argue back. He just sighed a few times, scratched his head, and picked up the toothbrush that was already set out. If the reason is just that I'm too cute, how am I supposed to yell at him? He's gentle. He's adorable. He's my good man. Young. Yeah? Can I come in? Silence. I want another round. God damn it. I take back all the nice things I just said about my hubby. They're coming down now. A deep, raspy voice said as both Intha and Akara walked downstairs. Kamlati smiled a little when he saw the latter looking more put together than before. Intha, on the other hand, seemed to be in an especially good mood, like a monk who just finished meditating, so much so that just seeing his face made you want to start chanting prayers. Thon, where's the thing I wanted to give Young? Here it is. I brought it for you. If I forgot, you'd complain again. Thonhan said, handing over a large paper bag to the smaller figure in front of him. Akara's ears perked up at the mention of his name. He blinked as the shorter man, at least 20 centimeters shorter, walked up to him, handed him the bag, and then turned to scold Thonhan. Oh, and he stood with his hands on his hips, too. Why are you suddenly calling me a complainer? I didn't say that. Mr. Thonhan. Well, you'd better watch your back. Kamlati warned, pointing a finger at his lover with a playful glare that looked more adorable than intimidating. Don't scold Thon. Don't scold Thon. Don't scold my Thon. Intha butted in, dramatically throwing himself onto Thonhan's lap on the sofa. He crossed his legs, wrapped his arms around Thonhan's neck, and tilted his head for a big kiss on the cheek. There, Mr. Thon. Akara felt a chill run down his spine. Goosebumps rose on his arms as he watched the overly affectionate display. Thank you, my love. I was so scared when the mafia princess scolded me. Thonhan said, planting a kiss on Intha's cheek. He spread his legs wider to make room for his friend to sit more comfortably, then wrapped his arms around Intha's waist from behind. Intha leaned his head against Thonhan's neck, giving Akara a pointed look. With a kiss on Thonhan's chin, Intha teased salaciously. Just so you know, Young, he's mine. What? Then the mafia princess stepped in to save the day. Ignore them. Is there a place we can sit and talk? Kamlati asked. You can use my room. It's on the 3rd floor. Akara offered. Perfect. I brought some stuffed animals. Let's go check them out. This way, right? Excuse me, Conlati grabbed the other man's unmarked arm and led him away. Akara stopped paying attention to Intha's pointed looks. Processing. Is my hubby actually someone else's wifey? Was his jealousy yesterday not about me? Maybe he was jealous of Sischan's hubby? Oh, relationships are so complicated. When Akara glanced back at Intha, he saw him mouthing the same words again. He's mine. EW. That's so cringeworthy. Fuck you talking about? Whatever. I want kwai chap. Go buy it for me. The kwai chap from the stall at the end of the street. Extra crispy pork belly. 2 bags, 1 for me and 1 for Sischan. But if you want some too, you gotta pay for it yourself. I only have 100 baht on me. For the first time, Intha saw Akara willingly spend money on someone. The tall man jumped off his friend's lap, looking at the 100 baht note Akara pulled out. He pouted and asked, "Why don't you ever treat me? Let your man treat you." Akara replied, referring to Thanhan. Young. Intha huffed, pouted, and sulked. But then, while you're at it, fill up the motorcycle tank too, Hia. You're really taking advantage of me, huh? Where's the money? I don't have any. If you don't fill it up by this evening, I'll take the BMW to the market. Akara said with a shrug, pulling Conlati along upstairs. He couldn't help but smile when he heard Intha singing loudly from downstairs. Intha always does the most unexpected things. The gas tank is empty. I might be late. But don't blame me. I am sorry. What the hell are you singing in? It's my wifey's favorite song. I'm a loving hubby, so I learned it. Intha shouted back, emphasizing the words, loving hubby. He chuckled and turned to Thanhan, who was giving him a strange look. My friend has changed. None of your business. I need to head to the end of the street. My beloved wifey ordered 2 bags of extra crispy pork belly kwai chap. He really wants it, so I have to hurry. Please watch the shop for me. I'll bring back some noodle soup for you too. Yeah, hurry back. Thanhan said, crossing his legs. Once Intha had left on his motorcycle, Thanhan pulled out his expensive phone from his pocket and called another friend who'd practically forced him to investigate this bizarre situation. Hello, Nai? It's me. Than. Nai's voice sounded excited, barely able to hide his curiosity. Yeah, I know it's you. You're at Intha's love nest now, right? What's the scoop? Man, he calls the scary guy his beloved wifey every chance he gets. He stares at him like he's the only thing in the world. And the craziest part? When Akara came downstairs earlier, he was covered in marks from Intha. Nai exclaimed, "Holy crap. I think he's been bewitched. This can't go on. We need to help our friend." How? We need to find a way to break the spell. We need to find a renowned shaman. Where? Thanhan scratched the back of his neck, glancing around at the workers moving furniture and checking the stairs for any sign of Akara or Conlati. He didn't believe in superstitions, but Intha always said, if you don't believe, at least be respectful. We should ask him. He knows a lot about this stuff. We can't just walk up to him and say, "Hey, give us the name of a powerful shaman to break the spell on you." This is tough. I'm really worried about our bud. Than, bestie, we have to do something. I saw in a movie once that people under a spell for too long would have too much sex and die. Should we consult Nai? Maybe he can help us find a scientific explanation, like pheromones making him overly attached to his wifey. I just called him. He told me and you to stop meddling in Intha's business. Then let's just Google it. How to break a spell. Footsteps and murmurs echoed from upstairs. Thanhan straightened up, quickly speaking into the phone. Nai, Conlati and In Young are coming downstairs. I'll call you back later. All right. Give Conlati a kiss for me. Oh, shut up, you dumbass. Thanhan said, hanging up just in time before anyone could overhear. He remained seated, watching as the two came down, chatting softly. Akara was about the same size as him, while Conlati seemed to get smaller as he grew older. Sischan, sit and chat with Than for a bit. I'll go check if the workers brought everything. Sure. Let me know if you need help. It's okay. I can handle it. Akara said, rolling up his sleeves and heading toward the pile of items the workers had brought in. He spoke briefly with them before diving into the pile, inspecting everything with a determined look. Thanhan couldn't help but whistle softly, his brows furrowing in thought. Than, what's wrong? Conlati asked, raising a perfectly arched eyebrow and crossing his arms as he glanced at his partner, who still hadn't moved. I was just talking to Nai. He and I think Intha might be bewitched. Why do you think that? Because someone like him shouldn't end up like this. Young is too terrifying, not like anyone Intha's been with before. Thonhan said, using the word terrifying as he watched Akara lift and spin chairs 360 degrees to inspect them before setting them down and grabbing another. Maybe they love each other for who they are. Kanlati suggested. I don't know. I just don't see what makes him so special. I think he's kind of cute, especially when he talks with so much sass. His energy is great. Really? Maybe I should go talk to him. Thonhan said, standing up and walking toward Akara with his usual tough guy swagger. Akara noticed him approaching and locked eyes with him, unblinking. Even though they were about the same height, Thonhan's athletic build gave him a slight edge in physical presence. Do you have something to say to me? Akara asked, tilting his head. Even though Thonhan was somewhat his type, Akara knew better than to get involved with someone who was already taken. Yeah, I have something to ask. Thonhan said. About? Did you put a spell on my friend? A spell? You mean like black magic or something? Akara was momentarily stunned but quickly clarified, grabbing a nearby thick stick for support, more out of awkwardness than intimidation. Thonhan stood frozen. Whoa, hey, does he have to go that far? Wow, this guy's got guts. Goddamn. Yeah, black magic. Like love potions or something. I didn't do anything like that. Then why is my friend so obsessed with you? He's never been like this with anyone else. He's insanely possessive. I really didn't do anything. Akara said, gripping the lumber tighter. Just how much does that guy love me for his friend to think I used black magic? Come on, tell me where you got it from. Just in case Kanlati stops loving me, I might need it. Thon, calm down and repeat after me. Akara said, stepping back slightly and pointing the plank at Thonhan. The latter also stepped back, startled. Akara's sharp, dark eyes looked intense, almost scary. He wasn't angry. He was just deeply intrigued. Say this. Avada Kedavra. Thonhan muttered. You're so evil. Kanlati sighed, Crucio. Intha, who'd just returned, pointed a chopstick from his noodle bag at Akara. Therefore, the stick immediately shifted its aim. Expecto Patronum. Why did you buy chicken noodle for yourself? Achio. You ordered Kwai Chap. Now I want chicken noodle too. Fine, I'll give you one chicken foot. Thonhan rubbed the back of his neck, feeling ignored by both Intha and Akara. He turned to Kanlati, reaching out to hold his hand and giving it a gentle squeeze. Chan, I think I finally understand why my friend ended up with this dude. I need to tell Nai about this. They look so cute and lively together. Kanlati smiled at the couple. In his eyes, the love between Intha and Akara was oddly harmonious. He felt an instant fondness for Akara. When Thonhan mentioned they'd stop by to see Intha before heading back to Kanburi, Kanlati had even gone out of his way to pick up a stuffed animal as a gift. Yesterday, Akara had mentioned how much he adored stuffed animals, mumbling about how a certain someone didn't like them, which was why he didn't have many. Kanlati had quietly whispered to Intha about it earlier that morning. The good sir had nodded and promised to buy Akara plenty of stuffed animals. To Kanlati, they were absolutely adorable together. As for Thonhan, nah, I think they both look like a couple of lunatics. Chapter 15. Why are you suddenly casting spells? Intha asked as he handed the food bag to Akara after they both walked into the kitchen. Standing close behind Akara, he leaned in to whisper near his pale ear and even planted a kiss on the nape of his neck. Go ask Thon. You bitch. Whoa, what did you just call me? Akara snapped his head back to glare at the person standing behind him. Intha immediately stepped back, offering a sheepish smile and tenderly correcting himself. I called you baby. Don't bother lying. I heard you loud and clear. Well, Thon was asking me earlier if I'd cast some kind of spell on you to make you so smitten with me. Akara smirked as he untied the rubber band from the bag of noodles, skillfully preparing lunch while Intha lightly kicked him in the rear. Oh, really? Intha, now understanding the context, lost interest in the topic and focused more on kicking Akara's backside. The more he kicked, the more fun it became, and the more fun it was, the more he kicked. Enough already, will you? Quit kicking my ass. Akara silently counted to 10 in his head. 1, 2. But it's fun. Intha kicked harder, oblivious to Akara's growing impatience. His tattooed hand stretched the red rubber band, counting 7, 8, 9, but the relentless kicking showed no signs of stopping. The more he kicked, the more entertaining it was. By the time Akara reached 10, he instantly snapped the rubber band right at Intha. Yep. Meow. Bullseye. It hit Intha squarely on the thigh. Since he was wearing shorts, The rubber band left a clear red mark on his skin. His ears turned bright red as he glared angrily at Akara. Does he think Young would feel sorry for him? Serves you right. You started it. Silence. And what was that sound you just made? Are you a dog or a cat? You're so dead tonight. Bring it on. Akara glanced at the red mark on Intha's thigh. Seeing him rub it, Akara felt a tiny bit of sympathy, but only for a moment. 3 seconds later, Intha smacked his backside again. Ouch. Are you crazy, Hia? I can't help it. You're just too endearing. I already know I'm adorable, but you don't have to poke me so much. Akara grumbled, emphasizing the word poke through gritted teeth. Yet, the young man continued preparing the food expertly, transferring the noodles and chicken soup into bowls and arranging everything neatly on a tray, including a whole pitcher of water. Akara effortlessly lifted the tray. When he noticed Intha watching him, he puffed out his cheeks dramatically. Wow, this is so heavy. Silence. If only someone would help me carry it. Silence. Why aren't you playing along today? I'm not playing along, but if you want me to play around, I could do that. They say it makes relationships more exciting. How many flings then? 7. Nah. 3 sounds perfect, like the Buddha, the Dharma, and the... Enough, before we get pulled into hell. Akara declared, balancing the tray with one hand while raising the other to signal Intha to stop. I'll carry this tray myself. You just hold the water pitcher and follow me carefully. Watch out for the gate of hell. If there's a gate, I'm dragging you through it with me. Intha retorted, shaking his head as he grabbed the water pitcher. Despite his words, he still wore his usual soft smile. Hubbies and wifeys are supposed to share everything. Whether it's heaven or hell, we go together. I'm officially ending this hubby and wifey relationship right here. You lost that right the moment you asked me to be your hubby. Intha quipped, mirthfully smacking Akara on the head for even suggesting such a thing. He quickly smiled nervously when Akara turned to glare at him. Boyfriend. I only asked to be your boyfriend. Akara corrected. Hubby. Intha insisted. Boyfriend. I said hubby. You asked me to be your hubby. Boyfriend. Akara's voice grew hoarse as he refused to back down. Intha pressed a finger to his lips, signaling him to lower his voice, and whispered again with a smirk. Hubby, do you want to try being the wifey then? Akara growled, clearly exasperated by Intha's relentless teasing. Sure, I can do that. I've heard that a good hubby should also be able to be a wifey. Akara stopped in his tracks, turning to look at Intha from head to toe. Wait, I was joking about him being the wifey, wasn't I? Bloody hell, this guy is the real deal. I'm just imagining if you were my wifey, and I, Akara trailed off, shuddering at the thought. It's horrifying. I'm great at moaning, just so you know. Shut your damn mouth already. Akara muttered, resuming his walk. He spoke softly as they approached the marble table behind the bar, which they were using as a temporary dining area. He didn't want Thanhan and Kanlati to overhear their inappropriate conversation. Just so you know, there's no switching roles. I was born knowing I'm the prettiest in the village, a princess. And princesses don't fuck people's ass. You get it, Hia? I do. I was just picturing you. And yeah, it's horrifying. Let's drop this topic, then. Lunch is served. Akara announced, placing the tray on the table and arranging the bowls in front of their special guests. He moved his hands with exaggerated flair, mimicking a beer girl, and smirked at Thanhan as he teased him about casting spells. Thanhan frowned, pointing his finger in the air as if searching for a comeback, but ultimately saying nothing. What a troublemaker. And this is for my dearest boyfriend, chicken noodles with extra chicken feet. Akara said, sliding a bowl toward Intha. Do you want chicken feet, too? Intha asked. Sure, give me 2. Akara replied. Trade me the egg from your noodles. I only eat the yolk, not the white. Intha peered into Akara's bowl as he sat down beside him. He accepted the chopsticks Akara had unwrapped and wiped his forehead, sweating from the heat. The weather was scorching that day. Even with a fan running, eating lunch in the garden was still hot. Intha, who'd just returned from a motorcycle ride, seemed to be the hottest of all. The cold water Akara handed him was a much-needed relief. Ah, refreshing. My wifey takes such good care of me. You only eat the yolk? It's like you knew I don't eat yolks and only eat the whites, Hia? I didn't know. Really? I don't eat the whites. That's true. This is great. Now I don't have to waste yolks, and I get extra whites. Being your boyfriend is amazing. Akara's ears turned slightly red as Intha rubbed his face to hide his embarrassment. We must be soulmates. Everything about us just fits. Intha said with a grin. Thanhan groaned. Ugh, I'm so sick of the love in the air. Silence. Thanhan groaned again. Ugh, someone get me out of here. After Thanhan and Kanlati left, the renovations at the bar progressed quickly, thanks to Akara personally overseeing the work. Now, all that was left was for the paint to dry and for the tables and chairs to be arranged before the bar could officially open. Intha was quite pleased with the new design. The combination of leather and wood complemented the bar's retro-style sign, which he'd fought with Akara over for half a day. In the end, Intha won and got to keep the old-fashioned sign, which he now cherished. I absolutely fucking hate the bar sign. Akara tilted his head slightly as he crossed his arms and stared at the newly installed sign. He tested the lights that the workers had set up. The sign was undeniably dorky, but it perfectly matched the bar's new vibe. The young man glanced at Intha, who was standing beside him, admiring the lights. Even though it was evening, the area was brightly lit. The lively music from a nearby bar hinted that the nightlife was about to begin. Look closely, young. Our bar got the best vibe in the area. I know. Akara spun in a circle as Intha grabbed his shoulders and turned him around. Akara must have known that the surrounding shops all had modern designs like his old bar. The retro vibe of their bar now stood out, just as Intha had said. From the entrance of the alley, the bar sign was so eye-catching that people would stop and stare, thinking a pawn shop had popped up among the bars. Are the lights okay? Intha began. They're fine, I guess. What do you think? Akara asked him back. They're good. You can turn them off now. Let's go find something to eat. I'm starting to get hungry. The temple boy said. Noticing Akara's distracted expression, Intha ran his fingers through Akara's fluffy hair. Aren't you tired? You've been working so hard. Your hair's all messy now. You don't have to rush so much. I told you before, I'm a workaholic. You might see me in full work mode, completely forgetting about my hubby, like today. Akara gently pulled Intha's hand away from his hair. He intertwined their fingers, realizing he hadn't spent much time with his new boyfriend that day. Feeling a bit guilty, he squeezed Intha's hand slightly and led him to turn off the bar's lights. They then walked back into the quiet house, which still smelled of fresh paint. But I haven't forgotten about you. Whenever I see you free, I come over to bother you. Besides, watching you work is pretty enjoyable. You'd better keep saying things like that forever. All right, if there's anything I need to do, just let me know. Intha said. His work experience was limited to flying planes, and when it came to running a bar, he was totally at a loss. So, most of the responsibilities naturally fell on Akara, while Intha played the role of the financial backer, lazily counting money in the background. Then tonight, you can go to the market. I'll write down a list for you. What do you want to eat? Akara said, releasing his grip on Intha's hand and pacing around a bit to find paper and a pen. Let's go together. I don't even know where the market is. Oh, right. You've never been to the market. Akara realized he'd never taken Intha to a wet market before. Instead of grabbing the notebook and pen, he grabbed the car keys. So, what's for dinner? Anything's fine. There's no menu called anything. Then what do you want to eat? Anything. Akara's eyes widened as he covered his mouth, realizing he'd just said the very thing he'd scolded Intha for. The usually kind-looking Intha chuckled softly, grabbed Akara's arm to turn him sideways, and smacked his backside with a loud smack. That hurt. The anything menu doesn't exist. No one's allowed to say it. If you do, you get your butt smacked. Fine. How about this? Do you want to eat out or cook at home? You cook, young. Intha replied decisively. I want to eat my lovely wifey's cooking. Omelette. And this was Akara's answer. If it's just an omelette, we don't need to go to the market. There are eggs in the fridge. I wasn't done talking. You're so argumentative. I should slap your mouth. I was going to say omelette, stir-fried squid with basil, and some kind of clear soup? Pickled lettuce? Pickled lettuce soup sounds good. Intha clapped his hands in delight and pressed them to his chest. Akara couldn't help but think Intha had a childlike charm when he talked about his favorite dishes. His eyes sparkled with excitement. So easy to please. But it has to have meat since I don't eat vegetables. I like the sour broth. How about we add pork ribs? Do you like that? Love it. So, who's going to be the biker? Young, of course. Intha said, grabbing his wallet and stuffing it into his pocket. He then slung an arm around Akara's neck and leaned in to plant a big kiss on his cheek. Akara scrunched his neck, tickled, before returning the gesture with a kiss on Intha's chin. Their playful banter was so endearing. With his bangs covering his forehead, Intha leaned his head on Akara's shoulder. He tightly shut his eyes as he rode pillion on Akara's motorcycle. Barely 2 minutes into the ride, Intha wished he could go back in time to when Akara had asked who should drive. He should have said me. Me. I'll drive. Because his beloved Young drove like a street racer, weaving through 2 lanes, sometimes 3, and then darting into narrow alleys without considering their size. Both of them were big enough that their legs were nearly scraping the walls. Why are you holding onto my waist so tightly, Hia? I'm dizzy. Are you feeling sick from the paint fumes at the bar? No, I'm sick from your driving. I'm driving like a pro here. Intha pressed his face against Akara's back, trying to hear his voice over the wind. He noticed that sweet, gentle Young had eased off the throttle, and the bike was now moving more slowly. That was a good thing. A very good thing. Next time, I'll drive. You just sit there and look pretty. Sure. Hey, have you ever been to a wet market before? Never. I usually buy groceries at the mall. Intha admitted, sitting up straight and running a hand through his hair as he looked around. The slower pace and the cool breeze against his face made him feel much better. Then stick close to me when we're shopping. Don't get lost, especially since you're so scatterbrained. Wow, as if you're so put together. Intha narrowed his eyes, wanting to smack Akara's head, but holding back since the younger was still driving. He wasn't ready to test the pavement's durability just yet. Young, I think we could have just taken the main road, you know? After observing their surroundings for a bit, Intha realized Akara had already brought them out to the other side of the main road. He remembered driving past this road often and knew there was no need to take the narrow alleys. It's a shortcut. The traffic was bad. Why? Got a problem? Absolutely not. Whatever you say, I'll follow. Intha replied, wiping the sweat off his forehead. The word problem came with Akara letting go of one handlebar to roll up his sleeve. No problem at all. Just focus on driving. Not long after, the large PCX motorcycle was parked in the designated motorcycle area near the wet market. Even in the evening, the market was bustling. Intha felt like he was exploring a whole new world he'd never thought of visiting. Goddamn, what's that store selling? Looks delicious. Oh, coconut bualoy. Wow, it looks so appetizing. Standing at the market entrance, Intha smiled to himself after hopping off the bike while Akara went to park. His large eyes landed on the coconut bualoy shop, and he exchanged a couple of blinks with the fair-skinned vendor. He was just about to step forward to order, planning to take 2 bags home. But then, smack. You think I don't know what you're looking at? Akara said, smacking the back of Intha's head hard enough to make his bangs flop forward. It was worse than the time at the Som Tam restaurant a few days ago. Got smacked again. My bangs are ruined. My good looks are gone. What? I just wanted to eat coconut bualoy. I wasn't looking at anything else. Yup, you weren't looking, you just want to smash. Smash? Intha was utterly dumbfounded. What's with Young's slang? You don't know? Good. Now take this eco-friendly basket and carry it. Are you mad? Nope. Your tone says otherwise. Intha glanced longingly at the coconut bualoy shop one last time before deciding to let it go. He quickly followed Akara, smirking a little at how jealous Akara had gotten. Oh, my poor, sweet bualoy, why did you leave me so soon? Where are you now? Do you ever think of me? Because I'm always thinking of you. Do you really want those bualoy that badly? Not anymore. Intha twisted his body slightly and bit his lip. Akara shot him a sharp glare, clearly aggravated. Oops. I think I went a tad bit overboard with the acting, just a bit. When Intha claimed he didn't want the bualoy anymore, Akara fell silent, his steps quickening as his face darkened with irritation. Intha, who'd planned to yank him back to clear the air, froze when Akara shook him off. The young man's sharp eyes glared at him, as if he were ready to beat him to a pulp. Wait, is he mad at me? He's mad at me. On the way home, Intha took over driving. Despite his attempts to nudge the other a few times, Akara remained silent, his expression indifferent. At least Akara still cooked dinner. The omelet was delicious, and though the stir-fried squid with basil was a bit too spicy, Intha finished it all to please him. He even volunteered to do the dishes, letting Akara relax. After finishing the dishes, Intha followed his partner into the bedroom. The first thing he noticed was the faint smell of nicotine wafting in from the balcony. He decided to step outside. It seemed that after a full meal, Akara's mood had improved by about 10%. The young man was now sitting on the balcony, smoking a cigarette and strumming a guitar, with a can of beer beside him. He almost looked cool, if not for the fact that he'd tied a unicorn plushie he'd received from Kamlati around his waist. "What's my gorgeous muffin up to?" "Taking care of my daughter," Akara drawled, glancing at Intha as he approached. He patted the plushie's head for emphasis. Intha sat down beside him, his eyes scanning the lights around them. He pulled a cigarette from the pack and lit it. Akara wasn't mad at him anymore. His earlier irritation might have been due to hunger. He felt a little guilty, realizing he shouldn't have taken his hunger out on anyone. "What's your daughter's name?" Intha asked, blowing out a puff of white smoke. He smiled at the plushie. If it were a real child, it would have choked on the cigarette smoke and died by now. "Don't know. I haven't thought of one yet." "Help me name her." "Un. Un. You combined in and young?" "Yeah." Intha nodded, feeling a bit shy. He quickly changed the subject. "I didn't know you could play the guitar. I can play a few songs. Sorry for being grumpy earlier. I was probably just hungry." Intha pressed his lips together slightly. He liked Akara even more now. Why was he apologizing first when he hadn't done anything wrong? "My sweet little piggy boo-boo, why are you so cute? You don't need to apologize. You didn't do anything wrong. Maybe, or maybe not. But if you want to maintain a relationship, you should know how to apologize, right? Then I'm sorry too." Sorry. Intha said, nudging Akara's thigh with his toe as he sat cross-legged. "Hey, don't poke me. Here, do you want me to sing? It might be a bit off-key, but do you want to hear my song?" Akara offered, plucking a few strings on the guitar. "Sure, I'd love to. I'm a fan of private live music." Intha cracked open a can of beer. The bitter taste slid down his throat, but life lately didn't feel bitter at all. It was actually a bit too sweet. "My sweet little piggy boo-boo." Intha shifted, preparing to listen to Akara sing. He rested his head on one arm as he lay down, the other hand still holding a cigarette between his fingers. His eyes wandered to the sky, ears attuned to the strumming of the guitar and Akara's raspy voice. He thought Akara might sing a Thai folk song, but it wasn't. "Just don't be this cute with anyone else. Could you save it just for me? When you look at someone, I'm scared they'll take it the wrong way with glee. Could you? Not that I can call you mine. I'm afraid you'll meet someone, and I'll lose your shine. Because as far as I can see, there's no one who won't waver, no matter how long. But for you I'll stay true. Just look around you. Oh baby, I really love this song." Intha said, springing up from his reclined position. He flicked the cigarette into an empty beer can and swiftly took the guitar from Akara's hands. Without giving the younger man a chance to react, he leaned in, pressing his weight against him. With a flirtatious nip at Akara's soft earlobe, Intha whispered gently, his voice cutting through the lively nighttime ambience. Even though the neighboring bar continued to play its usual folk rock tunes, Akara could hear nothing but Intha's voice resonating in his ears. "Why are you this adorable? There's no escaping now. I've completely fallen for you, my sweet young." Silence. "I'm so embarrassed." "Let's fuck, young. Ugh, hi." Chapter 16. "Let's fuck, young. Just hand me my phone. It's ringing right there." Akara pushed Intha's shoulder to create some distance, pulling his neck back to avoid the incoming kiss from those full lips. "Should I just resign to this now? That I've got a batshit boyfriend? And could that damn phone quiet down a bit? I'm getting up to answer it here. If you don't get up, Young will go grab it himself." Akara said, exasperated. "What did you just call yourself just now?" "Young. At home, I call myself by my name sometimes. It just slips out when I'm talking to others. That's so touching. The way you refer to yourself by your name is so cute." Intha sat up straighter as Akara headed back into the room to grab the phone. He clutched his chest dramatically and downed another beer can in one go. "This absolutely made my day. It's so heartwarming." Realizing he'd been away from his wife for more than 3 seconds, Intha got up and followed Akara, who still had a stuffed toy tied to his waist, into the room. The bright lights revealed that the incoming call was a video call. "Knock. You snake," Akara exclaimed, his voice high-pitched as he jumped onto the bed, leaning his back against it. He stared at the bright red lips of Narisa, his best friend, who appeared to be in a long hallway, probably just off work. "You've disappeared. Got a new hubby and forgot all about your friends." "Huh? New hubby? How'd you know?" "I haven't told anyone yet." Akara bit his finger nervously. He'd been so busy with the bar that he hadn't had a chance to tell anyone about Intha. Besides, they'd only been dating for a few days. Nerissa said, what? You posted a picture on the bar's page. That new sign, ChermChey, with that font that looks like it's from the Middle Ages. What were you thinking using that font? My hubby thought of it. Bomb was right. Your hubby has terrible taste. Nerissa rolled her heavily made-up eyes. Her long lashes fluttered dramatically as she looked at herself in the camera instead of at her friend, using the video call as an excuse to check her makeup. Is my lipstick smudged? Are my cheeks too pale? Ah, golly, the mascara on my eyebrows from this morning is still intact. And what does that motherfucker have to do with this? Akara glanced at Intha, whose sunny demeanor had dimmed slightly after being criticized for his taste. He'd been so proud of that bar sign, and it was obvious who'd posted the picture on the page. Intha sat at the edge of the bed, legs crossed, looking dejected as he fiddled with his bangs. Bomb shared it and captioned it. Picked a new hubby with the worst taste ever. As if that asshole was so high and mighty. Someone like him? I'd love to smack him with a chair. Akara snapped. No one insults my NN. My hubby. Only I get to cuss him out. Is the sign really that bad? Thon said it was cool this morning, and Thon never lies. It was as if a torrential downpour had just hit Intha's confidence. He pursed his lips, his pride in the sign taking a hit. He'd been so proud of it, loved it so much. Nerissa's eyes widened in surprise. Wait, whose voice is that? Who are you with, young? Don't tell me you're with your boyfriend. Yup, he's sulking now after being called tasteless. Gotta go comfort my man. Stop. Wait. Show me his face. Put him on camera right now. I'll decide if he's good enough for you. Nope. He's not going public. Mind your own business. Well, it's actually not about not going public. It's about me being possessive. Are you eating my mom's spicy salad tomorrow or not? Oh, knock, my dear friend. You know how inseparable gays and spicy salad are. Fine. If you want to eat, bring your boyfriend here so I can scan him. If he's as tasteless as Bomb says, I'll tell you to dump him and find someone better. Honestly, all the guys you've picked, you're so hopeless. Every single one of them is a piece of shit. This one came to me. I didn't go chasing after him, just so you know. Akara paused before turning to Intha. Hia, my friend wants to see you. Can you come on camera? He nudged Intha's thigh with his foot. The temple boy, his face and ears red from the alcohol, nodded. Sure, but even if your friend doesn't like me, I'm not breaking up with you, Young. Oh, please. Young isn't breaking up with you. Come on. Nerissa said, oh my. Young. Someone as big as a giant as you calling yourself that. What's your man's name? She noticed the camera shaking as Akara adjusted it to fit Intha into the frame. His name's In. Graduated from university. Used to be a pilot. For which airline again, Hia? Just hearing his educational background made Nerissa's eyes widen. When she heard the name of the airline Intha had worked for, she nearly fainted. Where did Young even find someone like this? An elite, a total elite. Worked there for 2 years, then moved to another airline for 2 more years. The pay was good, but the work was grueling. Intha answered casually, climbing onto the bed to sit close to Akara. The camera panned to his face, and the previously sulky Intha transformed into a composed and polite version of himself. Intha gave Nerissa a soft smile, locking into his good sir mode as he radiated a calm confidence. Your friend's cute. You're knock, right? The good sir said in a low, gentle voice, complete with an air of sophistication. Nerissa's voice trembled slightly. Hi, Hioin. I'm Knock. Knock. Interested in taking on a second wifey? I'm very close to Young. We can share. Boom. Go fuck off to hell. Share what? I'm cutting ties with you today, bitch. That's it. No more talking. I don't share. Akara declared, leaning his head on Intha's shoulder to assert his claim. Nerissa said, wow, so possessive, Of course. So, is he as tasteless as Bomb says? The guy I'm leaning on right now? Don't you have eyes to see for yourself? Big talk. When I see you, I'm slapping you with a Christian Louboutin. I've got mine too, not talking to you anymore. My boyfriend's waiting in the parking lot. Bye, Hioin. See you tomorrow morning at the bar when Young isn't looking. I'll bring some spicy salad for you. You're not allergic to seafood, right? No. Intha trailed off. By the way, love the bar sign. Adore Nerissa made a heart gesture with her hands toward Intha, flirting openly in front of Akara. Before she could say more, Akara's tattooed hand reached out and ended the call coldly. But not before shouting to his friend. Knock, bring kids spicy salad for Hioin. No veggies, for environmental protection. Kids' spicy salad? Intha repeated, raising an eyebrow after the call ended. It's just a non-spicy spicy salad with no veggies. And what about the adult spicy salad? Intha's eyes gleamed impishly as he shifted to sit on Akara's lap. That one's spicy. Then tonight, I'm eating the adult. Extra spicy. Why does everything always lead back to something sexual with you? Because today, we haven't smashed yet. Not even once. Akara burst out laughing as Intha leaned in, pinning him down. It seemed Intha had finally figured out what smash meant after hearing it at the market. Now he fully understood. But they didn't do it as his words had implied. Intha simply embraced him tightly, muttering through gritted teeth as he pinched Akara's waist hard enough to make him yelp. Fine, no smashing today. But that bar sign I ordered? Remember this, it's the coolest thing ever. Anyone who says it's tasteless must fucking die. Ow. But I didn't say it. Akara protested. In the end, nothing happened that night. After Intha pinched Akara's waist with all the force of his love, the younger man retaliated by biting his shoulder hard enough to leave a mark. And not a playful bite. It's going to be bruised for days. With a lovesick glance, Akara looked over at Intha, who was sitting sulking in the corner of the room. When Akara noticed him looking, he glanced back briefly before turning away, tossing the towel he'd been using to dry his hair into the laundry basket. Then he climbed onto the bed, turning his back to Akara. He smelled fresh and clean after his shower, but his wifey still smelled bad to him. You started it. Akara muttered, staring at Intha's broad, shirtless back. Intha wasn't really sulking. He just wanted to be pampered. When he pouted, his lips stuck out adorably, making Akara want to smack him. Intha didn't answer. He reached out to turn off the lights, even though the folk music from outside still played loudly. Akara let out a small protest at the sudden darkness, but when the other remained silent, he decided to head to the bathroom to clean up instead. Left alone, Intha sat up and checked his phone, glancing at the time. He thought about meditating to get over his gloom about Akara not pampering him. He was a big dude with a gentle heart, deeply in love with his wifey, and loved being doted on. But then, the voice of the lovely Akara called out from the bathroom, and Intha immediately abandoned his sulk. He got up and leaned against the bathroom door, listening to what Akara had to say. Hia in. Come here. In. Hia in. I'm at the bathroom door. What is it? Intha replied in a low voice, still pretending to be upset. But Akara's merry tone made it clear he was about to ask for something. The usual something. I'm hungry. Why can't I ever win the lottery like this? Intha thought, rolling his eyes. So demanding. Maybe I should give him 10 rounds tonight to make him forget about being hungry. Let's see who wears the pants in this house. Hia, stop being mad at me. I'll make up with you. Let's eat instant noodles. What flavor? Regular tom yum or creamy tom yum? Now that's more like it. That's how you handle Intha. Whenever I say, I'll make up with you, he'll fold instantly. Regular. All right, I'll go make it for you. Once you're done showering, come out and join me. I'll make it the best I can. Intha said, heading toward the kitchen. Hia, you don't need to thank me or get emotional over something this trivial. No, I just wanted to say, add an egg to mine, pretty please. Intha threw a mock punch into the air, thinking Akara might be touched by his effort to make instant noodles. Nope, it's not that. He just wants it with an egg. Intha, don't complain. Just go make the instant noodles, this instant. Hia, even if you call me sweetly, I'm still not adding veggies for you. We're sharing one bowl. You even knew I wanted veggies. Of course, because I love you. I know everything about my young. In, you're so sweet. Don't just call me sweet. Just love me a lot, and that's enough. Intha set the water to boil in the small kitchen area near the bedroom. He grabbed one of Akara's black tank tops to wear since he didn't like cooking shirtless, even if it was just instant noodles. Akara followed him out just as everything was ready. He sniffed the air dramatically, making loud noises until Intha turned to look at him. Your nose is like the OO in Google. Oh my, calling me out with no shame, aren't you? It smells amazing. Whose boyfriend is this, making instant noodles so well? Can I take a picture? Sure, go ahead. Intha assumed Akara would take a picture of the pot of noodles he'd just taken off the stove. But no, Akara pointed the camera at him instead. I need to promote the bar a bit. Let's post a handsome hashtag this is Mr. Young's hubby. I thought you were going to post the noodles on your IG, saying your hubby made them for you. Nah, bragging about my hubby can wait. Right now, it's all about business. Akara carried the pot of noodles to the dining table along with 2 pairs of chopsticks. No need to transfer it to bowls. They were famished. You already posted it on the bar's page? Yup. My hands are quick, and so is my heart. Let me see. I'll just check on your phone. Nope. Go get your own phone. I'm monitoring the engagement on this one. Akara refused. Intha sighed and went back to the bedroom, returning with his phone in hand. Scroll, scroll, scroll. He stared at his own flabbergasted face in the photo. Wow. Even when I'm not at my best, people are liking it like crazy. But wait. Why are you reopening the bar on Friday? 'Cause the renovations are almost done. Just need to set up the new furniture. The work had been quick since it was just a paint job and some furniture changes. The contractor had said it'd be done by tomorrow. But we haven't done an opening ceremony for the new bar yet. Do we really need to do that? Akara's cheeks were puffed as he chewed on noodles. He put down his chopsticks when he saw Intha's serious expression. He wasn't familiar with religious ceremonies. The opening ceremony was a foreign concept to him. Technically, we should. I didn't know. Can we do it the day after tomorrow? The bar will still be closed then. We won't have enough time to prepare. Then when should we do it? We need to consult Luangpur for an auspicious date first. If we wait for an auspicious date, we're going to go bankrupt. Intha just stared incredulously at Akara and his wide, innocent eyes. Young really doesn't know about these things. Oh well, we usually close on Mondays, right? We can pick a convenient Monday to invite the monks. Intha suggested. Are you sure that's okay? Akara quirked an eyebrow as he sat cross-legged on the chair. Intha didn't answer immediately. Instead, he sat down next to Akara, tying his bangs into a small bun with a rubber band he found on the table. Yeah, it'll be fine. Just eat your noodles. Don't worry your pretty head about it. Silence. I said don't worry. Intha stirred the pot to bring the egg to the surface, not looking at Akara, but aware that he was probably feeling guilty for deciding the reopening date without consulting Intha first. But what if it's not auspicious, Hia? As long as I'm here, the bar is already blessed. Go ahead and make a Q sign. So narcissistic. I'm serious. Don't believe me? Go check the bar's page. Akara unlocked his phone and opened the page again. His jaw dropped at the number of likes and shares, which had skyrocketed in such a short time. Just a moment ago, it had been so quiet. How are there so many likes and shares? I shared it, and made all my friends and family share it too. Are you famous or something? I've got a bit of a following. It's all part of the plan. This is how you run a business. Intha said, pushing the now empty pot of noodles toward Akara. He wiped his mouth and nose, which were running from the spiciness. Meanwhile, Akara scrolled through the comments. The more he read, the more his thick eyebrows furrowed. I want to eat the bar owner. Bitches. This place looks spicy, judging by Pian's body. I knew it. It looks innocent, but fuck it. He's opening a goddamn bar. The bar sign suits in perfectly. I want to see Mr. Young's face. Mr. Young stole my hubby. Is this P9? Where? Intha leaned in, squinting at the spot Akara was pointing to. Yeah, that's definitely Nai's Facebook account. Yeah, what did he comment? I have no words for the bar name. And this one's P-Thon. I can't stand your love anymore. Should I block him? Young, that's nice, boyfriend. What did P-Lit post? See you soon. Short, concise, and as cool as ever. What's so cool about see you soon? Akara asked, genuinely puzzled. He couldn't understand why a comment from someone with a tree as their profile picture had so many likes. It's cool because P-Lit said it. You'll understand when you meet him. The guy's hotter than Thailand's summer. But probably not as hot as the hell you drag me into every day, Hia. I take you to heaven. Thank you very much. Not talking to you anymore. I'm going to bed. I'll wash the dishes tomorrow. Intha got up to escape Akara, but he heard the sound of a chair moving as the younger man followed him. Intha felt an arm wrap around his waist, and Akara's face pressed against his back like a clingy kitten. It was endearing. I'll sleep with you. Fine. Let's go to bed early for once. We'll need energy tomorrow to check on the renovations. Knock-knock's coming to visit too. Intha pulled his partner into the bedroom. He pushed Akara onto the bed and climbed under the blanket to cuddle him. There was still a faint smell of tom yum noodles lingering, so Intha sealed it with a kiss, confirming that. Akara was the most delicious of all. Bangerang. You feel the bangerang. You feel the bass. Bangerang. You feel the bangerang. You feel the bass. Macy. Fuck you. Ha. Did I let you sleep too much last night, young? Is that why you're waking me up with this damn song? Intha grumbled, gripping the bedsheet tightly as he buried his head under the pillow. He wasn't fully awake yet, even though Akara had been trying to wake him for a while. You're so hard to wake up. It's already 9. Time to get up. Akara finally turned off the song when he saw Intha groggily sit up. He pinched Intha's cheek and smiled at his sleepy, half-awake face. I bought kanji for you. Don't forget to eat after you shower. I'm heading out to check on the renovations. What about the morning kiss? With breath like this and you're still asking? It's not that bad. Why are you up so early today anyway? Intha stretched to shake off the sleepiness. His half-closed eyes tried to focus on Akara's face. 'Cause I had a dream. A nightmare? No, it was a good dream. I dreamed you took me on a trip. Tell me, where did I take you in the dream? I'll write it down and take you there. To hell. Damn it, Young. I already take you there every day, don't I? He pulled Akara in a playful headlock and messed up his already messy hair even more. Ow. I was joking. I'll tell you now. In my dream, you took me to the beach. The water was so clear, the sand was so pristine, and you even bought me a mermaid tail to wear. I was lying in the shallow water, waving my tail, and you said I looked smoking hot. And then I fucked you, right? That's it. Dream over. My sweet dream just turned into gay porn. Akara murmured, pouting as he pushed Intha's arm off his neck. But honestly, the dream had been amazing, truly amazing. Do you want to go to the beach? Yup. Who wouldn't want to go to the beach with their boyfriend? How about Samed Island? Everyone always comes there. Beautiful beaches, clear water, but can you not drag me into sex jokes for once? Akara rolled his eyes. He didn't want to banter with Intha, but his boyfriend always managed to steer the conversation into something dirty. We'll figure out where to go later. Have you had breakfast yet? Yup, I'm good. Nock's already here downstairs. She's arguing with the workers about a crooked picture frame. I came up to wake you, and now I'm heading back down to keep her company. Okay, I'll shower, eat, and then come down. Intha nodded in acknowledgement. Initially, he thought about asking Akara to wait for him so they could head down together after he got ready. But since Knock Knock is already downstairs, let the friends hang out together. It's not that they're going to commit adultery, maybe. Make sure you dress modestly today. Button up all the way here, or Knock might harass you. Akara commanded, gesturing exaggeratedly as he pinched the collar of Intha's shirt with his tattooed fingers. His expression was so serious that the temple boy couldn't help but laugh. He gave Akara a light shove on the head, prompting the other to leave the room. Intha got ready quickly. He put on a short-sleeved cream-colored shirt, buttoning it all the way up as instructed. He paired it with dark navy three-quarter-length pants, tucking the shirt neatly into the waistband. He carefully combed his bowl-cut hair into place, added a pair of trendy glasses, and finished the look with an SSR sacred amulet. I'm so ready to face the world. But just as he was about to head out, buzz, buzz, the phone on the bed vibrated. It wasn't his, it was Akara's. He entered the passcode his boyfriend had willingly shared with him and saw that the message was from Bomb Online. Bomb. Young, wanna meet up? ChermChey where? Bomb. The usual place. ChermChey. What the fuck is the usual place supposed to mean? Bomb sends a location. ChermChey. Fine. Half an hour. You'll see me then. After finalizing the plans, Intha deleted the chat history. His stern expression softened into a bright smile as he walked down the stairs. He greeted the workers briefly, let Narisa tease him a little, and then informed Akara that he'd be stepping out for about an hour and would be back soon. I need to pick up an amulet I bought. I forgot I was supposed to get it today. Oh, picking up an amulet? No wonder you're dressed like this today. Chapter 17. The sleek BMW turned into a parking spot in a bustling shopping district. Intha clenched his jaw so tightly it made an audible grinding sound, his fists balling up as his eyes landed on the sign of the bar where Akara and Bomb had arranged to meet. What the hell? Why am I even calling him Bomb Bomb? To make him feel cuter? Ugh, this is so annoying. Shaking his head at himself, he stepped out of the car. With determined strides, he marched into the bar. As he pushed the glass door wide open, his jaw dropped, and his eyes widened at the sight before him. The bar was filled with an overwhelming number of pastel balloons, making the space look like a whimsical dream. Standing right in front of him was a tall, sun-kissed man with sharp eyes and a tattoo on his neck. He recognized him instantly. Bomb. Bomb flashed a beaming smile and even threw himself into a full-body hug with Intha. Surprise. Surprised, my ass, you son of a bitch. What the why is it you? Bomb recoiled from Intha, as if he'd touched something hot. It must have been the balloons he'd prepared to surprise Akara that had obscured his view, making him mistake Intha's legs for Akara's. Yeah, it's me. Surprised? Let's take this outside, one-on-one. Bomb snarled. What the hell are you doing? Don't tell me you're trying to win my wifey back. Intha swatted the balloons out of his face. His doe eyes locked onto Bomb's with unwavering intensity, emphasizing the words, my wifey, with deliberate clarity. My wifey. He is my wifey. Young is my wifey now. I've claimed him morning and night. There's no escaping me for him. Ever. Mind your own fucking business. You're the one who butted into my business first. I can't just let it slide. Fine. Let's take this outside like you said. Didn't learn your lesson after I decked you last time. Huh? You think I'm scared of you? Bomb rolled up the sleeves of his t-shirt, ready to lead the way outside. Intha glanced at the color of Bomb's shirt, mentally noting it was the inauspicious color of the day and calculating. Fine, if it's a fight he wants, it's a fight he'll get. As a head disciple of Ohio's School of Muay Thai, I fear no one. But before they could step outside, a petite figure darted into the bar, followed by a flying shoe that smacked Bomb square in the face. Intha sidestepped the shoe's trajectory, standing off to the side, as if he were invisible. Guess there won't be any fisticuffs after all. Bomb. Ow, Athens. Why the hell would you do this? I told you we're done. I'm not done. If we're done, you'll go back to Young. Yeah, well, Young's better than you. When you broke up with Young, you said I was better. Why are you flip-flopping like this? Because I've seen the light. Now get out of my sight. Bomb roared in rage. Intha, still trying to remain unnoticed, thought it was probably time to head home. He was sure he dressed in auspicious colors today, but why was today anything but lucky? Better keep this under wraps. Young must never find out I ran into Bomb here. And definitely not that Bomb was trying to win him back. You're such a dick. Ow. People like you don't deserve a timely death. Before Intha could quietly slip out of the bar as planned, a heavy, solid object collided with human flesh with a loud thud. Intha's eyes widened as he stared at the pool of blood spreading on the floor, then at Bomb's convulsing body, and finally at the wrench lying next to him. Shit, did that boy just hit him in the head with a wrench? Bomb. Intha called out, but the man on the floor seemed unresponsive. His gaze shifted to the culprit, Athens, who was now sobbing uncontrollably. Well, hello there. Athens just noticed he was standing there. I didn't mean to. Do you think he'll kick the bucket? I don't know. Let's take Bomb to the hospital. In the end, Intha had to call Akara and confess that he'd lied about going out to pick up an amulet. He tried to explain gently that he'd come to meet Bomb out of concern for his young's safety. He really hadn't meant to lie. His young simply went quiet before asking where he was. After recounting the whole chaotic series of events, Akara said he'd come to meet him there. The call had ended 15 minutes ago. Now, during this awkward limbo, Intha sat on a hard chair in the hospital's recovery room. The golden sunlight streamed through the windows, casting a warm glow. He wasn't close to Bomb, who was still unconscious, nor to Athens, who sat vigil by Bomb's side. The room was silent, so Intha passed the time by watching a live stream of a monk amulet auction on his phone. Come on in, folks. Like 9 times, share to 10 groups. Because if you like it 10 times, it won't register, folks. Like now, share now. We're giving away a Luang Pu Kim amulet from What Nong Yi Tong. Throw a hat in the ring, and the amulet will be yours for sure. Next one up. Wow, just talking about it gives me chills. Not long after, the door to the recovery room swung open. A tall figure with a tattoo on his left arm stepped in, followed by a woman in heavy makeup and high heels that clicked sharply against the floor like a butcher chopping meat. Akara and Nerissa had arrived. Young. Is he dead? It seemed Akara and Athens knew each other. The boy stiffened as the former approached. No, you should have just finished him off. Then I could have gone to his funeral instead of visiting him here. Athens froze, swallowing hard as he struggled under the weight of the young man's piercing gaze, combined with Nerissa's openly judgmental glare. Akara, Bomb, and Nerissa were seniors from his faculty. He'd stolen Bomb from Akara, betraying a senior who'd been nothing but kind to him. Bomb broke up with me because he wants to get back with you, Young. Oh, so you ended up splitting his head? Silence. Things that are easily taken away from someone. You should remember, can just as easily be taken away from you. Then, will you go back to being with P-Bomb? Athens asked, his voice trembling. Even if P-Bomb was a jerk, he still loved him. I love him. Can't you understand? I have the right to love him, don't I? Sorry, but no thanks. My new man is that guy, the one who dragged Bomb here before he died. Akara tilted his head toward Intha, the temple boy who'd been sitting quietly this whole time. Intha responded with a small nod before standing up and stretching. He caught Athens's wide-eyed stare. To be honest, this Athens is pretty cute. Hia, don't look at him like that. But Young is definitely cuter. No contest. What? I wasn't looking. You're accusing me again. Are you P. Young's new hubby? Athens asked, finally taking a good look at Intha after Akara's comment. Yes, I am. I'm P. Young's new hubby. Intha replied with a small, polite smile, adding a gentle nod toward Athens. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I haven't had lunch yet. He reluctantly left the chair he'd been sitting on for so long, walking around the hospital bed to stand beside Akara, who shot him a sharp glare and muttered in a low, threatening voice. We'll talk at home. Oh, looks like I'm getting my head bashed in like Bomb today. Lying, ogling a cute boy. Might as well jump off a building and end it myself. Athens, tell Bomb to stop bothering me. When I'm done with someone, I'm done. Got it. Got it. Intha silently applauded his boyfriend in his mind. Take the hint, Bomb. This one's my wifey. My wifey is decisive. He's a decisive man. Are you going to keep staring at Athens? Make your choice, Hia? Do you want to sleep at home or in the room next to Bomb's? Home, please. Intha quickly replied in a sweet tone, wrapping an arm around Akara's waist as they left the room. Nerissa closely followed behind them, adding, You're dead, Hia. Young's in full-on rage mode. Huh. Akara let out a dry laugh, rubbing his nose with his finger as if to wipe away the spicy aftermath of the squid salad Nerissa had brought earlier. The young woman had left a long time ago. Afterward, Intha had poured the salad onto a plate and served it to Akara, sitting cross-legged on the floor like a dutiful servant. He even rested his cheek against Akara's leg, looking up with innocent eyes like a devoted pupster. It was so pitiful that Akara was unsure where to start scolding him. Pitiful and infuriating in equal measure. Sitting on the floor, acting all pathetic. Damn it all. This guy? Young, don't be mad, please. Liar. You broke one of the 5 precepts. See, you're mad at me, and it's breaking my heart. Fine. Figure out your own punishment. What if I punish myself by ravishing you? That's a reward for you. Ugh, got caught again. So sad. Intha muttered, not daring to smile too widely since Akara still looked stern. But he knew Akara was soft-hearted. Just a little coaxing and cuddling, and he'd forgive him. Frankly, I wasn't even mad by the time we got home. But next time, just tell me the truth. I won't stop you if you have a good enough reason. Does that mean you're still mad? I need to hug and comfort you to make it all better. Silence. The plate of spicy salad was pulled from his hands and set on the table in front of them. Right now, both Akara and Intha were sitting together, breaking in the new set of tables and chairs for the bar. The place looked a bit tacky, but it had been all finished since the afternoon. Tomorrow, just a bit more prep with supplies and drinks, and they'd be ready to open for business. Come here. Let me kiss your head. Don't sit on me. You'll break the chair. It won't break, it won't. If it does, I'll just turn it into something kinky. So, you weren't really planning to make up with me, were you? Of course I was. He sat down on Akara's lap, hands gripping the other's shoulders to keep him from moving. His long legs stretched out on the concrete floor, holding back his weight so Akara wouldn't have to support it all. The salad's got fermented fish sauce in it, you know. My breath must stink, can you imagine? So you're not going to let me kiss you? Nope, not letting you. Get up already. He stared Intha down, but when the temple boy didn't budge, Akara stood up instead. Down he went, sitting on the floor like a servant girl. You're so damn cruel. You break the 4th precept, you don't get to fuck me. But 1, 2, 3, 5. I can do all of those. Does that mean I can do something else? You cheeky ass. Be my wifey today, and I'll throw in a free ticket to hell. At least you know you're a sinner. I'm trying to make merit to balance the sins out. Intha laughed low in his throat. He used both hands to push up his bangs and reveal his forehead, watching as Akara got up and walked behind the bar counter, glancing back at him sprawled out on the floor. I already made a list of what we need to order and what we have to go out and buy. Come on, Take a look, see if you want to add or cut anything. Honestly, it's up to you. I don't even know how much of anything we need. Okay, we'll go with this list then. But the one paying still has to check it over. Akara crooked his finger in an inviting way. Intha sprang up from the floor, cracking his neck side to side, making a lewd face at Akara. But when the younger man flipped him off, he went back to normal, walking over while munching on the leftover salad until he reached the bar, then grabbed the list to check it. Let's go with this. And do we have to go buy them all ourselves? Yup. Tomorrow, we'll use my car to haul it all. We can go later in the morning. Okay. I think your bangs are getting really long. He reached out to brush Intha's sweaty bangs aside, which were sticking to his face from the heat. I'll get a haircut tomorrow. I can cut them for you, if it's just the bangs. You know how? Of course. Akara shrugged, grinning widely to show off his skills. I took a hairdressing class before opening the bar. I even have scissors. Sometimes I cut my own hair if I'm too lazy to go to the salon. Just trim a little, then. Akara wiggled his eyebrows at Intha, then ran upstairs with a clatter before coming back down with a pair of scissors. Intha dragged Akara to sit on his lap. The tall, round stool made it a bit awkward. Akara straddled Intha, sitting slightly higher. He was so close to the temple boy that his breath brushed against Intha's forehead. Intha's breathing grew heavy, probably from the suggestive position and the cool scent of Akara's cologne. His hands started to wander, squeezing Akara's waist, smacking his, but with a loud slap or two. If I mess up your hair, it's your fault. Little tufts of hair started falling as Akara snipped. Intha's breath caught, shivering at the cold metal brushing his forehead. Akara's bright red lips were way too tempting. So he leaned up and kissed him, one hand pressing against Akara's back to keep him from falling. He treated Akara like a little kid, even though the other's legs were long enough to reach the floor. Moi? Snip. Shit. What? Oh no. Akara's voice shot up high, staring at the uneven hair with a guilty look. You messed it up? He'd heard that the last snip was louder than the rest, so he'd guessed it. Akara's face confirmed it. When he reached up to touch, it was obvious. No need to check further. It was definitely uneven. Got a mirror? Just a little. Let me finish, then you can look. My bangs. Silence. Goodbye, bangs. Sit still. Don't move. I'll fix it into a style. Can you make it a curved bang? Just go for a normal style, like a regular person. But then it won't stand out. Wow, what a reason. Well, can you? Same style, just shorter. I don't think I can handle curved bangs, but it'll be a bit short. Okay, premature ejaculation isn't bad. What? You know, short bangs. Get it? He said, and Akara burst out laughing, hands shaking so much he couldn't keep cutting. He leaned all his weight onto Intha, shoulders shaking with laughter, but still aware he was being hugged. Have you ever taken anything seriously? Even with uneven bangs, you're still joking. I'm serious about one thing. What? If my wifey will stop loving me, then you've got nothing else to worry about in life. Huh? A love confession without the word love. My heart isn't mine anymore. Enough. My hands are shaking from laughing. Sit still. I'll give you the premature ejaculation bangs. Just wait and see. Intha obeyed, sitting up straight and lifting his chin. This time, he didn't dare tease Akara anymore, afraid the mom style would turn into something else. Goodbye, my bowl-cut bangs. I'll love and miss you forever. The whooshing sound and warm air from the hairdryer blew across Intha's clear face. He squinted as Akara dried his new bangs. When the dryer switched off, he quickly grabbed a mirror to check out his new premature ejaculation style. Same bowl-cut style, just shorter, now only covering half his forehead. It's even C? If you hadn't messed up, it'd be perfect. And who was the one messing around? Me. Young's never wrong, never ever. He pushed Akara down to lie flat on the wide bed, the blanket already a mess from that morning. Intha yanked it up to cover both of them. Akara's loose sleep shirt was bunched up around his chest. I think this style looks good. He stared at Intha's freshly dried hair, the fine, soft strands easy to style. The temple boy shook his head, thick brows furrowing together. Eyebrows like yours, yeah. Old folks say that means you're a flirt. I've stopped dallying. Now I love my wifey more than anything. Really? His legs hooked around Intha's hips, long fingers undoing the buttons on his pajamas one by one. The pale chest was revealed, and the cute pink nipples just begged to be teased. Akara noticed Intha's ears turning red, and something was bulging at his thigh. Young. He called the name of the tattooed man in a husky voice, slipping his hand under the shirt to go deeper, not expecting to be flipped over. Akara ended up on top instead. The younger man brushed his hair back, smirking, his butt grinding against Intha's hot center. His top had already slipped off and was lying on the floor. Hia, before we go shopping tomorrow, I want to see Bomb first. Don't bring him up and get me angry. If I get pissed and go rough, you'll just complain. His face soured at the mention of Akara's ex. Dragging his half-dead body to the hospital didn't mean they were friends now. Just hear me out. Say it. I'm just gonna get my money back, that's all. You're coming with me anyway. You think he'll give it back? I don't know, but some of it's my dad's money. Even if I only get that part back, it's good enough. Want me to collect it for you? How? By force. He's already half dead. Akara grinned widely at Intha, reaching for the lube on the headboard. His doe eyes sparkled when he saw Akara get ready, and the bomb topic faded away. Bomb's not going to die that easy. But the one who's about to die now is you. I suddenly feel scared for my life. You'll get your wish. I promise. He yanked the tie from the body pillowcase. Intha grabbed both of Akara's wrists together and tied them with a dead knot. Then he hooked his fingers into the waistband of Akara's pants and pulled them down. Akara helped by lifting his hips. Intha didn't take them all the way off. Once they were low enough, he reached for the lube bottle that had fallen nearby. Then he slid down between Akara's legs, lifting his head to take the shaft's tip in his mouth. He gripped the muscular thighs tightly, bobbing his head up and down, working Akara up with rough, wild passion. Akara tensed, moaning in his throat. He clenched his legs, trying not to thrust into Intha's mouth, but it felt like he was being teased even more by those slick fingers. One finger, slick with cold gel, slid in slowly, then another. Intha massaged and stretched, letting out a low laugh because Akara's hot length filled his mouth. Look at the way Young talks. Make sure to trim your nails tomorrow. They scratch my walls. Okay. His mouth loosened as he answered. Akara then let himself drop, landing right on Intha's chest. He breathed heavily, filling his lungs, his tied hands clasped tightly together. Then he shifted his hips lower, just as the temple boy pulled out his eager, hot length. Akara lowered himself down right on top of it. His entrance slowly swallowed the hard cock in, inch by inch, until he took him all the way. Akara collapsed down against Intha, his spine shivering as that burning tip hit the bundle of nerves inside. Hia, I love it most when I'm inside you. Thrust it hard. Pound me. Got it. He gripped Akara's hips, a wicked smile on his handsome face. And then, the heavy rhythm of their coupling began right away.